Sovietology in Post-Mao China. Aspects of Foreign Relations, Politics, and Nationality, 1980 to 1999. By Jie Li. 1. Introduction 1. Research background and Post-Mao Chinese Sovietology in Perspective 1. 2. Funding, academic freedom, and writing style in Chinese Sovietology 15. 3. Literature Review 25. 4. The Chinese State, Ideology, and Chinese Sovietology 32. 5. Methodology, Sources, and the Book Structure 42. Part 1. Analyses of Soviet Foreign Relations. 2 topics in the 1980s, from Soviet hegemonism to Gorbachev's New Thinking 49. 1. Analyses of Soviet hegemonism 49. 2. Treatment of Soviet relations with Albania, Yugoslavia, and the Third World 56. 3. Changing views on Gorbachev's New Thinking 66. 4. Concluding remarks 80. 3. The 1990s changing views on Gorbachev's foreign policy and the use of Lenin after Tiananmen 82. 1. Chinese perceptions of Gorbachev across the 1990 divide 82. 2. Lenin and the fate of Chinese socialism after Tiananmen 90. 3. Lenin and the post-Tiananmen reform and open door policies 96. 4. Concluding remarks 107. Part 2. Analyses of Soviet leaders and politics. 4. The 1980s Chinese perceptions of Lenin's socialism and Gorbachev's glasnost 113. 1. The use of Lenin in early 1980s China 1132. Lenin and post-Mao Chinese socialism 124. 6. Contents. 3. Glasnost and China 132. 4. Concluding remarks 144. 5. The misuse of Gorbachev after Tiananmen and the 1990s debate about the two Soviet leaders 147. 1. Gorbachev and Tiananmen 147. 2. Revival of research on Brezhnev 154. 3. Reassessment of Stalin 164. 4. Concluding remarks 175. Part 3. Analyses of Soviet nationality policy. 6. Chinese perceptions of the nationality politics of Lenin and Gorbachev 179. 1. Lenin and post-Mao China's nationality administration 179. 2. Lenin's attraction for China 186. 3. Chinese perceptions of Gorbachev's nationality policy 197. 4. Concluding remarks 206. 7. The post-1991 learning 209. 1. The issue of the economy 209. 2. The issue of religion 215. 3. The issue of the federal system and national cohesiveness 227. 4. Concluding remarks 239. 8. Chinese Sovietology and post-Mao state policies 242. 1. Summary of the research 242. 2. Chinese Sovietology and the one-party dictatorship 248. 3. Chinese Sovietology and Chinese state-led capitalism 252. 4. Chinese Sovietology and the rise of Chinese nationalism 256. 5. Final thoughts as the conclusion of the book 260. Chapter 1. Introduction. 1. Research background and post-Mao Chinese Sovietology in perspective. The breakup of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics in 1991 has had a profound impact on China. The Soviet dissolution has had a variety of significant repercussions for Chinese politics, foreign policy, the nationality agenda, and other aspects. However, many myths about post-1991 Chinese Sovietology have been circulated and perpetuated by a body of secondary sources. 1. This project attempts to clarify some of these relevant issues and rectify inaccuracies in the existing secondary sources, many of which have been unclear or misunderstood in previous studies. Drawing upon a larger body of updated Chinese sources, this book will offer re-evaluations of many key issues in post-Mao Chinese Sovietology. The following topics will be explored or re-examined: Chinese views of Soviet policies in the early 1980s prior to Gorbachev's assuming power, Chinese perceptions of Gorbachev's glasnost and political reform from the mid-1980s to the outbreak of the Tiananmen incident in 1989, Chinese scholars' evolving views on Gorbachev from the 1980s to 1990s, the Chinese use of Vladimir Lenin and his policies in the early 1980s and early 1990s for bolstering and legitimizing the CCP regime after the Cultural Revolution and the Tiananmen incident, respectively, the re-evaluations of Brezhnev and Stalin since the mid-1990s, the post-1991 study of Soviet nationality affairs, and the influence of Sino-Soviet relations, Soviet political developments, and China's domestic situations on Chinese scholarly writings on the USSR. Princeton sociology professor and China specialist Gilbert Rosman once stated, "Discussions of the Soviet Union are of such importance, because China's communist leaders have continuously measured their country against the yardstick of their neighbor to the north, their worldview has been intimately related to their view of Soviet socialism, and their foreign policy has taken shape in the shadow of Soviet relations." 2. According to Rosman, Chinese Sovietology has been the second most important school of Soviet studies after the Anglo-Saxon scholarship, with one of the largest bodies of Soviet Russian specialists in the world. 3 From 1949 to 1976, Soviet studies in China under Mao Zedong were profoundly affected by the ups and downs of Sino-Soviet relations. China saw the USSR as both a mentor/enemy and as a positive/negative model over time. When Stalin was in power, China closely emulated the USSR on nearly everything. Once the Sino-Soviet conflicts escalated in the late 1950s, however, the People's Republic of China started to attack the Soviet Union as a sworn enemy. During the peak time of Sino-Soviet friendship in the 1950s, the PRC government encouraged Chinese people to learn from the USSR and translate the Soviet experience into a Chinese reality. From the 1960s onward, the rapid deterioration of Sino-Soviet relations was accompanied by drastic changes in Chinese academia. Chinese scholars were required to switch from their previous glorification of the USSR to intensive denunciations of the Kremlin. During this period, there was virtually no Sovietology and no genuine academic research on the country at all. Since that period, there has been a widespread theory that Chinese Sovietology under Mao, like other academic disciplines, was predominantly enslaved to the state's agenda. This theory is nearly universally accepted. 4. It is true that there was no visible academic community of Soviet studies in Mao's China. Under Mao's rule, the humanities and social sciences were either abolished or suppressed. During this time, few published articles and books concerning the Soviet Union were written by trained Soviet or Russian specialists. In fact, few such academics were living and working in China during this period. Thus, the contents of academic publications concerning Sovietology are actually no more than news reports, political propaganda, and essay translations. China at this time simply did not have a genuine field of Sovietology operating within its universities. The higher education system had almost ceased to function, due to the chaos of the Cultural Revolution. Chinese writers who were writing about the Soviet Union were authorized to do so only upon the request by and permission of the CCP. These writers were mainly teaching staff in the departments of history or political economics at various universities, and bore no titles of professorship. Some of them were even employees of party propaganda units, journalists, Soviet returned students, and Red Guards. 5. As we will see in subsequent chapters, even in the wake of Mao's departure in the early 1980s, Chinese scholars were still in the process of working out old issues dating back to the Mao era. Because of political fear and ossified mental habits, hard as they tried to embrace the new age, these scholars were still accustomed to transposing academic discussions from the plane of scholarship to that of Marxist analysis of class struggle. After the passing of Mao, Sino-Soviet relations remained strained in the early 1980s. The new Chinese leader, Deng Xiaoping, after taking the helm, began to introduce reforms and open-door policies. The moribund Soviet economic and political systems that had been practiced in China for more than 3 decades under the disguise of Maoism were now under serious reassessment and heavy criticisms by Chinese scholars. After the mid-1980s, the improvement of Sino-Soviet relations, the rise of Gorbachev, and his liberalization in the name of glasnost all led to a turning point in Chinese Sovietology. The emergence of Gorbachev in 1985 drastically changed China's political and intellectual atmosphere. His strong willingness to overhaul the obsolete socialist system through intense political reform in the USSR held great appeal for Chinese intellectuals. Stimulated by the relaxed political environment in the 1980s under the liberal-minded CCP leaders, Hu Yaobang and Zhao Ziyang, Chinese scholars began to view and discuss the Soviet Union and its reforms in a more positive and objective way. The subsequent discourse of Chinese Sovietology was largely shaped by the 1989 Tiananmen incident, Gorbachev's decision to remove the power monopoly of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in March 1990, and finally the tectonic change of the USSR in 1991. These three events shaped Chinese perceptions of the past Soviet socialist system and ushered Chinese Sovietology into a new era. In this book, the researcher will follow Robert Daniels in defining Sovietology as the specialized study of the Soviet Union from the standpoint of the familiar academic disciplines, history, economics, geography, occasionally sociology and anthropology, and above all political science. 6. In Daniels' opinion, Sovietology, of course, was never a discipline unto itself, let alone a monolithic academic cult. 7. And Sovietology did not constitute a peculiar discipline, a unique method, or a single set of conclusions. 8. Some Western scholars also draw a clear line between Sovietology and Kremlinology, the latter being defined as either an approach that seeks to explain Soviet society primarily in terms of the political jockeying for power that takes place among the men in the Kremlin, 9. Or as a subcomponent of Sovietology. 10. In this research, like Daniels, the investigator does not separate the two disciplines and uses the term Sovietology in an inclusive way, encompassing the study of all aspects of the Soviet Union, with a focus on the three quintessential issues: Chinese perceptions of Soviet foreign relations, Soviet leaders and politics, and Soviet nationality policies and problems. The use of the term Sovietologists in this book for those who study and research the state of the USSR is based on Christopher Xenakis' definition. Xenakis defines US Sovietologists broadly, to include political scientists, economists, sociologists, historians, diplomats, and policy makers working in academia, government, private think tanks, and the media. 11. He uses the term Sovietologists, Soviet experts, foreign policy analysts, Cold War theorists, and political scientists interchangeably, citing the examples of George Kennan, Zbigniew Brzezinski, Richard Pipes, and Strobe Talbot. These individuals are both Soviet specialists and policy makers, while Hedrick Smith and Robert Kaiser are also Soviet watchers and journalists simultaneously. 12. In terms of this elastic definition of the field and the diversity of scholars' backgrounds, the situation in China is generally similar to the situation in the US as described by Xenakis. For example, as we shall see in subsequent chapters, although some Chinese scholars specialize in either Soviet or world communism, most of those mentioned and quoted in this book are generalists rather than specialists in Soviet studies. On the other hand, unlike the US, some Chinese writers mentioned in the book do not have academic qualifications. They are either party bureaucrats, media reporters, university students, or even secondary school teachers, whose thoughts on the problems of the Soviet Union have been published in various academic journals and official newspapers. Their articles often express more political zeal than scholarly expertise or analytical insight. Generally speaking, the descriptions by Xenakis of US Sovietologists could also be applied to the Chinese situation. Chinese Soviet watchers are a diverse group, rather than representatives of a single school of thought or central theory. Their publications never imply a complete homogeneity of views. However, although their academic training is in different disciplines and by no means confined to Soviet studies, their research and publications are relevant to Sovietology in one way or another. 13. The educational levels of Chinese Soviet watchers are varied. One case in point involves the Institute of Soviet and East European Studies, which was renamed as the Institute of Russian, East European, and Central Asian Studies in 1992. 14 IRICAS is the largest powerhouse in research of the former Soviet Union in the PRC. It is affiliated with the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, which is China's most prominent organization specializing in the humanities and social sciences, and under the control of the State Council and party supervision. IRICAS employs more than 100 administrative and academic staff, recruiting China's most well-known intellectuals in the field and academics from all over the country. There are several categories of scholars at the Institute. 15 First, some older scholars often do not possess any academic degrees and are essentially self-taught Soviet experts. The best examples are Liu Keming and Ma Wuxian, both of whom are veteran scholars and former IRICAS directors in the 1980s. Second, some scholars attended university, but attained their BA degrees before 1949, others received a BA after the founding of the PRC. This would have been on the eve of the Cultural Revolution, when most of the PRC universities were going to cease to function. Third, for those with postgraduate credentials, some were awarded master's degrees in various Chinese universities. There is also a group of academics holding a PhD or equivalent. For instance, there are several people from the older generation who have associate doctorates from the Soviet Union before 1991. The younger generation either obtained doctorates in Russia after the collapse, or in Chinese universities, either from IRICAS, CAS, China Foreign Affairs University, or Beijing University. Their majors range from Soviet studies and international relations, to political science and economics. None of them have sought any academic degree from the West, although some of them have attended Western universities as short-term visiting scholars. Other renowned Chinese Soviet watchers based in other PRC institutions share similar academic backgrounds with those in IRICAS. One important figure that will be mentioned in the book is Gao Fang, a professor of international relations at Renmin University and an expert in the history of world communism, who does not possess any academic credentials at all. 16 Another is Huang Zongliang, vice director of the Institute of Russian Studies at Beijing University, who obtained his BA at Beijing University in the 1960s. 17 Yang Kozong 18 and Shen Zhihua, 19 professors at East China Normal University and specialists in the Sino-Soviet relations, acquired their BAS and postgraduate credentials, respectively, after 1978. There are also two well-known Soviet specialists based in the Central Party School. Zhang Changbin, former director of the Center for International Strategic Research at CPS, possesses only a BA degree in Russian literature from the Harbin Institute of Foreign Language Studies. 20 After being awarded the Ma in History from Beijing Normal University in 1989, Zhou Fengrong, a professor at CPS, went to CPS to study her PhD in international politics under the supervision of Zhang Changbin. She remained to teach in CPS after earning her doctorate in 2001. 21 The last example is Chen Zhihua, a researcher in the Institute of World History at CAS and a canonical scholar on Leonid Brezhnev, who studied in the USSR and gained his BA from the University of Leningrad in the 1950s. 22 Among all the Sovietologists mentioned in Tables 1 and 2, only Zhou Fengrong is a female scholar. As we will see in subsequent chapters, women were remarkably underrepresented at the apex of Chinese Sovietology in both decades. To summarize, there are basically three groups of Chinese Soviet researchers represented in this project. These researchers have different academic backgrounds and their writings demonstrate this diversity. The older generation grew up under Mao and regained its momentum in research after the 1970s, after the stifling academic period resulting from the Cultural Revolution. This generation of scholars generally displayed a nostalgic attitude towards socialism and positive views on the Soviet Union. Second, there is the generation of middle-aged scholars, whose formative years were undermined by the disastrous Cultural Revolution, but who also came back to research and writing after 1976. This generation, however, lived through very bitter experiences under Mao, They thus showed their support for Gorbachev's reforms in the 1980s and levied consistent criticisms toward the rigid Soviet socialist institutions in both decades. Finally, the younger generation, born in and after the 1960s, attended universities right after Mao's death and brought vigor to Soviet studies. They grew up in the age of reform and had more exposure to the influence of Western scholarship. However, as seen in their writings in and after the 1990s, they were not necessarily against Soviet communism. Most of them were educated in the Chinese system and employed by state institutions. Like many in the older generations, they were actually part of the establishment intellectuals. Regarding the language competence of post-Mao Chinese Soviet watchers, China began to invite foreign language tutors to teach its university students in the late 1970s. 23 In the case of CAS, the Academy hired US and Japanese professors to conduct foreign language courses for its graduate students from the early 1980s onward. 24 These language courses thus became a long-term part of the Academy's graduate training system. 25 In the case of Chinese Soviet specialists in IRICAs, most of them had a rigorous grounding in Soviet culture and history, and could work with Russian sources with ease. Their articles since the early 1980s demonstrate that these scholars were well informed about the up-to-date Soviet archives and information. Many of them made trips to the USSR for academic exchanges and research visits. They constantly quoted from a large volume of Russian primary documents, including speeches by Kremlin leaders, Soviet journals and newspapers, reports from TASS, and direct comments of Western Sovietologists. Former IRICA's director Wu Yuan had journal articles and book chapters published in the Russian Academy of Sciences. 26 Some scholars even published their research outcomes on the Soviet Union in Western languages. For example, Xin Guangcheng wrote a number of articles in English. 27 And Dong Xiaoyang presented a conference paper at the World Congress of International Council for Central and East European Studies in the UK in 2001. 28 As the name suggests, IRICAs employs scholars specializing in the former Soviet Union and Russia as well as in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Many scholars there have a number of linguistic endowments in different regions. For example, in his 3 articles published in the 1980s, Huang Tianying used references including original documents in Chinese, Russian, English, French, Hungarian, and Polish. 29 The IRICA's official bi-monthly journal of Sulian Dongguwenti, which accepts submissions from all over China, is also a showcase of the language versatility of Chinese Soviet analysts across the PRC. 30 Cao Shengqiang, a professor of international relations at Shandong University, cited substantially from Anglo-Saxon scholarship in his 1996 article to assist his interpretation of Soviet East European relations. 31 Cao Liken, a lecturer of Korean studies at Jie Li University, even quoted the Korean archives to support her arguments in the 1991 article on the Soviet-North Korean relations under Gorbachev. 32 It is also worth pointing out that some articles published by Misui used only Chinese and Russian sources. These works were normally written by the middle-aged generation of scholars like Chang Qing, Li Jingjie, and Huang Zongliang, who studied at Chinese or Russian universities before the Cultural Revolution and were rarely exposed to Western scholarship during their formative years. In extreme cases, some scholars exclusively referenced sources in the Chinese language. These included the Chinese translations of the works of Marx and Lenin, and of other Soviet leaders' speeches and talks. Those articles were mostly produced by the older generation of scholars, such as Liu Keming, Su Kui, and Gao Fang, who were less educated or attended universities before 1949. They often understood and used only the Chinese language to undertake their research on the USSR. Apart from revealing the excellent language abilities of Chinese Soviet analysts, the information above also demonstrates that most of those scholars were establishment intellectuals employed by either CAS or other Chinese higher state institutions. They had the privilege of visiting the Soviet Union and becoming familiar with various foreign language materials, which outsiders may not have been allowed to access. Particularly during the 1980s, when China's archives were largely closed to the general public. 33 It was politically problematic and logistically impossible for an independent scholar outside the official circles to gain access to these materials. Almost all Chinese Soviet watchers included in this book come from the following three kinds of institutions. The first is IRICAS, which carries a great deal of weight in Soviet studies in China. IRICAS is also the headquarters of the Chinese Association of East European and Central Asian Studies, which administers the membership of Chinese Soviet specialists across the country. IRICAS constantly plays a key role in hosting and organizing the annual meetings of CIECAS. 34 Moreover, the reputation of IRICAS extends beyond the academic realm. Many highly ranked party officials pay visits and deliver speeches at the institute, and these are occasionally publicized in the headlines of Renmin Raibao, the PRC's largest party mouthpiece. 35 Second, the scope of this project includes attention to scholars in Soviet studies from other institutions in CAS, such as the Institute of World History and Institute of Marxism-Leninism. Last, the investigation also includes Chinese Soviet watchers from provincial academies of social sciences and other universities, particularly to those with units, departments, and journals devoted specifically to research on the USSR. 36 Though the training and recruitment of Chinese scholars in Soviet studies vary somewhat between institutions, the teaching philosophy and normal procedures are often nearly identical within the PRC. 37 One example is the graduate school at CAS, which focuses mainly on research and is exclusively designated for the training of graduate students. 38 Though the school renounced the Soviet-style educational method in the 1980s and decided to begin importing Western training elements, CAS continued to use Marxism-Leninism as the philosophical principle framing studies of the post-Mao domestic and international situation. 39 The Academy indicated that social sciences should be based on the guidance of Marxist-Leninist theories in seeking solutions to the practical problems of socialist modernization. 40 CAS required all graduate students to complete the compulsory courses on Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought, and Deng Xiaoping theory during their first year of study. 41 Only then could students take courses in their own disciplines and begin writing graduation theses. 42 In fact, the general requirement used to evaluate the academic quality of graduation theses across all majors was the question of how well Marxism had been utilized to raise, analyze, and resolve problems. 43 Like other Chinese higher institutions, graduate students at CAS were selected for Communist Party membership based on their academic performance and, most importantly, their political virtue. 44 Such practice continued in the 1990s and beyond. 45 Moreover, elsewhere in China party bureaucrats are in charge of school administration, rather than professional scholars. This administrative role is usually titled Dangui Shuji. It is noteworthy that upon graduating, many graduate students at CAS have been promoted to be party secretaries, where they assume administrative duties in different departments and schools within CAS. One such example is Meng Qinhai. After obtaining a graduate degree in Chinese literature at CAS, he became the party secretary and vice director of IRICAS from 2005 to 2009. 46 This is evidence of the so-called scholar-bureaucrat tradition termed by Dorothea Martin, which indicates the tradition of integrating academia into the broader communist system of cadre promotion. 47 In addition, a survey of the backgrounds of Chinese Soviet analysts in IRICAS and other universities in the PRC reveals that a large number of them are retained by their own institutions after graduation. They tend to stay in their institutions until retirement, and rarely change their working units once they are hired. This phenomenon of academic inbreeding was common in 1980s China. 48 In 1983, nearly one-third of master degree graduates from CAS stayed and worked for their own departments. 49 In 1989, CAS President Hu Sheng demanded that the academy overcome its problem of academic inbreeding. 50 However, the issue was not resolved until the late 1990s, when CAS announced that its academic recruitment would no longer give priority to its own graduates. 51 2. Funding, academic freedom, and writing style in Chinese Sovietology. Unlike the natural sciences, which enjoy abundant funding and a level of autonomy in China, 52. The humanities and social sciences are consistently underfunded and subjected to political intrusion in the PRC. This is largely due to the politically sensitive nature of the subject matter. Generally speaking, most of the potential projects in the humanities and social sciences in post-Mao China have been evaluated for research grants by the National Planning Office of Philosophy and Social Science. 53. The office was founded in 1991 and its predecessor in the 1980s was the Social Sciences Council. The office is a branch of the Central Propaganda Department and the CPD is directly responsible for the CCP Central Committee. The National Planning Office and its provincial branches are the largest source of funding for social science research in China. They aim to direct Chinese scholars into the areas of study which best serve the interests of the party. 54. Even Chinese scholars wishing to apply for foreign funding must gain approval from this office. These cases are not always successful. 55. Such funding procedures and organizational relations demonstrate that financial allocation for the humanities and social sciences in the PRC is ideologically driven. Decisions are influenced more by politics than by scholarship. The reality is that the humanities and social sciences have been poorly funded in post-Mao China. One article revealed that many scholars from these disciplines are forced to pay journal editors in exchange for the publication of their papers. 56. Another article revealed that although the Beijing Academy of Social Sciences is funded by the Beijing city government, most of the time the city government has to collaborate with private companies in seeking funding for the academy. 57. In the wake of the Tiananmen incident, allocations of funding in social sciences were more tightly controlled. 58. On the other hand, since Deng Xiaoping's southern tour in 1992, when China began to accelerate reforms and herald a market economy after Tiananmen, the priority of social science awards mostly went to projects with applied research on Chinese socialism. 59. A number of secondary sources claim that the Chinese government has allocated considerable funds encouraging Chinese Soviet watchers to draw lessons from the Soviet demise after 1991. And to provide advice for the CCP regime on how to preserve its own communist system from similar dissolution. 60. The PRC-based scholar, Huang Yihai, Associate Dean of the School of International Studies at Beijing University, even suggests that while it is generally difficult for Chinese scholars in the social sciences to obtain national research funding, since 1991 this has become much easier if the research has something to do with the Soviet Union. 61. In reality, however, the generous state funding support for Chinese Sovietology claimed by the authors above is a myth. To give one example, CAS had been plagued by the issue of insufficient funding throughout the 1980s and 1990s. CAS president, Hu Sheng, complained about the lack of money for research, as well as the dismal living and working conditions for staff, twice during the CAS annual meetings in 1985 and 1991. 62. As a national key research institute, CAS was placed under the direct jurisdiction of the State Council and was totally dependent on the financial support of the state. 63. However, such state support was far from satisfactory. The working conditions of the academy were still substandard at the end of the 1990s. Most of the staff in CAS lacked computer and internet access in 1998. 64. In 1996, CAS even signed cooperation agreements with foreign foundations in Germany and Taiwan, which garnered funds to assist research. 65. CAS leadership never ceased their efforts to secure governmental funding for the academy. Their efforts were unsuccessful until 1999, when several members of the CCP Central Committee made an inspection tour of CAS, to commemorate the 22-year founding anniversary of the academy. The party leaders announced that they would seriously support the increase of funding and the improvement of living standards for the institutional staff. 66. In the case of IRICAS, the institute similarly struggled to secure funding for its research activities and the publications of its flagship journal, Misui. In 1996, IRICAS scholar, Lu Nanquan, revealed many difficulties in the institute. His working report highlighted the meager funding support, the loss of scholars due to insufficient salaries, and the increased price of the institutional journal that resulted in a decreased subscription rate. 67 He suggested that in order to overcome these problems, IRICAs should take advantage of the Soviet collapse, using our research outcome to serve the Central Committee, in exchange for their attention and support. 68 In 2000, IRICAs decided to publish one more institutional journal in addition to the extant RICAs. The new journal was entitled Iluasi Dongus Honggaya Shishang Yanjiu, the focus of which was the pragmatic study and locating of the market opportunities in the Commonwealth independent states. It was intended to offer advice to Chinese entrepreneurs, thus seeking alternative funding sources for research. 69 Situations like this were not confined to IRICAs, as other PRC academic institutes and journals specializing in Soviet and Slavonic studies were also under the threat of the deficit chopping axe. In 1991, during the annual meeting of KCs, one of the issues was how to raise money for research activities and academic meetings for the association in the future. 70 In 1993, during the Third Council Conference of CIECAs, many participants aired grievances on the same issues raised by Lu Nanquan in his 1996 report. These included the difficulty of publishing research outcomes in the field, the loss of scholars, and the pervasive funding problems facing Chinese institutions as well as CIECAs. 71 At the end, CIECAs even proposed to report these problems to the party and ask for solutions. 72. In 1983, Sun Hongzhu, editor of Sulian Wenti Yanjiu Ziliao, wrote that the journal was severely underfunded by Anhui University, and therefore could not afford to organize other research activities and conferences. 73 These financial difficulties were still problematic when the journal was renamed as Iluasi Yanjiu in the 1990s. In 1996, Ha Yukan, director of the Institute of Russian Studies at Anhui University, acknowledged that the journal was struggling for survival despite great efforts to keep it afloat. 74 The journal was finally terminated in 2000, due to the reasons of funding and human resources. 75 In 1994, IRICA's director, Zhang Wenwu, strongly argued that the present system in which the state monopolies the funding allocation and the administration of research would not be compatible with the needs of reality, and the reform orienting toward an open and flexible system is needed. 76 One major reason for the financial cuts in Chinese Soviet studies from the 1990s onward was the increasing dominance of economic and academic marketization after Deng Xiaoping's southern tour in 1992. This is when the CCP announced that China would further its economic reform. 77 Since the 1990s, Soviet studies, like other academic disciplines in China, had become swamped by growing market forces and commercialization. Chinese scholars in the humanities and social sciences had been particularly hard hit by the effects of the market economy. On the agenda of the 1995 CAS annual meeting was a discussion on how to maintain research quality and improve working conditions in the face of the significant reforms in China. 78 At the same time, the Beijing Review reported that many professors from Beijing University, an institution famous for its arts programs, were so underpaid that they were forced to moonlight or take second jobs. 79 There is also much to be said with respect to academic freedom within the field of Chinese Sovietology. Since the early 1980s, China has worked to reverse Maoist policies, implement reforms and open-door policies, promote thought liberalization, and reflect on the Cultural Revolution and Communist system. Deng Xiaoping once promised that the government would promote the social and political status of Chinese intellectuals. 80 He claimed that the state would loosen its grip on scholars, improve their living standards, and bring their talents into full play in post-Mao modernization. 81 After the mid-1980s, China went even further to curtail the political intrusion on scholars, due to the impact of Gorbachev and his glasnost, and the relatively liberal administrations under Hu Yaobang and Zhao Ziyang. As a result, the Chinese academic community began to look relatively more open and cosmopolitan than ever before in PRC history. 82 Second, after the early 1980s, Chinese scholars began to have access to a variety of Western scholarly works, as well as to original Soviet archives. Most of these scholars had CCP memberships. As we will see in subsequent chapters, some of them were academic elites and were occasionally invited to contribute articles to Renmin Raibao and other PRC official newspapers, which are privileges for any intellectuals even in today's China. They were endowed with the right and opportunities to read many foreign documents not open to the public, and to go abroad to meet Soviet and Western scholars. Such privileges provided them with opportunities to acquire crucial knowledge about the USSR, acquaint themselves with foreign scholarship on Sovietology, and learn more about the dark sides of Soviet socialism. Indeed, in 1982, CAS had academic exchanges with more than 30 countries. 83 For example, IRICA's director, Su Kui, visited the USSR 15 times before 1989. 84 Similarly, frequent academic exchanges occurred between Chinese Soviet watchers and the USSR in other PRC universities. 85 While the exchanges of IRICA's scholars with the West slightly declined after Tiananmen, frequent visits to CIS states and Eastern Europe were unaffected, even after 1991. This being said, post-Deng China is still not a wholly democratic country free of any political interventions. In the early 1980s, the social sciences in China were asked to act in accordance with the freedom of academic research and government guidelines simultaneously. In 1988, Renmin Raibao required that the research of the social sciences should meet the practical needs of reforms and economic development. 86 Before the Tiananmen incident, Chinese scholars attempted to garner more freedom for their research and dared to criticize the control from the party. 87 After the crackdown on the demonstrations, however, the CCP regime immediately reverted to constraining Chinese intellectuals and academic research. In subsequent years, Renmin Raibao published accounts of the systematic discipline of individual Chinese scholars, as well as the imposition of strictures on the humanities and social sciences. 88 Regarding the academic journal articles included in this book, it should be mentioned here that this research is based wholly on the national core journals published in the PRC. All of them are available for purchase in Greater China and downloadable from any recognized Chinese university. The project engages mainly with the following four categories of journals for investigation. The first are those journals focusing on research in the humanities and social sciences in general. Second are those journals dealing with problems of socialism or communism in the world. The third group forms the core of this research. They concentrate on questions and issues relating to the former Soviet Union. Last, the research scope also includes relevant articles in various university journals. All the journals selected for this project accept submissions from all over China. 89 Most of the contributors are academics, and the journals maintain acceptable quality standards and have a good reputation in the Chinese academic world. Some of them, such as Sulian Dongguwenti and Chiwaizu Yanjiu, are the very best PRC journals in their fields. The backbone of the research is the IRICA's journal. This journal distinguishes itself from other journals, as it publishes numerous articles demonstrating Chinese Sovietologists' academic exchanges with foreign countries, speeches of visiting CCP officials, and research agenda and other related administrative documents regarding Chinese Soviet studies. It goes without saying that Chinese articles are generally checked by editors for political acceptability prior to publication. Though their funding sources are varied, Chinese academic journals are subject to censorship. Journal editors often reject findings that are at variance with the prevailing party line, requiring contributors' work to demonstrate adherence to party values. In the opinion of Hu Ziwiyuan, a scholar at the Xinjiang Academy of Social Sciences, the responsibility of editors is not only making sure that submissions have met the publication standard, but also vetting if those have conformed to party line and policies. 90 Indeed, scholars often censor their own works before submitting them, particularly when touching upon such politically sensitive subjects as Soviet studies. They take great care to formulate their ideas in politically acceptable language, which inevitably impacts on the content and quality of the writing. As Margaret Sleebum Faulkner once wrote in describing the disastrous effects of such self-censorship within CAS, a slight nuance can change its entire meaning. 91 Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, many journals claimed that the nature and goals of their respective publications were either to use Marxism as a guideline for research, 92, or to serve the needs of Chinese socialism and modernization. 93 Though prior to 1989 editors in the PRC still retained a level of independence in pursuing their initiatives, 94 In the wake of the Tiananmen incident the party began to require all publications in China to be streamlined and brought under firm control. The party would closely monitor the production and circulation of publications. 95 For example, the effects of this were clearly felt by Misui, which had once proposed to cease its tradition of internal circulation and put the journal into the public market. 96 However, because of the Tiananmen incident, the journal had to postpone this decision until 1992. 97 In addition, there are many problematic aspects of the journals included in this book. At times, these problems may render the research process more challenging than one might expect. First, many articles do not reveal the educational and working backgrounds of the authors. Readers thus have difficulty discerning the academic expertise of authors, as well as identifying with the institutions with which they are affiliated. The authors of the articles also did not disclose their personal information in their writings, sometimes using a nom de plume or even nom de guerre for authorship. Very occasionally, the journals would publish the information on academic conferences or seminars, but most of them are very short abstracts in nature, and they often do not reveal the names and identities of the participants. 98 The situation was most evident in the 1980s. Things have been improving since the mid-1990s, when China learned to meet international standards in publishing academic articles. Even then, however, many journals still decline to provide background information on authors. The investigator has thus had to do independent research. This includes utilizing internet resources, and more informal channels such as personal contacts and connections with relevant Chinese universities. Another noteworthy issue involves the writing style of the Chinese authors in these journals, namely that their quotations from foreign writers, such as Lenin and other Soviet leaders, have not always been standardized. Most of the time the authors seem to be conveying the main idea of primary and secondary sources, without actually quoting them. The quotations are more like summaries than direct references. Sometimes, these articles do not show the origins of the quotations in footnotes or endnotes, particularly those from Russian and other foreign texts. 99 In the most serious cases, some articles do not include any quotations or bibliographies. 100 There is no information on whether the sources are in Chinese or in other foreign languages, or whether they are from the originals or from translations. Besides, the translations from Russian to Chinese in PRC academic journals are sometimes quite hasty and problematic. 101 Last, the practices of duplicate submission, redundant publication, and even plagiarism are widespread. Many articles in various of the journals consulted are wholly or partially identical to each other. For example, Eureka Scholar, Li Jingjia's 1980 article on the Warsaw Pact in Renmin Ribao was a slightly abridged version of another article he published half a year later in Misui. 102 Zhao Longgang, another Eureka scholar, published two articles in 1989 on Gorbachev's nationality policy in two different journals. Except for the difference in titles, the content of the two papers is almost exactly the same. 103 To tackle the issue of academic integrity, in 1997, Xiao Hong, an editor of Bianji Suibao, China's most authoritative journal for investigating and determining the impact factors of PRC academic articles, recommended that Chinese journals not accept duplicate submissions under any circumstances, and must take legal actions against those contributors who violate the guidelines. 104 The situation consistently occurred in the 1980s and 1990s, although many of the problems gradually disappeared in the 1990s. 3 Literature Review. The first problem regarding secondary sources has to do with the role of Mikhail Gorbachev in Chinese Sovietology. Scholars of these sources observe that Chinese Soviet watchers began making positive comments about the Soviet leader immediately after he assumed power in 1985. 105 However, these scholars turned against Gorbachev soon after the Tiananmen incident in 1989. 106 Moreover, some authors argue that most Chinese scholars after 1991 considered Gorbachev and his liberalization to be the fundamental catalysts in spelling the collapse of the Soviet Union. 107 The sources seem to agree that Chinese scholars were univocal in assessing Gorbachev's individual actions and failings, and that they overstated the implications of Gorbachev and his liberal programs for China, both in the 1980s and 1990s. As will be demonstrated in the coming chapters, Chinese scholars had actually presented a broad historical view and offered a systemic analysis of the multiple reasons for the collapse, rather than being preoccupied by the so-called blame game targeting Gorbachev. 108 Firstly, most Chinese academic articles concerning the USSR did not present positive views on Gorbachev in and after 1985. Many of them remained suspicious and wary of the new Soviet leader, and some of them even challenged the sincerity and feasibility of his policies. Only after about a year with Gorbachev at the helm did Chinese scholars begin to review his glasnost and political reform positively. However, Chinese scholarship remained critical of Gorbachev's foreign agenda, which was characterized by the concept of new thinking, until the end of 1987. This is when three major obstacles plaguing Sino-Soviet relations began to resolve and bilateral relations gradually improved. These obstacles were the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, its large troop deployment along the border of China, and Moscow's support of Vietnamese military intervention in Cambodia. Secondly, a fully fledged Chinese attack on Gorbachev did not appear either in the wake of the Tiananmen incident or after the Soviet disintegration. Instead, strong Chinese criticisms emerged in early 1990, when Gorbachev was elected as the president of the USSR and initiated the process of terminating the CPSU power monopoly in March 1990. After that, China became aware of the negative ramifications of such a move against PRC communist one-party rule. Thirdly, while Chinese scholars considered Gorbachev as one of the agents responsible for bringing down Soviet socialism, Gorbachev and his liberal programs were by no means the only elements or the biggest factors in the USSR's dissolution. 109 In fact, Chinese perceptions of Gorbachev throughout the 1980s and 1990s were quite evolutionary. Views changed in response to domestic and international politics, and Sino-Soviet relations. For instance, Chinese scholars evidently had a good impression of Gorbachev's concepts of humanistic socialism and glasnost after the mid-1980s. This positive assessment was owing to the open political climate in China at the time, and the need of the CCP to initiate its own political reform in order to facilitate economic modernization. Some articles even demanded that the Chinese government learn from Gorbachev in doing political and economic reforms simultaneously. After the collapse of European and Soviet socialist regimes in the early 1990s, Chinese scholars changed tack and attacked Gorbachev's method, arguing that economic rejuvenation should precede political reform. However, after the Sino-Russian relations were consolidated in the mid-1990s, Chinese criticisms of Gorbachev gradually subsided. Actually, Chinese Soviet watchers were doing research on different Soviet leaders throughout the 1980s and 1990s, particularly on Lenin, who featured prominently in Chinese writings and claimed equal importance to Gorbachev. After 1991, many scholars attempted to find causes other than Gorbachev for the havoc wreaked on the USSR, such as peaceful evolution and the inherent problems of Soviet socialism. They remarked that Gorbachev might have been manipulated by the West, and that the last Soviet leader was not wholly responsible for the downfall. Some scholars even trace the roots of the downfall back to the administrations of Brezhnev and Stalin, arguing that the conservative force and rigid communist system were decisive. Second, Some secondary sources argues that the lesson drawing from the USSR after 1991 was a state-directed and long-term research project collectively undertaken by Chinese Soviet experts across the state. 110. In their view, Chinese Soviet specialists had consistently followed the party's needs, and had continued their efforts to analyze the implications of the Soviet collapse on the Chinese socialist regime in and after the 1990s. 111. In order to investigate whether the Chinese government did indeed have such a clear mission and systematic agenda, it is helpful to revisit the details in the primary documents in Cass and Irikas, respectively. On the eve of the Soviet disintegration in October 1991, there was an institutional meeting conducted by Cass President Hu Sheng. The participants were from various affiliated institutes and included those from Irikas. Hu Sheng wanted scholars to summarize the lessons of Soviet reforms and the great changes of socialism in the world. 112. But in March 1995, 4 years after the Soviet demise, Cass announced its 20 key research areas for the coming years. Of these 20 research areas, only the history of the Soviet Union was directly relevant to Soviet studies. There were 3 other areas having something to do with the study of world socialism. The rest of the research areas included subjects like modern Chinese and market economic research, and had almost nothing in common with the above-mentioned themes. 113. In December 1998, Hu Sheng's successor, Li Taiying, demanded that Cass scholars specializing in international studies pay attention to the following 6 areas: the histories of the Soviet Union and CPSU, the translations of Soviet archives, Japanese history, Islamic studies, WTO research, and the EU and the Euro. 114. Thus, it seems that Soviet studies in Cass after 1991 were considered more of a normal research topic, rather than an ad hoc study that had a pragmatic and specific purpose. Indeed, it seemed far from being a state-directed research project with the long-term goal of analyzing implications for Chinese socialism. Both Hu Sheng and Li Taiying had directed the Cass research priorities that included Soviet studies as listed above. However, such agenda had more to do with internal institutional requirements than with top-down state orders. Besides, although the collapse of the USSR seemed to be a crucial event for the CCP regime, the episode did not pose any imminent threat to the survival of party rule. This is in contrast to the case of the Falun Gong religious movement. 115. On July 1, 2000, CCP Secretary General Jiang Zemin and Premier Li Peng paid a visit to Cass. Jiang in particular argued that Cass should organize all of its best scholars together to criticize Falun Gong, and promised that the state will provide all kinds of support. 2 days later, Li Taiying supervised a large meeting of more than 60 scholars from Cass, and ordered them to immediately establish a research assignment based on the spirit of the Central Committee, with the purpose of attacking the heresy of Falun Gong. 116. Last, unlike the case of Falun Gong, neither Hu Sheng's nor Li Taiying's speeches concerning Soviet studies mentioned funding sources, either from the state or elsewhere. Given the evidence of the bleak financial conditions presented above, it is very unlikely that Soviet studies would have even enjoyed the same level of importance and support as did the study of Falun Gong from the CCP. In Irikas, some articles appearing before and after 1991 did challenge the academic community, as well as the general public, to pay more attention to the changes of the Soviet Union. However, these demands were often made by scholars wishing to study the Soviet experience in order to aid China's reforms. 117. Other times, they stemmed from the desire of Misui's editorial board to elicit more papers dealing with the ups and downs of the Soviet Union. 118. In 1994 and 1996, Rikaz published 2 articles reporting the research agendas of Irikas in 1995 and 1996, respectively. In the 1994 paper, only 3 items out of the 24 research targets were related to the USSR. These included the history of the Soviet Union, the historical lessons of the Soviet turbulence, and the Sino-Soviet relations. 119. In the 1996 paper, there was only one category concerning Soviet studies among the 29 research priorities. 120 in both reports. A large portion of the key research areas was devoted to the studies of Russia, Caucasia, Central Asia, and other CIS states that gained independence after 1991. As for documents regarding Caucasus, before the demise of the Soviet Union, the association did encourage its members to study the failure of Soviet political and economic reforms, drawing lessons for China. 121 However, after the end of 1992, the official research topics were geared towards CIS states rather than the former Soviet Union. In every subsequent Caucasus annual conference, more time was dedicated to discussions of Russia and Central Asia, and their future relations with the PRC. 122 In 2000, Caucasus announced its 5 research aims for the 21st century during the 5th annual conference in Beijing. The topics were Russian politics, the economy, foreign policy, Central Asia, and Eastern Europe. 123 It seems that Soviet studies in and after 2000 would amount to little significance in China. Indeed, the number of articles in the IRIKA's journal with topics and themes related to the former Soviet Union in almost every discipline declined markedly after the mid-1990s. There were actually very few of them appearing by the end of the 1990s. On the other hand, the numbers of publications researching the Russian Federation and Central Asia, and their relations with China, increased noticeably after 1992. Such situations were not confined to IRIKA's, and similar trends occurred in other Chinese academic journals as well. Although they are by no means current affair journals, the trend nonetheless reflected the shifting needs and interests of Chinese Soviet watchers in the 1990s, the changing landscape of world politics, and the reorientation of China's foreign policy. 124. After the fall of the USSR, China began to establish good neighborly relations with the post-Soviet states like Russia and the Central Asian republics, most of which share borders and seek business opportunities with China. Many articles in Chinese academic journals began to focus on research topics relevant to newly independent CIS states, rather than the former Soviet Union. The former held more practical value for China in the new era. Once again, the funding constraints described above made Chinese Soviet analysts unable to invest more time in their prior research subjects. The studies on the Soviet successor states in and after the 1990s also reflected the effort of Chinese scholars to seek alternative funding opportunities, which would also sustain their research in the future. 125 As such, the trend of gleaning negative lessons from the Soviet Union might be only a sudden upsurge and short-term fervor most noticeable from the late 1980s to the mid-1990s. Thus, it is not best described as a systematic, long-term, and state-supervised research project. Apart from these issues, there are 2 problems regarding the use of sources in the prior secondary sources on Chinese Sovietology. First, many authors of the secondary sources claim that since 1991 the Chinese government sponsored many Chinese scholars and institutes for the study of the Soviet collapse. However, these authors reference few sources corroborating their claims, whether in the main texts or in the footnotes. 126 Jean Wilson does reference sources in her article, explaining how she knows that the Chinese government had been encouraging and funding PRC Soviet analysts to do lesson-drawing research on the Soviet demise. 127 However, the information she quotes is from 2 secondary sources written by Christopher Marsh, both of which are problematic because they do not give readers the origins of such information. 128. Second, the assumption of most secondary sources is that Chinese Sovietology has become a mere lesson-drawing approach since 1991, designed and authorized by the PRC regime. Within this perspective, previous sources have often selected and analyzed a full range of Chinese articles on Soviet studies published in and after 1991. The major concerns of those chosen papers mostly involve the causes of the Soviet demise, and how China might avoid making the same errors as the USSR did. 129 From these Chinese articles, one gets the sense that since 1991, the lesson drawing approach has become the sole avenue for Chinese research on the former USSR. Many of the quoted Chinese publications focus on discovering the inherent problems of Soviet socialism and the mistakes of Gorbachev's reforms, and the reasons for the Soviet ethnic explosion. 130 By reading these secondary sources, one gets the sense that Chinese Sovietology is indeed an instrument crucial for the CCP regime as it reflects on its own survival after 1991. For the Chinese state, ideology, and Chinese Sovietology. The conclusion of the secondary sources regarding large state funding and the nature of long-term research in Chinese Sovietology might be based on an unspoken assumption, namely that there may be an assumption that there should be a crucial interaction between scholarship and politics, and a cozy relationship between the government and the academy in Chinese Sovietology. 131 David Shambaugh once remarked that IRICAS is more than an academic organization, it was performing an important intelligence function for the CCP and the Chinese government, and that such a function is exemplified by the fact that the institute has off and on, over the years, been under the jurisdiction of the International Liaison Department of the Central Committee of the CCP. 132 First, it should be clarified that the Soviet and East European Division fell within the jurisdiction of the International Liaison Department affiliated with China's Foreign Ministry before the 1980s, not the Central Committee of the CCP as Shambaugh claims. Moreover, many of IRICA's first generation of scholars were former staff of the division in ILD. 133 During the Cultural Revolution, however, the party radical, Kongsheng, governed ILD and the functioning of the department was undermined. 134 After the passing of Mao, CAS began the process of reorganization, including the recruitment of academic staff from ILD and elsewhere. 135 This was not because CAS wanted to gather personnel for the purposes of foreign intelligence, but simply because there were virtually no experts left to undertake academic research on the outside world. After the Cultural Revolution, CAS essentially had to begin from scratch. After 1980, the Soviet and East European Division was reorganized to become a branch of CAS and an academic research unit of IRICAS. It was no longer subordinate to ILD. The former staff of ILD who had been transferred to IRICAS in the early 1980s also became scholars engaging in academic research thereafter. 136 Unlike the cases of Condoleezza Rice and Zbigniew Brzezinski in the U.S., there is little evidence to suggest that IRICAS scholars were subsequently relocated to government service during their tenures, or after retirement. Chinese Sovietologists do not have dual roles, unlike Brzezinski. Second, while party officials and leaders occasionally visited CAS and IRICAS to deliver speeches on research involving the Soviet Union and its importance, these were more akin to official rhetoric than a serious call for systematic research plans. This is illustrated by the lack of evidence demonstrating coordinated efforts or actions between the government and scholars afterward. Generally, Chinese research and writings on the Soviet Union were initiated on the basis of individual scholarly interest. Even then, these scholars were sometimes required to heed the party's call to ensure that their research was within the limits of the permissible. Third, under Mao Zedong, Chinese intellectuals were greatly disdained by the state, due to their independent thinking and potential political disobedience. 137 Although the treatment of Chinese intellectuals substantially improved after 1978, the CCP regime remained suspicious of those from the humanities and social sciences. This is evidenced by the clear contrast in funding allocations for the natural sciences on one hand, and the humanities and social sciences on the other. Moreover, most of the organizers and participants in the 1987 and 1989 statewide student demonstrations were majoring in subjects like philosophy or history, which only incurred the ire of the Chinese government towards scholars from those disciplines. The tension became more severe after the Tiananmen incident. For example, during the chaotic events in 1989, many CAS scholars joined the pro-democratic demonstrations. Some of them were arrested while others later fled China. 138 In the wake of Tiananmen, the party tightened its grip on CAS and those in the social sciences. CAS graduate students were required to undergo military training before taking their professional courses. 139 In the 1990s, the director of the Central Propaganda Department, Wang Renzi, and the Central Committee member, Li Taiying, were appointed as CAS vice president and president, respectively, in order to further its control of the academy. 140 In the 1990s, many CCP leaders came to CAS to deliver speeches, in which they requested scholars to align their research with the needs of socialism. Such talks sounded more like oblique criticisms, political demands, and warnings aimed at keeping scholars in line, than legitimate requests for the production of academic works in keeping with the specific purposes of the state. 141 While Eureka's Lu Nanquan had proposed that Chinese Soviet watchers exchange their scholarly outcomes with the government after 1991, such statements seemed more like fundraising and fishing for political capital than like genuine attempts to produce strategic research beneficial for the state. Fourth, as Xenakis describes, the U.S. government largely increased funding for Soviet research during the Cold War, and its higher education became an instrument of national policy. This occurred when the contest between the superpowers was at its peak. 142 Through their academic endeavors, American Sovietologists just tried hard to transform the Soviet state into democracy, which served the American interest. 143 On the other hand, while conflicts between Beijing and Moscow intensified under Mao, the bilateral relations gradually improved after Deng Xiaoping took charge, and both sides became strategic partners after 1991. Since the 1980s, China generally has not perceived the Soviet Union to be its biggest enemy or global competitor. Therefore, the Chinese government did not feel a need to expend the same level of resources as did the US in studying the USSR. 144 Although Beijing was initially concerned about the repercussions of the Soviet demise for China after 1991, these fears were short-lived. As discussed in the preceding chapter, the numbers of academic articles and research agenda concerning the USSR diminished after the mid-1990s. The Chinese political leadership seemed to no longer deem Sovietology worthy of significant attention. Finally, total dependence on government funding caused problems in U.S. Sovietology during the Cold War, which led to a situation where the intelligence agencies or the military were able to set the academic agenda. 145 By contrast, the constant state of insufficient financial support from the Chinese government in both decades may suggest that it was not necessary for the party to set the research agenda in Chinese Sovietology. Besides, as Xenakis reveals, the relatively generous research funding before 1991 had provided the American Sovietologists a chance for their career fulfillment, and they were quick to recognize this and to seize the opportunity to co-opt with the U.S. government. 146 On the other hand, given the relatively warm relations between both states since the 1980s and the absence of generous financial support in the field, Chinese Soviet watchers did not have to strive for their rise of status and fortune in conjunction with Sino-Soviet relations. Indeed, a number of research institutes set up in Eureka's during the 1990s were funded by private organizations, not the CCP regime. For example, the Center for Russian Studies was established in 1995 and funded by private companies, foreign organizations, and personal donations. 147 And again, the funding sources of the Chinese Institute for Research in International Affairs were dependent on the domestic and foreign capital investments and donations. 148 These new academic units aimed to provide advisory services to the general public and private enterprises, rather than the government. These academic units have the ability to gradually achieve autonomy, at least in economic terms. To conclude, although politicization of scholarship in China is common, in terms of Chinese Sovietology the intellectual complex did not have the sort of significance and influence on the decision-making realm that is described in the secondary sources. 149 The sort of party demands displayed in the articles from Eureka's and elsewhere were basically slogans that failed to represent the reality of the situation. The official rhetoric served as the declaratory but not the operational doctrine. Those speeches were intended to mobilize, but not patronize, the intellectuals to do the research. Chinese Soviet watchers might function as advice providers for the PRC government through either their publications or participation in conferences, but they were by no means the primary actors in the CCP policy-making process. In some cases, those scholars' suggestions went against the will of the party. As we will see in Chapter 5, during the pre-Tiananmen period, scholars demand that the Chinese government imitate Gorbachev's pursuit of political reform was ignored by the party conservatives, and even Deng Xiaoping himself. Most of the time, their research outputs were not the authoritative statements of the Chinese government but were more likely explaining or confirming party policies for reinforcing the legitimacy and authority of CCP rule. Their research was shaped by China's political climate and foreign relations, but the writings could not themselves alter the course of the national agenda. Existing secondary sources focus primarily on what lessons Chinese Soviet watchers have learned from the Soviet demise in and after 1991, but little attention has been paid to how those scholars used their research to legitimize Chinese communist rule in the 1980s and 1990s. According to the secondary sources, Chinese Sovietology after 1991 has consistently emphasized the role of Gorbachev and his policies, which brought about the downfall of the Soviet Empire. Previous secondary sources seem to overly concentrate on the writings of Soviet studies in China in and after 1991. The theme of the so-called lesson drawing in the 1990s has been mistakenly regarded as the central theme of post-Mao Chinese Sovietology. For example, Marsh demonstrates that Chinese Sovietology was only evident around the fall of the USSR in the late 1980s and early 1990s. He points out that almost all of the articles published by Chinese scholars specializing in Soviet studies after 1991 contain some discussions or implicit hints about the collapse of communism. 150 Shambo writes that after 1991, Western Sovietology may have languished due to the passing of the Soviet Union, but in the PRC the situation is reversed. Chinese research on the USSR persists and flourishes in the new political climate. 151 Moreover, apart from the two works produced by Rosman 152, many scholars neglect the state of Chinese Sovietology in the 1980s. Most of the secondary sources also overlook some research issues in the 1990s, such as the revival of research on Brezhnev and the reassessment of Stalin after the mid-1990s. Research in the 1990s confirmed and legitimized Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping's post-Tiananmen agenda of renouncing the past Soviet model of economic development, opposing leftism, and saving Chinese socialism by speeding up the process of reform and open-door policies. By depicting Brezhnev's stagnation and Stalin's rigid centralization as the primary causes of the Soviet collapse, Chinese writings suggested that state legitimacy comes more from economic results than democratic politics. They argued that economic prosperity, rather than political reform, should be the guiding principle for the survival of Chinese socialism after the fall of the Soviet Union. The new trends in Chinese Sovietology in the 1990s are crucial for an understanding of post-Mao Chinese Sovietology as a whole. The historical developments of Soviet studies in China in the 1980s and 1990s are actually two sides of the same coin. Both decades are interconnected, and one cannot see a clear picture of the subject without looking at the 20-year trajectory. Furthermore, contrary to the descriptions in the secondary sources, it is not correct to say that Chinese Sovietology after 1991 only concentrated on the dark sides of the Soviet Union, drawing negative lessons for China's use in preserving its own communist regime. As we will see in Chapter 4, Chinese scholars since 1989 have drawn parallels between the early Soviet Union and China after Tiananmen, when both regimes were facing international sanctions and isolation. These scholars argued that China might learn from Lenin's teachings that encouraged engagement in formal relations with the West, while concentrating on economic development and maintaining a proletarian dictatorship. They manipulated the symbol of Lenin and his post-1917 foreign policy, in an attempt to shore up and legitimize Chinese communist power after the Tiananmen crisis. To summarize, in the eyes of Chinese scholars after 1991, the state of the Soviet Union was not only a political example that should be learned from and a grave mistake that should be avoided, as claimed by most of the previous secondary sources. As noted above, the interpretation of Lenin's open policy after Tiananmen and the revival of research on Brezhnev since the mid-1990s both demonstrate that Chinese scholars viewed the former Soviet Union as both a warning from the past, as well as an image of a possible Chinese state in the future. By examining the Soviet past, Chinese scholars not only demonstrated concern for the survival of the CCP regime, but also attempted to envision the future direction and position of China in the post-communist world. This included analysis of how China could rise to be a powerful nation under the authoritarian one-party rule, without succumbing to Western democracy and the sort of collapse that doomed the USSR. Central to my analysis is the premise that Chinese Sovietology writings in the 1980s and 1990s evolved primarily as a response to China's then contemporary challenges and concerns facing individuals. Political developments of the PRC and personal involvement with ongoing political and social events in both decades, influenced and motivated Chinese Soviet watchers' changing perceptions of their subject study. Post-Mao Sovietology writings are inseparable from scholars' own participation in the social and political discourses of contemporary China, and from their embrace or elaboration of ideologies that served and justified their political claims and current state agenda. In short, to research Soviet socialism has primarily been to trace problems of Chinese socialism as experienced by scholars at the time of their research. This was done in order to legitimize socialist solutions, rather than to seek the truth about the Soviet Union. Going through the issues of Chinese Sovietology writings in both decades, there are three threads behind the facade of the analyses of Chinese Soviet watchers. At first glance, there are different scholars researching diverse topics related to the USSR in their articles, which should be called the individual narrative. Moreover, many of these articles argued that after the death of Lenin, the Soviet Union was no longer socialist in nature. Stalin's oppressive regime, Brezhnev's ossified policies, and Gorbachev's glasnost were all signs of the departure of socialism. Such a collective argument could be regarded as the secondary narrative. More importantly, there is an overarching master narrative drawn from the most common conclusions of post-Mao Chinese Sovietology. Firstly, scholars argued that throughout the history of the Soviet Union, only the first leader Lenin had wholeheartedly and consistently practiced what they saw as true socialism. Lenin's premature death resulted in the demise of genuine socialism, and it was left to other countries to revive the system in the future. In other words, most Chinese scholars' research on the Soviet Union in both decades began under, and subscribed to, the banner of Lenin. Secondly, according to the Chinese Soviet watchers presented in the book, although having experienced many ups and downs, China still clings to a classical Leninism that constructs socialism by taking local conditions into account. Chinese writings made it clear that the fall of the Soviet Union was mainly due to the post-Lenin leadership that did not practice enough socialism or deviated from authentic Marxism-Leninism. It resulted in the Soviet system failing to realize its full potential. This problem had little to do with true socialism but rather the distortion of it. According to those Chinese scholars, since the Soviet Union had stopped practicing bona fide socialism after Lenin, so the collapse of the USSR was the collapse merely of a state, but not of socialism. Socialism would not die and China is a true socialist state, therefore, the PRC will not fall. In sum, China under the CCP is true to Lenin's immortal legacy, and this will guarantee the success of socialism in China. In research of the Soviet Union in both decades, Chinese scholars can be said to agree on one point: since 1949 the CCP has generally lived up to Lenin's expectations, and it has applied the stand, viewpoint, and method of Leninism in building the country. The party has scientifically analyzed China's national conditions and constructed socialism according to its own circumstances. In their eyes, Lenin symbolizes the fundamental principle of Chinese state building, socialism with Chinese characteristics, which is the new concept of socialism defined and promoted by post-Mao China after 1978. In other words, socialism could incorporate everything for its own strengthening and survival. The term not only conveys that China's socialist system should be a product of Sinicization of Marxism-Leninism, but also redefines that socialism is not a doctrine. Instead, it is a conflicting and self-contracting theory. You can ipso facto put whatever you want inside as long as it is conducive to Chinese socialist modernization. Notably, this theory is also unchallengeable. The conceptual guideline of socialism with Chinese characteristics has been in place since the departure of Mao Zedong up to present. Chinese Sovietology followed this official principle closely in both decades. Scholars used it as the theoretical premise that would govern and lead their writings and research on the USSR. This research paradigm had already been determined in the early 1980s, and post-Mao Chinese Sovietology is the product of 1978, but not of 1991. Academia was not only learning lessons from the USSR, but also doing evidential research on the legitimation of the renewed application of orthodox Marxism-Leninism in China. Soviet studies in China in both decades remain true to this post-Mao political mandate, which heralds Deng Xiaoping's proposal to repudiate the post-Lenin Soviet model, construct socialism according to Chinese conditions, and build a powerful China under the communist one-party rule. Although the arguments are not monolithic, despite the varied output, scholars' conclusions mainly center on this core narrative and interpretative framework. Their research outcomes are the result of learning lessons from Moscow, and are also a prerequisite for legitimizing CCP rule and the Chinese way of practicing socialism. As demonstrated in this chapter, in order to grasp the narratives and analyses of the Soviet Union, one has to examine Chinese Soviet watchers in their historical context. In so doing, we see that Soviet watchers' perceptions of the USSR and their direct or indirect involvement with ongoing or specific political and social circumstances in contemporary China motivated as well as constrained their rendering of the subject study. Post-Mao Chinese Sovietology, in other words, was inseparable from these scholars' participation in the social and political discourses of their own times, and from their embrace or elaboration of ideologies that served to justify their political claims. In sum, Chinese scholars projected Sovietology not as an autonomous realm, but as the legitimizer of post-Mao state policies. It led to the molding of the scholarship in the image of political goals and assumptions. This is seen in the concept of socialism with Chinese characteristics, which is a grand but marvelously vague expression that perfectly fits Deng Xiaoping's basic approach, stretching the acceptable ideological framework to allow the country to pursue policies that worked. Post-Mao Chinese Sovietology also became a malleable tool that could be reinvented to serve different political purposes regardless of academic authenticity. By doing so, Chinese Sovietologists sought to make Chinese-style socialism meaningful and valued. Writings on the Soviet Union have largely reflected China's prevailing political climate as well as the current strategy of reform and open-door policies. Although changes in the Soviet Union and in Sino-Soviet relations have mattered, China's domestic concerns have been primary. We can say that Chinese Sovietology is an epiphenomenon of PRC politics. In 1992, Li Huibin, a professor at Central China Normal University, divided the formation of the concept of building socialism with Chinese characteristics into 3 stages, from the time after Deng took power. It began with the Third Plenum in 1978 to the 12th Party Congress in 1982, which focused on summarizing the past lessons of building socialism since 1949. The conclusion of this stage was that learning about foreign experience was essential, but that by doing so China should not copy other models mechanically, rather, Chinese socialism must integrate with Chinese conditions. The second stage lasted from 1982 to the 13th Party Congress in 1987, at which time the theory was further developed. During this period, the CCP leadership emphasized that China was still in the primary stage of socialism, therefore, the country should concentrate on developing the productive forces and use whatever means to construct socialism. The theory had finally taken shape and become systematic from 1987 to the 14th Party Congress in 1992. Upon drawing lessons from Tiananmen and the Soviet demise, Chinese leaders had reached a consensus about making the principle of socialist market economy integral to China's future development. The concept defines not only an economic reform with Chinese characteristics, but also a political institution with a distinctive Chinese style, which involves upholding a proletarian dictatorship while resisting Western multiparty democracy and pluralism. 153. Li Huibin's description of the three phases of formation and development of socialism with Chinese characteristics corresponds to the discourse of post-Mao Chinese Sovietology writings in these 2 decades. As we will see in the coming 6 core chapters, in the 1980s Chinese Soviet watchers focused on criticizing Moscow's policies and learning lessons from the Soviet system. They argued that China should extricate itself from the model of Soviet socialism, reform its own economic and political institutions, and embrace the advanced elements of the West. After the transitional period from the Tiananmen incident to the aftermath of the Soviet collapse, the turning point came in 1992, in the wake of Deng's Southern Tour. Socialism with Chinese characteristics, the dominant framework for post-Mao Chinese Sovietology in the 1980s and 1990s, involved 2 pillars: learning from capitalist elements and retaining a socialist essence. Chinese Sovietologists in both decades reiterated and reinforced both points in their research and writings. While learning from capitalism was important, maintaining socialism was fundamental. Particularly after the tragic denouement of the USSR, the latter value was more pronounced. This was in and after the 1990s, when the former Soviet Union had turned into a relic of the past. The country became less and less a subject of serious academic study in China, but remained a symbol for Chinese scholars, reminding the domestic audience of the significance of deepening economic reform and open-door policies as the key to keeping socialism vital, while upholding the fundamental importance of one-party dictatorship. For Chinese Soviet watchers, this was the first and foremost lesson drawn from the failed experiments of the USSR. 5. Methodology, sources, and the book structure. In order to clear up misunderstandings about Chinese Sovietology, the researcher has chosen a unique approach to reveal the true nature of Soviet studies in post-Mao China. First, the project uses IRICAs as the backbone of the research. The investigator focuses on the publications in the bi-monthly official IRICAs Journal of Sulian Dongguwenti, as the primary source for analysis. The IRICAs Journal not only publishes articles written by the IRICAs employed scholars, but also accepts submissions contributed by other scholars across China. It can thus be used as a medium that reflects the historical development of Soviet studies in post-Mao China. In addition, because the CIECAS was funded and organized by CAS and IRICAS respectively, the IRICAS Journal also publishes many documents regarding the administrative and logistical issues of both the CIECAS and IRICAS itself. From these materials, it is possible to glean important, detailed information, such as the annual research agenda of Chinese Sovietology. Second, the investigator also examines other PRC humanities and social science publications regarding the research on the USSR, mostly focusing on the 4 categories of journals previously classified. By engaging these publications, the study is not limited to those publications which merely learn lessons from the Soviet collapse after 1991. Instead, it pays attention to various thematic research projects diverging in focus and analysis between the early 1980s and the end of the 1990s. Such a methodology may reduce a certain bias that argues that Chinese Sovietology is lesson drawing in nature, and instead direct the audience to review Chinese Sovietology as a whole from a more objective perspective. Third, the research intends to examine the thinking of Chinese Sovietologists against the backdrop of political and social changes in China from the 1980s to 1990s. The project is based not only on the analysis of primary sources already undertaken, but also attempts to locate the developments of Chinese Sovietology amid the rapid changes in the social and political environment of the first 2 decades of post-Mao China. This time span covers many important events occurring in both China and the USSR, such as the commencement of Deng Xiaoping's reforms, Gorbachev's rise, the Tiananmen incident, and the Soviet disintegration. Such a methodology should give readers a clear picture of the evolution of Chinese Sovietology, and a sense of how the wider arena of Chinese social and political history in these 2 decades had an impact on these scholarly writings. Therefore, in order for this research to be successfully located in the rich fabric of the intellectual activities of contemporary China and in the changing environment, the investigator has also identified the following 3 kinds of documents that may be beneficial to the research: articles in PRC official newspapers and journals concerning aspects of the former Soviet Union, Renmin Ribao, Guangming Ribao, Hanqi, Beijing Review, etc. Writings and speeches of PRC officials and leaders on the matters of the Soviet state, Mao Zedong Wenji, Deng Xiaoping Suanji, and other contemporary Chinese leaders' related speeches scattered among the current Chinese newspapers. Chinese and English translations of works and speeches of Soviet leaders from Lenin to Gorbachev, as Chinese scholars always cite the words of Soviet leaders to support their arguments in articles. It is important for the researcher to check the accuracy of those quotations. The investigator has obtained most of the essential primary sources listed above from the 2-month fieldwork in the University Service Center at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, or they have been downloaded from the Digital Library Service at CUHK. Both sites contain a large quantity of PRC official and unofficial reading materials, as well as a substantial amount of Chinese scholarship on Sovietology. The book is divided into 8 chapters. In addition to the introduction, the 3 core parts of the book consist of 2 chapters each, and they examine the 3 quintessential issues: Chinese scholarship on Soviet foreign relations, Soviet leaders and politics, and Soviet nationality policy, in chronological order from the 1980s to 1990s. The first part dwells on the discourse of Chinese scholarship on the foreign relations of the USSR. This includes topics ranging from criticisms of Soviet hegemonism to a discussion of Moscow's relations with Yugoslavia and the Third World in the 1980s, and from the changing views on Gorbachev's new thinking to reflections on Lenin's early Soviet rule after the Tiananmen incident. The second part scrutinizes Chinese perceptions of Soviet leaders and politics. It first looks at how Chinese scholars used Lenin and his writings in the early 1980s to help the CCP regime to rebuild the party institutions and the people's faith in communism after the Maoist disaster. It also examines the evolving views of Chinese scholars on Gorbachev's glasnost and liberalization since the mid-1980s, against China's political climate leading up to Tiananmen. Last, the book analyzes 2 phenomena in 1990s Chinese Sovietology, reflecting on Brezhnev's stagnation and Stalin's rigid centralization. The third part examines the Chinese debate about Soviet nationality policy. First, it discusses how Chinese scholars invoked Lenin's writings to assist the CCP regime to redress the wrongdoings done to Chinese minorities by Mao after the Cultural Revolution. As in the previous 2 parts, the book also follows the evolutionary views of Chinese scholarship on Gorbachev's nationality policy in both the 1980s and 1990s, addressing how such changing perceptions affected their stand towards China's own nationality questions. Finally, this project surveys what post-1991 Chinese scholars learned from the disintegration of the Soviet Empire, involving issues of economic factors, religious revival, and the implications of the Soviet federal state-building system on China. Finally, the last chapter summarizes the state and vista of Chinese Sovietology in both decades. It argues that by researching the country of the Soviet Union, Chinese Soviet watchers did not focus on the USSR alone, but mostly attempted to confirm and legitimize the Chinese state policies of reform and opening up in both decades. In short, Chinese research on Soviet socialism has primarily been concerned with tracing the current problems of Chinese socialism, in order to legitimize their solutions, rather than a truth-seeking process for the knowledge of the Soviet Union. Because of the limitation of my expertise in economics, one deficiency of the book is that it does not deal with the Chinese scholarly perceptions of the Soviet economy, which amounts to one of the largest portions of journal submissions and is one of the most popular subjects in Chinese Sovietology writings in the 1980s and 1990s. Besides, owing to the length limit of a book, I am also not able to offer more insight on Chinese analyses of Soviet education, military defense, and culture. Although these subjects account for a smaller percentage in Chinese writings, they are nonetheless by no means insignificant in nature. Besides, according to the topic of this book, the investigator was meant to undertake fieldwork in Beijing, rather than in Hong Kong. In fact, the investigator applied to IRICAS in Beijing in the summer of 2014, in order to obtain permission to interview scholars and peruse archives there. However, IRICAS declined the application and did not provide a written explanation for such denial. Therefore, as a foreign scholar, the investigator was unable to apply for a visa to enter the PRC. It is the investigator's guess that the application was denied due to the project's politically sensitive nature. As such, the investigator has chosen to do the fieldwork in Hong Kong instead, without an opportunity to interview the relevant people. It is worth noting that the IRICAS administrator warned the investigator in a prior conversation that the institute does not have any official or secret archives stored within. A researcher would thus be forced to rely on two methods, interviewing the scholars there or reading their journal articles. Besides, many IRICAS academics indicated to the investigator that they did not accept email questionnaires as an alternative form of interview, due to the strict disciplinary requirement of CAS. As a result, the author has not had at his disposition all the necessary materials. He has had to study the subject by sifting through the documents, but without meeting the essential people and obtaining first-hand information. The work has been written outside the country to which the subject relates. A certain degree of limitation is perhaps impossible to avoid, inasmuch as the author is merely an interpreter of the writings of Chinese scholarship, rather than an on-the-spot witness of the events and situations described. Having said this, it is hoped that the book still retains a stamp of originality in this well-chosen topic. Part 1. Analyses of Soviet Foreign Relations. Chapter 2. Topics in the 1980s, from Soviet hegemonism to Gorbachev's New Thinking. 1. Analyses of Soviet hegemonism. After the Soviet incursion into Afghanistan in 1979, not only did the Kremlin become a global political target, but the event also became a source of escalated tension between Beijing and Moscow, and this at a time when bilateral relations had been handicapped by conflicts since the 1960s. Deng Xiaoping, who was the vice chairman of the Military Commission and already the preeminent leader of China after the passing of the Mao era, understood the gravity of the Soviet military threat to Chinese security. In a CCP Central Committee meeting in 1980, he claimed that opposing hegemonism will be on our daily agenda, and the struggle against hegemonism is a grave task constantly confronting our country. Deng also realized that, by siding with the world to resist Soviet hegemonism, China would be able to re-embrace the global community after the long isolation under Mao. The situation was no doubt beneficial to his reform and open-door policies. As he stated in the meeting, the event had provided us with rather favorable international conditions for our four modernizations, and expanded the ranks of the international forces ranged against hegemonism. 2. Deng Xiaoping once defined hegemonism as denoting the situation when a country becomes arrogant and acts like an overlord and gives orders to the world. 3. David Shambaugh in his book on Chinese scholarly perceptions of America devoted several pages to ascertaining the Chinese concept of hegemony. A Chinese scholar at Renmin University defined the term in the following words during an interview he gave to the author. When we use this term in China, we mean big countries that try to control or interfere in smaller countries. Many scholars mix up imperialism and hegemony. We do not know if it is a system or a policy. Before the 1980s we thought it was a system, like Soviet social imperialism. We now define hegemony as a policy. For example, in the past when we called the United States imperialist we meant the system. Today we use hegemony to describe its foreign policy. 4. Since the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, accusations of so-called Soviet hegemonism had carried weight within Soviet studies in China. In the first issue of Xiandaikuaji Guangzai in 1981, the editorial board stated clearly that the journal was committed to opposing hegemony, safeguarding world peace, and striving for a favorable international environment. 5 In June of the year, IRICAS expressed its founding mission in a proposal submitted to the leadership of CAS. One of its aims was serving the global struggle against hegemonism and achieving our socialist modernization. 6 Even other institutes within CAS, such as the Institute of West Asian Studies and Institute of African Studies, all indicated in their founding reports that, inter alia, the guiding principles of their research would be studying the implications of Soviet hegemony for those regions. 7 Meanwhile, in the first issue of Misui, IRICA's vice director, Liu Keming, criticized the Soviet leadership for causing the first socialist country to degenerate into a social imperialist state, and making the USSR become the principal source of turmoil in the international society. 8 The author argued, in order to safeguard world peace, it is essential to do research on policies, theories, and origins of Soviet hegemonism, reveal the true face of it, and make people realize its nature and danger. This is an important mission of our studies of Soviet problems. 9. The application of the term hegemonism throughout the history of the PRC has been quite evolutionary. In the early days of the regime, the use of the term was in the context of confrontations between the two camps during the Cold War. It was limited to describing the capitalist US and its allies only. 10 During the early days of Sino-Soviet discord in the late 1950s, China started to criticize Moscow's policy of peaceful coexistence with the West and its intention to control Beijing via the construction of long-wave stations in Chinese territory. 11 In the early 1960s, when Sino-Soviet relations deteriorated, the PRC intensified its attack on the USSR, accusing Moscow of promoting its own values and institutions abroad in a way that resembled 19th-century colonialism. 12 According to Shambaugh, the changing point occurred in 1968, when the term hegemonism was employed by the Chinese to denounce Soviet aggression of Czechoslovakia and the Brezhnev Doctrine. 13 This is because the Brezhnev statement justifying the Soviet invasion had provided a basis for possible future intervention in other socialist states. China immediately felt the danger of such logic and responded vociferously to Moscow. 14 The occasion stood as the major component in the escalation of Sino-Soviet tensions, and the Kremlin was thereafter equated with hegemonism in China. By the early 1970s, Chinese scholars had begun to fuse social imperialism together with hegemonism when referring to the Soviet Union, which was being described as socialist in word, imperialist in deed. In their point of view, imperialism refers to capitalist countries while hegemonism refers to countries regardless of system. 15 It should be noted that under Mao, the Chinese definitions of both imperialism and hegemonism were highly emotionally charged rhetorical notions intended for ideological polemics that undercut adversaries' positions, rather than rigorous concepts. The label of hegemonism pegged by the Chinese was an indication of the deterioration of Sino-Soviet relations, and of Mao's intention to challenge Moscow's leadership and authority in the communist world once Stalin had departed. After this point, China no longer recognized the USSR as a socialist state and started to identify Moscow as equal to the Imperial West. After the passing of Mao, many Chinese scholars were still locked in Maoist rhetoric in the early 1980s. In 1981, CAS Vice President, Qian Junrui, demanded that Chinese scholars use Mao Zedong thought to guide our research on the present questions of international relations. He emphasized that Mao's three worlds concept was still our theoretical basis and strategic framework, which guided the country's cooperation with the Third and Second World, and resistance to the superpowers and Soviet hegemonism in particular. 16 To take an example, the prestigious IRICAS scholar, Su Kuei, used the words hegemonism, global expansionism and socialist imperialism more than 10 times to depict Soviet activities in the world in his 1981 5-page article. 17 Chinese scholars may define hegemonism by the West as the oppressiveness of capitalism and colonization. 18 In the case of the Soviet Union, they used the term to refer not only to the Soviet Union's violation of others' sovereignties, but also Moscow's poking its nose into other countries' affairs, as well as its unequal treatment of the socialist member states by subjecting them to the Soviet model. It was a term used by the Chinese to target Moscow's paternalism or paternalistic vision in the socialist camp of which China was a member. Up to the early 1980s, using the language of hegemonism to portray the Soviets in the PRC reflected China's ambition of competing with the Kremlin for leadership in the Third World and the socialist camp. The term, as used by the Chinese, attempted to emphasize that China was a true socialist country while the USSR was not, and to emphasize that the faults of Sino-Soviet conflicts were on the side of the aggressive Moscow. Chinese criticism of Soviet hegemonism is not only the legacy of the Mao era. The Chinese have long had vivid memories of Tsarist Russia as one of the Western intruders who conspired to take over China over the centuries. In their research on the history of Russian invasions of China and its killing of Chinese inhabitants during the Boxer Uprising and Russo-Japanese War in the early 20th century, Chinese scholars in the early 1980s always equated Tsarist behaviors with contemporary Soviet chauvinism. 19 In the eyes of the Chinese, Moscow's present search for global supremacy was no more than a Tsarist tradition, disguised by the cover of socialism. 20 Moreover, some Chinese scholars in the early 1980s tended to fault the present Soviet regime for being reluctant to abrogate the unequal treaties that the Tsarist government had signed with Imperial China. In their writings, they demanded the return of the lost territories that had resulted from those treaties. 21 By presenting the history of Soviet hegemonism and aggression in China in this way, these scholars hope to mobilize support for China's stand in the Sino-Soviet border negotiation taking place then. 22 Moreover, at the time the Sino-Soviet relations were still in a stalemate, aggravated by the long-time shadow of Tsarist intrusions and Sino-Soviet conflicts since the 1960s. It is thus no surprise that the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan, a country neighboring China, would present a grave perceived threat to the PRC in the early 1980s. In January 1980, an anonymous commentary with a sinister tone appeared in Renmin Ribao. Once the Soviet Union has pushed its military force into the Persian Gulf and Indian subcontinent, it sends a dangerous signal. It shows that the USSR will continue its attack on Iran, Pakistan, and other countries. People should not assume that Moscow would target Afghanistan only. There is an urgent question before us: which country will become the next Afghanistan? 23. Chinese scholars not only were critical of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, but also felt suspicious of Moscow's desire to advance on China. Eureka's scholar, Yu Sui, warned, both the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan and its support of Vietnamese occupation of Cambodia would pose a grievous threat to the security of Asia and China. 24 Xin Shugang, an Eureka specialist in Soviet foreign relations, pointed out that Soviet troops stationing in Asia is nothing other than encircling the PRC, sowing discord between China and its neighboring countries, and obstructing the progress of China's modernization. 25 It seems that Chinese accusations of Soviet hegemony were not merely politically motivated. The Chinese did not want to see Moscow's expansionism become rampant in the world, as China would likely suffer from this situation. Chinese denunciation of Soviet hegemonism indicated not only China's long memories of Russian humiliation, but also its feeling of being uncomfortable and insecure when Moscow extended its large military presence on the Chinese border. In reality, Chinese perceptions of Soviet hegemonism were quite evolutionary throughout the 1980s. In the early days of the decade, compared to the US, the USSR was described by a scholar as being the most ferocious hegemonist. 26 The Beijing Review once stated that the US is on the defensive in their contention, therefore, the major threat to world peace today comes from the Soviet Union. 27 After Gorbachev took charge in 1985, the negative view of Chinese scholars gradually abated while the positive assessment became more prominent. In his 1987 article Crossing Shugang argued that China should not condemn the Soviet Union as being non-socialist merely because of its display of erroneous hegemonist tendencies before. He remarked that hegemonism was only a policy of Moscow, but it was the nature of imperialist and capitalist states, and predicted that hegemonism would by no means forever exist in Soviet foreign policy formulating. 28 In 1988, Gu Guanfu, a professor at the China Foreign Affairs University, even suggested that Soviet foreign policy should not be described as being purely hegemonic after the 1970s, as it has contributed to national liberation and anti-colonization movements in the Third World to some extent, and it was different from hegemonism of the Imperial West. 29 In light of Deng Xiaoping's remark in 1978, the change of Chinese perceptions from the mid-1980s onward indicated not only the improvement of Sino-Soviet relations, but also China's recognition of the USSR as a true socialist country. 30 As demonstrated above, from the mid-1980s Chinese scholars no longer viewed hegemonism as the inherent nature of the Soviet system, rather. Hegemonism was perceived as only a temporary policy of the Kremlin. As long as Moscow reversed such policies, China would drop the denigrated term accordingly. Indeed, the Chinese label of hegemonism in describing the Soviet Union was mostly related to China's security concern regarding the three obstacles in preventing the Sino-Soviet rapprochement in the 1980s. Once those obstacles were removed and Sino-Soviet normalization finally came in 1989, the term Soviet hegemonism gradually faded from Chinese writings. Moreover, China under Deng Xiaoping adopted a pragmatic approach in domestic and foreign policies. It would no longer engage in Maoist radicalism. During the 1989 Sino-Soviet summit, Deng frankly told Gorbachev that he personally hated the senseless polemic exchanges between both sides under Mao. 31 Deng might not want to see Soviet hegemonism rippling across the world, but what he needed most was a peaceful international environment conducive to China's modernization. Once the bilateral relations improved and the demise of the Soviet Union became a reality, language surrounding Soviet hegemonism thus ground to a halt and the coinage was no longer valid in Chinese vocabulary. In the 1990s, when the USSR had ceased to exist, the PRC no longer pegged the Soviets as hegemonists. Instead, owing to the Western sanction after the Tiananmen incident, hegemonism, or power politics, became synonymous with the West. 32 Chinese officials used these terms to describe those countries that invoked the banners of human rights and democracy to force their values and political systems on the Third World, the so-called peaceful evolution. 33. 2 Treatment of Soviet relations with Albania, Yugoslavia, and the Third World. With regard to Soviet foreign relations with other countries in the 1980s, the analysis of Chinese scholars corresponded closely with the tone of post-Mao China's state policies. They attempted to respond to and legitimize China's official agenda through their research. In the early 1980s, the small European socialist country of Albania was by no means a favorite in PRC media, due to its dictator, Enver Hoxha's legacy of self-exclusion, which was at odds with post-Mao China's reform and open-door policies. However, some papers in Missouri focusing on Soviet-Albanian relations then remained positive towards Hoxha's non-reconciliation with Moscow, despite the critical Chinese official view on Albania's radicalism. 34 Wang Xianzhu analyzed the history of Albanian foreign relations since the 1970s, and noticed that, while having slightly increased its trade volume with the West, Tirana still refused to have normalization with the Soviet upon the request from Moscow, and fought resolutely against the superpowers' aggression and hegemonism. 35 In Wang Hunke's view, Hoxha's unwillingness to repair the relations with the USSR was because Albania has perceived the Soviet as a social fascist and imperialist nation, and its policies as military conquest and exploiting people from all over the world. 36 The words describing Albania's attitude towards Moscow used by the authors above were little different from China's official propaganda targeting the Kremlin in the early 1980s. The scholars put the course of Albania's anti-Soviet policy in the same direction of Deng Xiaoping's accusation of Moscow's hegemonism, despite Albania's self-isolation that sharply contrasted with post-Mao China's direction. However, the highlighting of Albania's intransigence towards Moscow by Chinese scholars merely reflected the Chinese appreciation of Albania's unwillingness to turn itself into the pawn of Soviet hegemony. Apart from sharing hostilities towards Moscow, China in fact found Tirana little useful in its strategic balance of international policy, because not only Albania's Maoist domestic policy, but also Sino-Albanian relations in the early post-Mao period were far from in the spirit of bonhomie. 37 Apart from Albania, there is a more significant example of the Chinese treatment of Soviet-Yugoslavian relations. Although Mao Zedong once branded Yugoslavia as revisionist, 38 a derogatory term used to stigmatize any socialist countries opting for capitalist reforms, in the 1980s Yugoslavia became the center of attention in the PRC. Under Deng Xiaoping, China's foreign policy resembled Yugoslavia's stance of being non-aligned and non-confrontational. 39 Chinese leaders greatly admired Belgrade's spirit in defiance of what was seen as Moscow's overlordship, evidenced by Party Secretary General Hu Yaobang's 1983 high appraisal of Josip Tito's principles of independence and equality among all communist parties, and of opposing imperialism, colonialism, and hegemonism. 40 Several articles by Chinese scholars in the 1980s shared the official claims to promote the case of Yugoslavia in their research. Zhang Qi, a professor of international relations at East China Normal University, regarded Moscow's expulsion of Belgrade from the socialist camp in 1948 as owing to the latter's uncompromising attitude. He remarked, it was the origin of anti-hegemony struggle in Eastern Europe. 41 Cai Kong, another scholar at East China Normal University, wrote, the non-aligned policy has evolved from a strategy of Yugoslavia to an international movement, and it has broken through the shadow of Soviet-type foreign policy model first time in socialist history. 42 Apart from its non-aligned foreign policy, Yugoslavia's economic model also became an important reason to gather the Chinese support of Belgrade's struggle against the Soviet rivalry. When ailing President Josip Tito's health condition deteriorated, the event became a paramount concern of Renmin Ribao in the first half of 1980. At the time, the official organ of the CCP carried day-to-day reports from Belgrade, wishing for Tito's recovery and glorifying his contributions. After Tito's death, during the memorial ceremony held in the Yugoslavian embassy in Beijing, the first CAS president and CCP ideologue, Hu Qiaomu, paid the following tribute to Tito and Yugoslavian inspiration. Comrade Tito's greatest contribution to the contemporary communist movement was that he and his close comrades in arms were the first ones to recognize that socialism should not be confined to one model. He initiated a new way of building socialism suited to the concrete conditions of Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia, under the leadership of President Tito, had boldly begun exploring the ways of socialist construction in the early 1950s. It did not follow the over-centralized economic pattern introduced by the Soviet Union. Led by Tito, the Yugoslav people have broken away from the conventional Soviet methods which were formerly considered inviolable, and have blazed a new trail to develop a socialist economy. The Yugoslavian example provided valuable experience for other countries to choose their own road of socialist construction according to their specific conditions. 43. In the contemporary international socialist development, Yugoslavia's socialist path is the most remarkable. Not only because it has turned itself from one of the most backward European nations to a moderately developed country, but also because it has contributed immeasurable theories of practicing scientific socialism to the world. The Yugoslavian experience of socialism has never been an easy journey, its lessons are worthy of study and attention. 45. In the wake of the Maoist decades, China found that the Soviet model disguised by Maoism had turned China poor and backward. China under Deng was eager to find a new way to make China a prosperous and strong socialist country. Yugoslavia's reform experience initiated by Tito, which included the mixing of central planning and market mechanism, and took a distinctive approach to socialism by disregarding the orthodox Soviet methods, struck a chord with the Chinese. Such a distinctive model is exactly the direction of post-Mao China's reforms. Many academic articles throughout the 1980s expressed their approval of Yugoslavian socialism in preference to the dogmatic Soviet orthodoxy, and displayed a strong desire to learn from Belgrade. 46 Even in the wake of Yugoslavia's falling apart in the 1990s, Chinese Sovietologists still attributed the Soviet Yugoslavian rift after World War II to the Kremlin, and put the blame squarely on Moscow's chauvinism and intolerance of Belgrade using its own method to construct socialism. 47 In 1996, 4 years after China had joined the non-aligned movement as an observer, 48 Li Xing and Zhou Suimei argued that the 1948 Soviet-Yugoslavian confrontations had inspired many subsequent dissent movements in the socialist camp, such as the 1968 Prague Spring and the 1980 Polish Solidarity Uprising. They remarked that the Yugoslavian model had shaken the dominant position of Soviet socialism and inaugurated the diversification of socialist models in the world. 49 As such, Chinese scholars' open advocacy of Yugoslavia's position in its conflicts with Moscow was due to not only China's similar stance in non-aligned policy and anti-Soviet hegemony, but also to China's receptivity to Yugoslavia's unique reform experience. After the PRC became economically successful in the 1980s, Chinese scholars would sometimes speak of Yugoslavia as a sort of maverick, as a countervailing weight to the Soviet brand of socialism. This in turn would validate the exception of the Chinese way of practicing socialism. The treatment of Yugoslavia, in particular, reflects the increasing confidence of Chinese scholars. They were arguing that Moscow should accept a less centralized and more diverse socialist world. 50 Chinese scholars' clear-cut stand on supporting the post-Mao CCP policy of integrating Marxism with China's concrete circumstances, and heralding the vision of the rise of Chinese-style socialism, could be reflected in their analysis of Soviet-Yugoslavian troubled relations. Having said this, it should be noted that China was extolling Yugoslavia mainly because it was disobedient to Moscow and committed to building a version of socialism that was independent of the Soviet model. It did not mean that Chinese scholars would be supporting any deviation from orthodox socialism. As we will see in the next chapter, Chinese writings were critical of what they saw as Gorbachev's betrayal of socialism and submission to the West since the late 1980s. In reality, China's endorsement of the Yugoslavian example is a sign of China's determination to reform socialism, but not to renounce it. In the 1980s, China did not fail to notice the rise of the Third World, which would play a crucial role in international relations and become a partner with China to contain the superpowers, at least in the CCP's strategic worldview. During his 1982 talk with Javier Pérez de Cuellar, Secretary General of the United Nations, Deng Xiaoping remarked that the international influence of the Third World has increased considerably, and cannot be overlooked. He stated that the foundation of China's foreign policy was opposing hegemonism and safeguarding world peace, which was also the position and immediate interests of the Third World. Therefore, it would be essential for China and the region to strengthen unity and cooperation. 51 Concomitant with this strategic perspective, Chinese scholars attempted to use post-Mao China's Third World policy as their theoretical framework for analysis. Quoting from IRICA's scholar, Zhang Jinglin, "The foundation of our foreign policy is unifying the Third World, allying with the peoples who cherish peace and justice and oppose hegemonism. Our scholars should comprehend and resolutely carry out those policies as a whole and undertake the battle against superpowers' hegemony in a more effective way." 52. As will be discussed, Chinese scholars in the 1980s seemed to view Soviet relations with the Third World through the prism of Sino-Soviet friction. Their arguments on the subject look more like explaining and demonstrating China's different treatment of the Third World, rather than genuine research of the Soviet policy in the region. In their articles, Chinese scholars strenuously promoted and defended the case of the Third World. Their arguments indirectly symbolized China's stance in regard to challenging the Soviet authority, appealed for the redress of past historical wrongdoings on China done by Tsarist Russia and the Soviet Union, and promoted the moral superiority of Chinese socialism over that of the USSR. During Mao's later period, China did not receive much goodwill from the Third World, mainly owing to Mao's excessive obsession with bringing Chinese-based socialism to the poor nations. Such a strategy of exporting revolutions had caused resentment in numerous countries, particularly those in Southeast Asia, where it led to a widespread anti-China sentiment. 53 With the onset of the Cultural Revolution, the foreign policy of China had become heavily ideology-driven. Before Mao's death in 1976, the PRC was crippled not only by economic stagnation but also international isolation. In the wake of Maoist decades, the new leader Deng Xiaoping expected PRC foreign policy to detach from the radical determinant of Maoism and return to the realities of modern international politics. 54 The post-Mao leadership envisioned that China would become a progressive anti-colonial Asian power symbolized by its break with the Kremlin and the Maoist burden, and a true friend of the underdeveloped world. 55 In tune with the official view, some Chinese scholars portrayed Moscow as having taken advantage of numerous turbulences to interfere in the Third World, subjecting others to its beck and call. 56 These articles tend to exaggerate the gravity of Soviet hostility and Moscow's ability to dominate the world, although such radical views had tailed off after Gorbachev's accession. Most of the writings presented above seem to conclude that the Soviet Union had achieved complete failure in its relations with the underdeveloped countries, become the only troublemaker and common enemy of the world, and ended up in having no friend in the global society. As Ma Yewei remarked, when facing the tension brought by Moscow, peoples from different countries should control their own lives and curb the interference from foreign force. We should unite together for safeguarding world peace and countering Soviet influence. Chinese people will work closely with other people in the world to achieve this common goal. 57. Meanwhile, Chinese official organs attempted to foster a new image of China. They posited that the country was far from being isolated from the international community after the death of Mao, rather, it had joined the whole world to contain the advance of the superpowers. 58 In 1981, Foreign Minister, Huang Hua, suggested to his Canadian colleague, Mark McGeegan, that China and the West should establish close ties on the basis of containing Soviet aggressive behavior in the Third World. 59 On another occasion, he remarked that by carrying the banner of anti-hegemony, China would be able to increase its influence in the Third World, which would be conducive to its global status and open-door policies. 60 In 1982, scholar Zhang Jinglin claimed that, along with a broad base of the Third World countries, an international anti-Soviet camp consisting of China and the West has developed rapidly. 61 2 years later, both Li Jingjia and Zhou Jirong agreed that after becoming stabilized and strong, China would play a larger role in international affairs, namely by halting the war and safeguarding peace. 62 These authors seemingly made use of their subject study to argue that China after Mao was far from being separated from the world. Instead, China under Deng was re-engaging the world and earning respect from international society by joining the global campaign against the Soviet advance. As a result of such sharp Chinese denunciations of Moscow's expansionism, the West became eager for Chinese cooperation and sought to aid Chinese reforms, in order to ally with China in resisting the USSR. 63 There are three other reasons why Chinese scholars had a strong bias toward the Third World and sympathized with those countries involved when it came to Soviet Third World relations. The first may be historical. In the eyes of the CCP, both China and other underdeveloped countries shared the common experience of falling prey to imperialist encroachment in the past. 64 And China, in particular, had been invaded by Tsars since the early modern period and treated unfairly by the Soviet regime after 1949. 65 This historical background of complicated Sino-Soviet-Russian relations was deeply rooted in the collective Chinese mind, and inevitably affected the writings of Chinese scholars. 66 Several articles in the 1980s evidenced a strong grudge against the unequal relations between Moscow and the Third World. They condemned the forced Soviet model of socialism as a kind of neo-colonization, which did not benefit the Third World, but instead made them backward and isolated. 67 Moreover, In the early 1980s, some Chinese writings voiced their criticisms of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan as being contradictory to Lenin's principle of internationalism. 68 On the other hand, they portrayed China as having wholeheartedly supported the Afghan resistance and the emancipation of other Third World nations, while never meddling in their affairs. According to those writings, China was the true disciple of Lenin's teachings, while Moscow's behavior was incompatible with Leninist internationalism. 69 This picture of the PRC as enlightened and committed to fulfilling its internationalist responsibility to the Third World is not a contemporary invention. Mao Zedong once put forth that CCP members should build China into a great and powerful socialist country, and help the broad masses of the oppressed and exploited throughout the world in fulfillment of our great internationalist duty. 70 In the 1980s, Chinese Premier, Zhao Ziyang, said that the aid work to the Third World was China's compelling internationalist obligation. 71 As Lu Fengming summarized in 1983, our foreign policy is proletarian internationalism as well as the socialist foreign policy with Chinese characteristics. The starting point of our independent foreign policy is in the fundamental interests of the Chinese people and the peoples around the world. It is the combination of patriotism and internationalism. It is for safeguarding world peace. As a member of the Third World, China will unswervingly safeguard the unity and right of the region, and regard financially supporting those countries as our major international responsibility. 72. Thus, we can see that post-Mao China was aspiring to gain the upper hand over the Soviet Union in the name of the struggle against hegemonism, and more importantly, in the fight for moral leadership over the Third World. By using Lenin's internationalism to accuse Moscow of being chauvinistic, self-serving, and exploitative in its relations with underdeveloped countries, Chinese scholars instead projected a fair, humble, and benevolent image of Beijing, enabling it to assume the moral high ground vis-a-vis Moscow. Last, from the early 1980s onward, the post-Mao reforms led to substantial expansion of Chinese national power and notable growth in its international prestige and influence, while the Soviet Union was in the grip of economic difficulties. Chinese scholars shared a growing pride in what China had accomplished so far vis-a-vis what they saw as the demoralized USSR. Yang Zhongming, a professor at Tongji University in Shanghai, said that many Third World states had been influenced by China and Yugoslavia to develop socialism according to their own conditions, while distancing themselves from some socialist states that would offer aid, but with aid, came interference. 73 Du Xiaoqiang, a scholar at Tsinghua University, suggested that after China's success in its reforms, its distinctive style of socialism might weaken the impact of the Soviet model on the Third World. 74 Deng Xiaoping remarked in April 1987 that when China had fully developed, it should not only have blazed a new path for the peoples of the Third World, but also have demonstrated to mankind that socialism is the only path and that it is superior to capitalism. 75 The Chinese regime at this stage lost no time in seizing the opportunity to portray China as the beacon of the Third World, by professing its respect for other countries' sovereignties and institutions, publicizing its divergence from the Kremlin, and promoting the friendship and brotherhood between China and developing nations. This was done in the hope that Chinese-style socialism would have greater appeal than the Soviet model, and take root in not only poor countries but the wider global society as well. 3. Changing views on Gorbachev's new thinking. Since the middle of the 1980s, Sino-Soviet relations gradually improved. The sign of rapprochement had appeared even before the rise of Mikhail Gorbachev. In December 1984, during the visit of the first vice-chairman of the USSR Council of Ministers, Ivan Arkhipov, for the first time in 25 years Chinese media publicly conveyed warmth in its official relations with the Soviet Union. Chinese officials signed agreements calling for a substantial increase in trade and scientific exchanges, spoke optimistically about the future of bilateral relations, and expressed gratitude for the assistance given by Moscow in the 1950s. 76 Once Gorbachev succeeded the deceased leader, Konstantin Chernenko, the new Soviet boss stated that the USSR would like to restore friendly relations with the PRC based on the principle of peaceful coexistence. 77 CCP Secretary General, Hu Yaobang, wasted no time in reciprocating by replying that China also wished to restore the neighborly relations with Moscow. 78 Under the background of Sino-Soviet rapprochement, in a meeting celebrating the 20-year founding anniversary of IRICAS in May 1985, Huan Xiang, CAS vice president, asked the IRICAS scholars to increase their research on Soviet foreign policy since Gorbachev took power, and Sino-Soviet relations within the new Soviet foreign agenda. 79 After that, the foreign policy of Gorbachev became a popular subject of study for Chinese scholars. Gilbert Rosman on several occasions indicates that Chinese scholars began making positive comments about Gorbachev immediately after he assumed power in 1985-80, but that soon after the Tiananmen incident in 1989 they had become completely hostile to the last Soviet leader. 81 This argument may contain a kernel of truth in the case of Chinese perceptions of Gorbachev's political reform, which will be examined in Part 2 of the book. On the other hand, from the ascension of Gorbachev in 1985 to the aftermath of the Soviet demise, Chinese analyses of Gorbachev's foreign strategy were somewhat different. As we will see, after Gorbachev's ascension to power in March 1985, Chinese scholars generally expressed reservations about his new foreign direction. However, after 1987 they became quite positive regarding the foreign agenda of the new Soviet leader. The researchers' reading shows that in and after 1989, Chinese scholarly writings still spoke highly of the Soviet leader. Only around 1990-1991 did Chinese scholars slowly turn hostile towards Gorbachev and his foreign policy characterized as the new thinking. 82 Views changed not only in response to the ups and downs of Sino-Soviet relations and China's domestic political climate, but also in response to the political developments in Moscow. From Gorbachev's assuming power in early 1985 to 1987, many Chinese commentators in Missouri remained suspicious of the Soviet leader and felt uncertain about his future maneuvers and agenda. Some authors depicted Gorbachev as having a practical consideration in designing his new schemes, such as creating a good international environment to facilitate his domestic reforms, attracting potential foreign investment to the Soviet economy, and counterbalancing U.S. advances while increasing Soviet influence in the world. As Li Jingjie commented, Soviet foreign policy after Gorbachev took power will still target on increasing the country's economic and military strengths, and maintaining its superpower status. For a long time to come, the new Soviet leader conceivably will pay more attention to economic construction and create a peaceful international environment for domestic reform. But as a whole, the image of the USSR will remain the same in the global society. Its foreign policy is not going to have much difference. 83. According to the IRICAS researcher, Huang Tianying, Soviet Third World policy after Gorbachev took power was little different from that of his predecessors. Moscow's aim was still focusing on the grand vision of competing with Washington. 84. He argued that although Gorbachev had announced that the Soviet Union would no longer force other countries to practice socialism, the underlying cause of this compromise was not a change in attitudes, but because Moscow's own financial problems have made it realize that pouring money into the Third World for constructing socialist system there is not feasible. 85. The author summarized the motives of Gorbachev's revision on foreign policy in the following words. The readjustments are in form, not in substance. The changes are designed for giving Moscow time and space to consolidate its strength for future competition with Washington. Moscow will nonetheless continue to employ such policy in certain countries, which are deemed to be strategically crucial to the Soviet Union and its competition with the West. 86. In terms of Gorbachev's new orientation in the socialist camp, like Huang Tianying's analysis, Zhu Ruijin and Shan Lingkui did not regard the readjustments put forward by Gorbachev as genuine efforts to improve the conditions of the world. They argued that Gorbachev's proposal at the CPSU 27th Congress, which involved recognition of the equality and diversity among the socialist states, was no more than a strategy of strengthening the unity of the Soviet bloc and roping China in Moscow's sphere, for contending with the West. According to the authors, considerations of domestic economic reform reigned supreme in Gorbachev's mind, as both the recent success of economic reforms in Eastern Europe and China have challenged the authority of the USSR in the socialist world. 87 At the same time, the writings in Misui found echoes in scholarly interpretations within other Chinese academic journals. Dong Bainan, a researcher at the Shanghai Institute of International Affairs, remarked that Gorbachev's new détente with the capitalist world was wooing Western Europe and Japan, in order to divide the West led by the U.S. 88 Both Jie Li and Gu Guanfu argued that there were certain flaws in Gorbachev's new thinking. First, the concept was still oriented toward the Soviet-American global contest and the mindset of a bipolar world. 89 Second, while on the surface the new thinking seemed to reverse the past Brezhnev's hegemonism, Gorbachev still avoided talking about some crucial issues related to Sino-Soviet relations, such as the troop withdrawal from Afghanistan and Soviet-supported Vietnamese invasion of Cambodia. 90 To quote from Gu Guanfu's final conclusion, Gorbachev's foreign policy readjustments have no much difference with before and no feasibility at all. They are mere propaganda gambits. Gorbachev's plan is still largely in word but not in deed. We receive the vibration of the sound, not the application of the principle. 91. The main reason for China's lukewarm reactions to the new thinking during the early days of the Gorbachev administration was the tense Sino-Soviet relations at that time, notably the unresolved question of the three obstacles plaguing the two countries. In 1985, the CCP regime expressed its concern regarding Gorbachev's reluctance to resolve these unsettled problems after he assumed power. 92 In 1986, Hu Yaobang complained to journalists that Sino-Soviet relations have not made any headway since Gorbachev assumed power. 93 5 months later, the Chinese Foreign Ministry made a public statement describing the Soviet partial troop pullout from Afghanistan as being void of practical significance. It pointed out that the Soviet action is designed to moderate the pressure from the international community only. 94 At the same time, some Chinese Soviet watchers also expressed their resentment against what they saw as Moscow's insincere approach toward removing the three obstacles. They pointed out that this behavior ran counter to the principle of new thinking. 95. After the end of 1987, owing to the gradual improvement of Sino-Soviet relations, Chinese Sovietology writings tended to display a more positive attitude to Gorbachev's foreign policy. Since then, Chinese scholars started to view Gorbachev's foreign agenda as a genuine gesture accorded with the interests of both the Soviets and the peoples of the world. The Misui editorial board published an article in the first issue of 1988, asking that Chinese academics should pay more attention to the new views of foreign policy thinking in the Soviet bloc. Recently, some Soviet and East European leaders and scholars have put forward many new arguments on globalization, world economic integration, technological revolution, war and peace, etc. Gorbachev's new thinking is getting increasing attention from the international society. For deepening our understanding of the contemporary world, we should do more research on those theories and arguments on international affairs in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. 96. In an article published at the end of 1987, Huang Tianying explicated that Gorbachev had started to understand that cooperation but not competition was the key for good relations between socialism and capitalism. 97 Regarding the policy on China, he said that the Kremlin would no longer regard any countries not belonging to the Soviet bloc as being necessarily non-socialist in nature. The new Soviet leadership now genuinely recognizes that the PRC is a true socialist country. 98 In 1988, a small seminar took place in Iarikas that was attended by several scholars, in order to discuss the new thinking and exchange views on Soviet foreign relations after Gorbachev. During the meeting, Lu Ping, a professor at the Central Party School, argued that Gorbachev's new thinking was by no means the duplication of Khrushchev's peaceful coexistence in the 1960s. Iarikas researcher, Li Jingzhe, extravagantly praised the new thinking as the greatest theoretical breakthrough since Lenin. 99. In his 1988 article, Yanzu, a caste scholar in Russian literature, remarked that the new thinking was the antidote to Soviet hegemonism. He said, unlike the previous Kremlin leaders, Gorbachev always stays true to his principle. 100. According to Wang Yishu, a professor at the Jie Li Provincial Party School, Gorbachev had renounced the flawed Brezhnev doctrine, which included such components as common law and proletarian internationalism, and acknowledged Stalin's crimes and his improper methods for dealing with other socialist allies. In his opinion, the Soviet leader starts to agree that Soviet socialism should not be the only model for emulation, and the international communist movement no longer has a center now, and there would be no leading communist party to shepherd socialism. 101. Similar to the Misui articles, works in other Chinese academic journals in the late 1980s were in open espousal of Gorbachev's new thinking. Some writers pointed out that Gorbachev's new thinking was integral to Lenin's principle of peaceful coexistence, 102, while others emphasized that Gorbachev's conception had even corrected many deficiencies of the theories raised by Lenin, such as the inevitable decay of capitalism. 103. Qiu Gengtian, a professor at the Central Party School, drew parallels between Deng Xiaoping's notion of one country, two systems, which had been used for resolving China's territorial problems in Hong Kong and Macau, and Gorbachev's new thinking. The author attested that both concepts were based on the principle of peaceful coexistence between socialism and capitalism. They have no longer viewed the world in black and white, and have broken the traditional way of thinking and charted the way in a new epoch. 104. In his 1989 article, Dong Bainan delineated the evolution of Sino-Soviet relations in the second half of the 1980s. According to him, there were two stages of development since Gorbachev's rise. The first was from March 1985 to 1986, when the Kremlin stubbornly refused to acknowledge the three obstacles, and Sino-Soviet relations were still in a stalemate. From 1987, when Moscow began to discuss the issue of border demarcation with Beijing and withdraw troops from Afghanistan, to early 1989, there appeared a strong potential for settling the deadlock between the two countries. 105. As we have seen in those articles presented above, evolving attitudes to Gorbachev and the new thinking roughly correspond with the changing climate of Sino-Soviet relations described by Dong Bainan. More to the point, Chinese growing interest in and positive assessment of Gorbachev's new thinking may have also been encouraged by the new spirit of post-Mao China, which called for forsaking the past communist doctrines and promoting the renewed comprehension of Marxism. In late 1986, Misui carried an article that included a letter of Wu Zioquan, the PRC's first deputy foreign minister in charge of Soviet and East European affairs. Wu demanded that the current Chinese research on the USSR and Eastern Europe uphold the scientific attitude of seeking truth from facts, 106, and observe the lessons from the past by avoiding the flaws of one-sidedness and oversimplification, as well as the black and white approach. 107. In the subsequent landmark event of the 13th CCP Congress in October 1987, which called for moving the reforms forward at a faster pace, the new party Secretary-General, Zhao Ziyang, indicated in his keynote speech, that people should discard some theses which are utopian and formulated by our predecessors within the limits of their historical conditions, and further develop the theory of scientific socialism on the basis of new practice. Zhao also repeated the longtime CCP policy of double hundred flowers, 108, in order to offer fresh encouragement for exploration of many long-ignored issues in socialism. His advocacy of the theory that China is only at the initial stage of socialism provided an impetus, recognizing that China borrows from theories and practices of other socialist countries which have many things in common. 109. This call appealed to China's Soviet specialists to follow closely the Soviet changes and gave a big boost to far-reaching scholarship. 110. Since then, not only Chinese intellectuals, but also the official Chinese media, began to appreciate Gorbachev and his reforms. 111. Finally, One of the important aspects of Zhao's 13th Congress report is that the PRC intended to undertake the first major political reform since 1949. 112 Zhao stated that one of the purposes of this was to establish a system of consultation and dialogue, whereby the CCP might allow the people to have their own say in national and international affairs. 113 In the talk, he clearly demonstrated the relationship between the party reform and open policy, and how the latter could contribute to the improvement of the former. Under the new circumstances of reform and opening to the rest of the world, it has become even more important to improve the party's work style. Reform and the open policy have helped to substantially reduce negative practices that were common in the past, such as subjectivism, coercion, and commandism, practices that resulted in setting excessively high targets, giving arbitrary directions and resorting to struggle and punishment without good reason. 114. Some pieces of writings in Missouri in the late 1980s had responded to the ethos of Zhao's speech. By analyzing the relationship between Gorbachev's glasnost at home and his foreign policy abroad, the scholars suggested that the internal political reform and policies toward the outside world might have mutual impacts on each other. They remarked that both endeavors would push socialist regimes, such as the Soviet Union, further in the direction of liberalization. Eureka scholar, Xin Shugwang, wrote that the deepening of glasnost and democratization in the USSR would make the design of its foreign policy based on the interests of the peoples of the world, rather than those of the Soviet state. 115 Another Eureka scholar, Suze Hickson, predicted that once the Soviet Union was transformed into a democratic state, its long-time great power chauvinism, cult of personality, and despotic rule would finally expire. 116 While both authors above considered that Gorbachev's political reform would affect Soviet foreign policy, Li Jingjie presented the opposite view: the new thinking would also make a difference to the Soviet domestic environment. He said that under Gorbachev, the Soviet Union no longer needed to create external enemies in order to maintain the terror necessary for effective rule, so there would be fewer class enemies and political prisoners at home. Moreover, Moscow decided to cut its military spending, and to allow the West to investigate its nuclear weapon facility. The Kremlin would also permit its citizens to engage in more business activities and academic exchanges with the world. Both measures would make the USSR become more open and clear the way for further reforms. 117 As will be discussed, the celebration of Gorbachev in China culminated before the Sino-Soviet summit in May 1989 and lasted after the troublesome moment of the Tiananmen incident until early 1990, when the Chinese once again changed their perceptions of Gorbachev after he initiated the process of terminating the power monopoly of the CPSU. The existing secondary literature indicates that soon after the Tiananmen incident in 1989, Chinese scholars had become completely hostile to Gorbachev. 118 However, the researchers' findings show that during and after the 1989 Tiananmen uprising, no major criticisms of Gorbachev appeared in Chinese academic writings. Instead, Chinese scholars still seem to admire, and produce positive evaluations of, the new thinking during this anti-liberal period in contemporary China. Upon the news of Soviet withdrawal from Afghanistan in early 1989, there began a final cleanup of the three obstacles in blocking Sino-Soviet rapprochement, and an upsurge of Chinese commendations for the new thinking appeared. Both Yang Yunzong and Gu Guanfu attributed the replacement of confrontation by mutual understanding and dialogue between Moscow and Washington to the new thinking, and stated that this was the first time in history that there was a true détente between the superpowers, and this was owing to Gorbachev's efforts. 119 In another article, Yi Huancheng, an associate professor at the Ningbo Party School in Zhejiang Province, praised Gorbachev for being the most educated and knowledgeable Soviet leader since Lenin, saying that he possessed the best personal quality compared with other leaders from Stalin to Brezhnev. He said that Gorbachev's outstanding character would ensure the final success of the new thinking. 120 Eureka scholar, Zhao Gilin, reiterated that Gorbachev had fundamentally transformed the Soviet image in the world, and refuted the arguments that Gorbachev has been kowtowing to the West, exploited by the peaceful evolution. Therefore he compromised too much to the US and rendered the loss of Soviet great power status. 121. In his conclusion, the commentator even foresaw that Gorbachev's domestic and foreign success will one day completely alter the terrain of world politics. 122. There are several reasons why Gorbachev was decidedly not a subject of ridicule in the eyes of Chinese scholars in the wake of the Tiananmen demonstrations. First, between 1989 and 1990, the Chinese official view still considered that the Soviet Union was with us and there was no direct attack on Gorbachev. After comparing the foreign policies between China and the USSR in his late 1989 article, Jie Li, Dean of the Institute of International Relations at Beijing University, summarized many commonalities between Gorbachev's new thinking and Deng Xiaoping's open-door principle, such as politically peaceful coexistence, mutual economic benefits, and independent foreign policy making. He concluded that both leaders have spoken almost in the same vein. 123. In the wake of the Tiananmen incident, China did not consider that Gorbachev and his liberalization policies posed an immediate threat to its socialist system. In fact, the West was perceived as a much greater danger to the survival of the regime than the USSR. 124. In late 1989, Deng Xiaoping complained that some Westerners are trying to overthrow the socialist system in China. 125. In the early 1990s, the CCP demanded that scholars working in the social sciences build up the Great Wall of Steel in the realm of ideology against the attack of capitalist peaceful evolution engineered by the international hostile forces. 126. Second, Sino-Soviet relations had been in tension since the 1960s. Deng Xiaoping had been waiting eagerly for the Soviet response to remove the three obstacles for the eventual normalization of bilateral relations. 127. When the Sino-Soviet summit meeting finally took place in May 1989, both sides placed great emphasis on the principle of mutual non-interference in each other's internal affairs and normalized the relations between the two countries. Having learned the lessons of history, they were committed to not letting ideological disagreements disrupt cordial bilateral relations. 128. All this is reflected in the main import of Deng's summit conversation with Gorbachev, putting the past behind them, opening up a new era, doing more practical things, and indulging in less empty talk. 129. Moreover, it was Gorbachev who mended the Sino-Soviet fences after a protracted period of mutual distrust, repairing the relationship almost entirely on Chinese terms. Gorbachev may not have personally agreed with China's strategy of violence in handling the Tiananmen incident 130, but even when he was pushed by Western reporters during his visit to Beijing in 1989, the Soviet leader refused to comment on the student movements, 131, and he did not encourage the Soviet media to criticize the Chinese government after he returned to Moscow. 132. It may, therefore, have seemed ungrateful for the Chinese state to start criticizing someone who had made a significant contribution to the Sino-Soviet rapprochement, and who had adopted a neutral position when China was experiencing domestic problems. Third, the Chinese leadership had by then taken stock of the Sino-Soviet frictions under Mao Zedong, and did not want to be at odds with a large and powerful country that had the longest land border with the PRC. Harmony and rapport between the two countries would be the primary considerations, despite the fact that some officials and scholars might feel suspicious of Gorbachev's reform programs. Because international sanctions were already being imposed on China and the West was exerting pressure on the PRC to change course after Tiananmen, the CCP also saw the Soviet state as a much-needed partner with which China could confront Western power politics. 133. After the Tiananmen incident, many Chinese party leaders were keen to maintain relations with Moscow, expressing their hopes that the USSR would still uphold the cause of socialism. 134. During his state visit to Moscow in April 1990, Chinese Premier Li Peng spoke to Soviet journalists that socialism could have different models, and in his understanding, Gorbachev's reforms have not deviated from the tradition set by the October Revolution. 135 In May of the year, Jie Li, a member of the CCP Politburo Standing Committee, said to a group of CPSU delegates in Beijing that China always pays particular attention to the Soviet reforms, and he hoped that the USSR can overcome difficulties and march towards socialism. 136 In addition, by the 1990s the US had achieved superhegemonist status, forcing other countries to follow the Western model of development, and China suspected the Americans of having the intention of relegating China and various other nations to subordinate roles on the world stage. The unexpectedly quick American victory in early 1991 in the Gulf War further exacerbated Beijing's sense of vulnerability. 137 Fourth, according to Yan Sun, under the pressure of mounting domestic tensions leading up to Tiananmen and facing the prospect that international communism was in deep crisis everywhere in the world, the CCP leadership saw the compelling need to expedite the process of normalizing China's relations with the Soviet Union. From their perspective, a new and cooperative relationship with the world's largest socialist country would help the CCP to showcase the fact that Beijing and Moscow were joining forces in reforming socialism, while at the same time allowing the party to present the rapprochement as a great diplomatic achievement for the Chinese people. Both effects, as the CCP leadership hoped, would enhance the regime's position in dealing with the deepened legitimacy crisis that it was facing. However, after the Tiananmen incident, the Chinese Communist state immediately faced its gravest crisis in its 40-year history. The image that Beijing had built during the years of reform and open-door policies was shattered almost overnight. Moreover, the tragedy became a defining moment in which international communism lost any moral strength that it once might have possessed. 138 Therefore, it was wise for Beijing to avoid criticizing Gorbachev at this critical juncture. It would certainly have eroded further the legitimacy of the CCP regime and the cause of international communism, and would have brought the roof crashing down on the whole show should the Chinese leadership have chosen to oppose Gorbachev publicly. Last but not least, many Chinese official organizations were facing ideological remolding after the Tiananmen incident. The CCP mouthpiece journal, Hanqi, which used to be owned by the Central Party School, was placed under the immediate control of the Party Central Committee after the quelling of the Tiananmen demonstrations. 139 On the other hand, compared to other academic institutions across China, the party had treated CAS relatively leniently. 140 The large-scale shake-up of CAS did not take place until February 1990, and the process officially wound up in August of the same year. During this period, the CCP dispatched a crop of personnel to keep a tight rein on CAS, in order to reinforce the party rule in administration, shower scholars with thought education, and penalize the dissenting academics. 141 As we will see in the next chapter, it was roughly in and after this stretch of time, that many Chinese writings in Misui began to turn hostile towards Gorbachev. For concluding remarks. This chapter has studied the analyses of Chinese Soviet watchers in regard to Moscow's foreign policy against the larger context of the PRC's political setting in the 1980s, and investigated how scholars placed China's official agenda centrally in their research. In the 1980s, Chinese discussions of Soviet foreign relations with other countries corresponded closely to the PRC's real security concerns in relation to its border, its historical memories of the wrongdoings committed by Tsarist Russia and the USSR, and the principle of post-Mao China Soviet policy. As demonstrated in this chapter, and contrary to the claims of the previous secondary literature, the motive of Chinese Sovietology writings was largely to legitimize the post-Mao PRC state agenda, rather than to study and criticize the actual Soviet policies. Its research of Soviet hegemonism, Soviet Albanian and Soviet Yugoslavian conflicts, and Soviet Third World relations all reflected Beijing's ambitions of challenging the orthodox Soviet model of economic development in the socialist world, competing with the Kremlin for leadership in the developing countries, and projecting a fair and benevolent image of Chinese socialism vis-à-vis Moscow. Since the mid-1980s, Chinese perceptions of Gorbachev's foreign policy characterized as the new thinking were also changing in sync with Sino-Soviet relations, as well as with the ups and downs of the political climates in both countries. As has been demonstrated, Chinese Soviet watchers did not present many vicissitudes of Soviet international maneuvers in their writings. Instead, through research on the formation and evolution of Soviet foreign policy, they attempted to adjust their analyses to align with China's vision of itself and the world. Their writings function to highlight the lessons learned from Moscow, legitimize the CCP rule and the Chinese way of practicing socialism, and to envision the future direction of China in the reform era. The next chapter will follow the Chinese discussions of the Soviet foreign agenda in the 1990s. First, it will focus on Chinese perceptions of Gorbachev across the 1990 divide. As will be discussed, the turning point appeared in March 1990, when Gorbachev decided to relinquish the CPSU power monopoly. The CCP leadership received this message with great trepidation, as such a move from Moscow would produce unwanted repercussions in its one-party communist dictatorship. Since then, Chinese scholars started to dispense negative views on the last Soviet leader, criticizing his new thinking as not only a deviation from Lenin but also the root of the dissolution of European socialism. The chapter will also investigate the use of Lenin in Chinese Sovietology writings after Tiananmen. Scholars argued that Lenin's post-1917 foreign policy of engaging with the West while upholding the Communist Party dictatorship was the best way for China to weather the Tiananmen crisis. Their interpretation of Lenin's works tapped into the context of the international sanctions which were being imposed on China after the Tiananmen incident, and corresponded closely to Deng Xiaoping's post-Tiananmen agenda of keeping the country under a low profile while seeking a way to overcome the crisis. Chapter 3. The 1990s changing views on Gorbachev's foreign policy and the use of Lenin after Tiananmen. 1. Chinese perceptions of Gorbachev across the 1990 divide. One thing that should be noted is that Chinese perceptions of Gorbachev from the mid-1980s onward were quite evolutionary. Views changed not only in response to the ups and downs of Sino-Soviet relations and China's domestic political climate, but also in response to the political developments in Moscow. The investigator has found that China's strong criticism of Gorbachev did not appear until early 1990, and not immediately after Tiananmen as existing secondary sources claim. 1. After Gorbachev was elected president of the USSR and initiated the process of terminating the power monopoly of the CPSU on March 15, 1990, both the CCP and Chinese scholars became aware of the possible negative ramifications of such a move on the PRC, which has remained committed to one-party communist rule. In a speech made immediately afterward on March 18, CCP Secretary General, Jiang Zemin, issued the following warning. Our party is the ruling party, which means that the party has an absolute leadership over the state organs. If we renounce this leadership, then the party will no longer enjoy ruling party status. Therefore, all the state organs, including the People's Congress, the government, the Supreme People's Court, and the Supreme People's Procuratorate, should be under the leadership of the party. Any thoughts on or practices involving weakening or undermining the authority of the party are wrong. 2. In reaction to the alarming announcement after the 28th CPSU Congress in July 1990 that the monopoly of communist power in the Soviet Union had been officially abolished, Jiang made the following more severe criticism in September of that year. After Soviet-American détente and the turmoil in Eastern Europe, there are indeed many communists in the world who have doubts about the future of socialism, and are even losing faith in it. But the reality has proved that this kind of thinking is terribly naive. 3. Afterward, some articles in the Chinese official media started to criticize the deviation in the socialist world without referring to the name of Gorbachev. One day after the 2-year anniversary of the Tiananmen incident, Renmin Ribao commented that the setback of the international communist movement was due to the sabotage of the opportunists and rightists inside the socialist bloc, and the bourgeoisie has never ceased the effort to place their proxies in communist parties, for imposing the mischievous Western strategy of peaceful evolution on socialism. 4. In the wake of the August coup in 1991 Moscow, Guangming Raibao issued a warning that the anti-socialist deviational forces have penetrated into the party, and stated that countering such tendencies would be the biggest task of our theoreticians and the party. 5. 1 week after the August coup, Guangming Raibao published another article that came just short of openly attacking Gorbachev and his liberal programs. Some thoughts against Marxism and Leninism are rampant in today's international society. They have crept into the communist parties of some countries and become the guiding principles of those parties. Those thoughts are the fundamental origin of the crisis of some socialist states. The opportunists inside the international communist movement flaunt the banners of diversity, universal human value, and democracy is the highest principle of socialism to confuse the masses. They are in fact writing off the class struggle, socialism, and proletarian dictatorship. They stand for using the Western model to replace the communist leadership and its theoretical premise of Marxism. 6. A series of Ierika's journal articles criticizing Gorbachev's foreign policy appeared after the first half of 1990. In his article, Ierika's scholar, Huang Tianying, targeted Gorbachev's plan to establish Soviet diplomatic relations with South Korea. He argued that the Soviet leader's purpose was seeking economic aid from Seoul, at the expense of its longtime communist ally of North Korea. The author foresaw that Gorbachev's decision would cause the situation in the Korean peninsula to deteriorate. 7. In early 1991, Yuan Zhenjiao, dean of the Shanghai Institute of International Affairs, made a list of Gorbachev's East European policies to condemn. The list included Gorbachev's pampering of the formation of the multi-party system in the region, agreeing to have East Germany annexed by West Germany, and giving a green signal to the disbandment of the Warsaw Pact, all for trading benefits from the West. 8. After the dissolution of the Soviet Union, Cao Shengqiang, a professor of history at Shandong University, did not think that Gorbachev had implemented the Sinatra doctrine in Eastern Europe. He believed instead that Gorbachev, like his predecessors, had imposed not Sovietization but glasnost on the region, whereby the Soviet leader became the gravedigger of East European socialism. 9. Unlike the previous scholars' arguments that praised the new thinking for its historical innovation, Wang Yanwei argued that the past Soviet leaderships had already formulated the concept and Gorbachev was only duplicating the term only. 10. An in-depth investigation appeared in Ierika's researcher, Zhang Yi's 1995 article. According to the author, socialist ideology and universal human value are two sides of the same coin in terms of the definition of new thinking. However, if there is incompatibility appeared between the two elements, Gorbachev would rather favor the latter and do without the former. In Jiang's opinion, socialist ideology was the bond to preserve the Soviet East European alliance, and once it was taken away, socialism in Europe would disappear without trace. 11. As he finally concluded, Gorbachev's new thinking was a utopian idea and out of touch with reality. His democratic socialism and universal human value had been influenced more by Western thoughts, and were antagonistic to the principle of Leninism. We can say that Gorbachev's such package of thoughts was exactly the theoretical origin of the Soviet demise. 12. As demonstrated in the last chapter, both Chinese officials and intellectuals displayed little difference in their perspectives on Gorbachev before and after the Tiananmen incident. It was only after early 1990, when Gorbachev started the process of constitutionally terminating the one-party system in the Soviet Union, that the CCP became nervous. After that point, Chinese scholars began to sense its potential implications for China, which were far more ominous than the effect of the new thinking and glasnost that had allegedly fueled the student unrest in 1989. 13. As was evident in the writings presented in the last chapter, Gorbachev's slogans of plurality and universal human value would not cause concern for the Chinese socialist regime, as many Chinese scholars generally agreed with these ideas before the middle of 1990. However, this behavior of Gorbachev's in overturning the dictatorship of the Communist Party was absolutely unacceptable to the CCP. At that time Beijing was confronting the perceived threat from the West of peaceful evolution, 14 and the Chinese leadership similarly feared that the abandonment of socialism by the Soviet Union would reignite pro-democracy sentiments at home and challenge its legitimacy. Following this, the last Soviet leader was doomed to become the focal point of attack by the Chinese. Having said this, Chinese Sovietology writings never excoriated Gorbachev in the 1990s, and the torrent of attacks had gradually subsided by the middle of the decade. One major reason for this may be the improvement in Sino-Russian relations after the tragic collapse of the USSR. Once in power, Russian President Boris Yeltsin announced in November 1992 that Russia would tilt its foreign policy toward Asia, and that Sino-Russian relations would top his agenda. 2 days later, Yeltsin told the visiting Chinese Foreign Minister, Chiang Kai-shek, that China and Russia should not turn back the clock to when both sides were at each other's throats, and suggested that ideological differences should not become a barrier to normal bilateral relations. 16 With this overture from Russia, China decided to consolidate relations, and the agreement was enshrined in the Sino-Russian joint declaration signed by both countries during Yeltsin's visit to the PRC in December 1992. 17 Finally, during Jiang Zemin's reciprocal visit to Moscow in September 1994, both sides confirmed the nature of their future new type of cooperation, constructive partnership. 18 Second, Chinese scholars' analyses show that many aspects of Gorbachev's new thinking, such as peaceful coexistence, respect for sovereignties, emphasizing equality, and a refusal to export revolution and ideology, bore a strong resemblance to Deng Xiaoping's vision of international policy making. 19 Indeed, as presented in the last chapter, some Chinese scholars concluded that the foreign policies of Gorbachev and Deng were almost identical to each other, and that they both made major contributions to Marxist-Leninist theories of international relations. 20 Apart from China's disagreement with Gorbachev's political democratization and a fear of the impact of glasnost on China, the CCP regime in fact accepted Gorbachev's concept of new thinking, as this was seen to be in accordance with China's long-time principle of regulating foreign relations. 21 Most Chinese scholars included in this research are establishment intellectuals in the PRC, 22 and thus might have felt obliged to change suit and heed the party call to criticize deviationist tendencies after the turmoil in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. However, if those scholars displayed their exorbitant criticisms of the new thinking, such negative views might seem to be self-contradictory to their positive comments not long before. At the end of the 1990s, some Chinese writers once again reversed their positions, lending their sympathy to Gorbachev's foreign policy. 23 Kang Haiwen, a professor at the Haihe College in Heilongjiang Province, portrayed Gorbachev as a victim of the West. He criticized the US for exploiting the Soviet predicament to pressure the Kremlin to give up socialism. As a result, Gorbachev was incapable of action except giving in to American demands. 24 Eureka's scholar, Lu Nanquan, felt puzzled by some Chinese scholars, who had once accused Brezhnev of being a social imperialist because he had ordered the suppression of the Prague Spring. These scholars had also denounced Gorbachev as a communist traitor, when the last Soviet leader refused to send troops to crush the anti-communist uprising in Eastern Europe. 25 Rongji, a researcher in the Institute of International Studies at CAS, defended the new thinking as a wise decision in his 1999 article. He extolled Gorbachev's efforts in normalizing Sino-Soviet relations and concluding the Cold War. He asked that Chinese scholars assess Gorbachev's policy objectively and not slander him as a traitor or a capitulationist categorically. 26 Third, although the CCP regime had concerns about the fate of Chinese socialism after the crumbling of the USSR, the disintegration of the Soviet Union ended up benefiting the PRC more than anything else. In the aftermath of the Tiananmen incident, the Chinese government still worried gravely about potential attempts of the West to relegate China to a subordinate role in the post-communist world. However, the CCP leadership increasingly realized that the downfall of European socialism and the weakened USSR would offer the PRC a better chance to restore what it saw as its rightful place, in a multipolar world no longer controlled by the superpowers. In 1989, Deng Xiaoping was still not sure what the international direction would be in the coming years, and he urged the Chinese people to observe the situation coolly and act calmly. 27 In 1990, Deng became more confident and optimistic about China's future in the world. He said, "The situation in which the United States and the Soviet Union dominated all international affairs is changing, and China will be counted as a pole in a multipolar world." 28 Immediately after the Soviet collapse, Deng joyfully claimed in 1992 that Socialist China should show the world through its actions that it is opposed to hegemonism and power politics, and China is a steadfast force for safeguarding world peace. 29 Last, after the Soviet collapse, Russia and other succeeding states to the USSR seemed unlikely to be in a position to sustain its armed forces and past superpower status. Therefore, the main potential threat to Chinese security had been removed. China wanted the CIS states on its borders to remain stable. For otherwise grave problems would be created for the PRC. Because of the CCP's efforts to normalize Sino-Russian relations in the early 1990s, both states achieved arms control, border settlement, and trade resumption in the post-Soviet era. 30 The prospect of bilateral relations after 1991 looked far brighter than in the pre-1991 time period. After the Cold War, the CCP leadership not only needed good relations with Russia in diplomatic terms, but also expected to retain Russia and other CIS states as a counterbalance in resisting the Western notion of peaceful evolution, which they saw as an existential threat. In addition, Chinese leaders in the 1990s tried hard to secure the border demarcation with the surrounding Soviet successor countries. They sought to further trade relations with those states and take advantage of their rich energy resources to sustain China's fast-growing economy. They also wanted to cooperate with the CIS states to combat religious extremism and national separation in China's northwestern territory. 31 Therefore, it was a rational decision for Chinese scholars after 1991 not to indulge in negative criticisms of the defunct Soviet socialism founded by the Russians in 1917, since this would arouse suspicions on the Russian side and ultimately harm the relationship. Indeed, from the mid-1990s onward, some Chinese Soviet watchers took into account the bitter lessons learned from the Sino-Soviet hostilities that had taken place under Mao Zedong, in which name-calling and exchanges of verbal attacks had severely damaged relations between the two countries. They made it clear that this tragedy should not be repeated. In a 1999 speech delivered to a conference commemorating the 50-year anniversary of the establishment of Sino-Russian relations, IRICA's director, Li Jingjie, cited the main import of Deng Xiaoping's conversation with Gorbachev in 1989, putting the past behind and embracing the future, and made it clear to Chinese scholars that they should no longer cling to the old scores of history when they were conducting research into Sino-Russian relations in the future. 32 In another article published at the same time, Pan Zhengxiang, a scholar at the Chinese University of Science and Technology, retraced the sorry history of Sino-Soviet relations and asked Chinese scholars to take the lessons of the past into account in their future research. He instructed them to uphold the notion of seeking common ground while preserving differences, and warned them not to engage in open polemics and in criticizing party or state leaders on the other side by name in order to prevent a repetition in the 21st century of the historical tragedy. 33 Moreover, in a 1995 article, Ye Shizong, a professor at Shanghai Normal University, asked Chinese scholars to learn a lesson from the painful memory of Sino-Soviet polemics after the early 1960s. He pointed out that the mutual recriminations and vituperation had contributed to China's self-imposed isolation and the emergence of political radicalism that had culminated in the disastrous Cultural Revolution. After that point, China refused to learn from the Soviet leader, Nikita Khrushchev's initiatives in reforming the moribund Stalinism, denouncing his plans as revisionism. This was a pejorative term used by Mao Zedong to describe Khrushchev's programs as being equivalent to a revision of orthodox Marxism. The author finally concluded that it was these sorts of meaningless squabbles that had made China waste the opportunity to reflect on Maoism and develop the economy, and remain backward until the late 1970s when the outside world had changed more swiftly than ever before. 34. 2. Lenin and the fate of Chinese socialism after Tiananmen. The foreign policy of Vladimir Lenin started to draw the attention of Chinese Soviet watchers in and after 1989, when China became a political pariah owing to the ruling Communist Party's brutal military crackdown on civilians during the pro-democratic Tiananmen demonstrations in the summer of that year. Chinese perspectives in the wake of the Tiananmen incident argued that the PRC might learn from Lenin's policy in war communism, when the newly born Soviet Union was besieged by imperialist military encirclement. At the time, Lenin adopted a foreign policy that encouraged engagement in formal relations with the West, while concentrating on economic development and maintaining a proletarian dictatorship. Such principles were akin to Deng Xiaoping's post-Tiananmen agenda of buying time and keeping a low profile while finding a way out of the Western sanctions and reconnecting with the world. 35 As Yu Liangzhao, a lecturer at the University of Hubei, summarized in his 1991 article, China should learn from Lenin's post-1917 peaceful coexistence strategy, by pursuing the continued economic cooperation with the West and upholding the open-door policy, in order to overcome the international sanctions, change China's global image, and finally restore its rightful place in the world. 36 After the CCP's military crackdown in 1989, China was facing four consequences. First, internationally, many countries in the world endorsed the political and economic sanctions against China, as a form of punishment for its armed suppression of civilians and its infringement upon human rights. Second, domestically, the Tiananmen incident was followed immediately by an intensified intra-CCP power struggle, wherein the Conservative Party members attempted to seize the opportunity to criticize Deng Xiaoping's reform and open-door policies after 1978, and push China back to the rule of Maoism. Third, the event paralleled the failure of communism in Eastern Europe and the USSR from 1989 onward, and many Chinese people almost entirely lost their faith in socialism. Last, combining all the causes above, China after 1989 was at a crossroads. From the top leadership to ordinary people, all felt deeply puzzled about the future direction of China and had no concrete idea about how China would weather the Tiananmen crisis. In late 1989, the new party secretary-general, Jiang Zemin, gave a warning to party cadres about hostile international forces and the critical situation of the CCP. At present we must realize that our party is in peril and the international hostile forces are engineering the plot of peaceful evolution to push the CCP on the verge of death. We should be acutely aware of the urgency of current situation. All cadres should work together to safeguard our party and ensure socialism in China will survive the test and remain undefeated. 37. Deng Xiaoping also expressed his concern about the issue. He believed that the West had the same attitude towards China as towards the East European countries, and that the West was unhappy that China adheres to socialism. 38. Deng said that Chinese people did not fear being isolated. He remarked, "No one can shake China's determination to build socialism, and no matter what changes take place in the international situation, China will be able to hold its ground." 39. From late 1989, a flood of official articles circulated in China, invoking Lenin and his writings as a model that could be useful in combating Western attacks and safeguarding socialism in China. A commentator in Guangming Raibao commented that Lenin's theory about the inevitable death of capitalism had not become outdated in the contemporary era. He said, "It is correct for China to adhere to the socialist path, and believed that socialism will replace capitalism in the future." 40. Another article in Kyoshi described Lenin's writings as a good weapon for China to employ to fight with the international vicious tendencies of peaceful evolution. 41. Li Zun, Vice Minister of the Central Propaganda Department, wrote in Renmin Raibao demanding that comrades working in ideology apply theories of Marx and Lenin in their research works for the battle against the peaceful evolution. 42. Another article in Renmin Raibao required all party cadres to achieve a high level of understanding of Leninist theories, with a view to grasp the world's situation, uphold the communist conviction, and cope with the complicated international environment. 43. In response to the calls of party authorities, Chinese scholars started to follow the example of the early Soviet Union when the country was threatened by Western military intimidation, and asked the PRC to learn from Lenin's wisdom of how to break through foreign encirclement. 44 According to a scholar at the Guangxi University for Nationalities, today when capitalists are mounting intensive attacks against socialism, the international communist movement is at the moment of low tide. Under such circumstances, to study Lenin's experience and theories on upholding and developing Marxism will have a great practical significance for us to march toward the socialist path unswervingly under today's stormy international climate. 45. The Eureka scholar, Jie Li, wrote in an article that, when the newly born Soviet Union was beset by imperial hostility, Lenin still realized that Soviet socialism was in need of peace and respite for economic recovery. 46 After that, peaceful coexistence with the West became the major principle of Soviet foreign policy. 47 Yu Liangzhou in another article argued that China should heed Lenin's strategies during its difficult time. These included strengthening the one-party rule, fighting bloated bureaucracy and corruption, and remaining vigilant of imperialist interventions. 48 Even in the late 1990s, when China had extricated itself from isolation and re-embraced the global society, Li Zhencheng, director of the Institute of Marxism at the Central Party School, still remarked that Lenin's counter-encirclement methods in the early 20th century were a useful example for not only Chinese socialism, but also the future of world communism. At the time, the struggle between the international hostile forces intending for sabotaging the October Revolution and the Soviet Communists for safeguarding the fruit of the revolution, was a life or death final showdown between the proletarians and the bourgeoisies. It ended with the victory of the former, and the outcome would be honored by history. The struggle was one of the greatest events in the 20th century, and it has been celebrated by peoples from all over the world. We can see that in a non-military battlefield, a war without bloodshed could be more prolonged, intensive, and brutal. Fortunately, at the time the imperialists did not have an effective and systematic strategy of peaceful evolution. It would be helpful for us to seriously study and sum up the lessons from this event, for subsequent campaigns against capitalist rivals. 49. Making use of Lenin is not unknown in PRC history. During Lenin's 90th birthday anniversary in 1960, the CCP regime under Mao Zedong's instruction published several harangues in the name of commemorating Leninism in official newspapers. This was an attack on Khrushchev's détente with the West and was also meant to defend the Chinese struggle against imperialism right through to the end. 50 Lenin's theories developed during war communism had also been employed by Mao to serve and legitimize his radical policies in the fanatical periods of the Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution. 51 After Tiananmen, the contemporary application of Lenin and his policies highlighted China's apprehension regarding the Western peaceful evolution, the implications of European communist demise for China, and concern about the country's position in the world after Tiananmen. The use of Lenin in Chinese party organs and Sovietology writings can also be considered as a legacy of traditional Chinese historiography, using the past to serve the present. 52 Chinese are traditionally in the habit of appealing to examples in history to serve the present agenda, and drawing such examples from within Chinese history is only one end of the whole spectrum. As Dorothea Martin remarks, the main task of Chinese historians in world history since the mid-1950s has been to trace the revolutionary movements of the modern world in such a way as to reveal the inevitable victory of socialism over capitalism and to depict the victory of the Chinese Revolution as the logical outgrowth of this global revolutionary trend. 53. World history in China functions not only to promote China's own desired reading of history, but also to serve the political needs of the state and party. Gotland Mueller-Sani reveals that in and after the 1990s the CCP regime increasingly focused on ensuring that the official party view of foreign history was transmitted via the official media and textbooks, and that the state agenda guided the audience's perceptions of legitimization of PRC policies. 54 Lenin's foreign policy and his rule during the early Soviet Union were selected as examples, as they had gone well with the stance and interest of China after Tiananmen, that is, since both regimes were bound by the shared traumas of Western sanctions and the common aspirations of rising to be global powers amid international hostility. The Soviet Union under Lenin was viewed as the cherished precedent of a golden age upon which the present action of the CCP regime had to be based or rationalized. Chinese Sovietology's use of Lenin to promote socialism, like exploiting past foreign humiliation in order to fan anti-Western nationalist fervor, was an effective measure to strengthen the Chinese communist regime when it was experiencing domestic difficulties. Jin Zhenglin, a researcher at the Heilongjiang Provincial Academy of Social Sciences, pointed this out quite frankly in his 1992 article on why Chinese Sovietologists should review Lenin's foreign policy in the early Soviet Union. History is a mirror. It can guide people to week through the old and bring forth the new. Although there has been a great deal of change since more than 70 years ago, the present international environment is different with that the early Soviet Union was facing. However, there are still some similarities between the two periods. So we need to research on Lenin's policy to understand the current grim atmosphere and raise our revolutionary spirits. 55. 3. Lenin and the post-Tiananmen reform and open-door policies. The use of Lenin in 1990s China was not only a political expedient in the face of Western sanctions, it was also a symbol of a long-term strategy for China's economic success and state building after the demise of world communism. After the Tiananmen incident, Premier Li Peng pledged, China will not return to the old way of self-isolation under any circumstances, notwithstanding the international sanctions. 56. At the time, Deng Xiaoping was aware of the predominance of the conservative forces within the party, and their exploitation of the grim international climate to push the PRC back into radicalism and anti-reform. He stepped in and elaborated the vision of China's post-Tiananmen development for outflanking his foes in a series of speeches. In late 1989, Deng demanded that China double its GNP amid the turmoil in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, in order to demonstrate the superiority of socialism. He warned that the PRC should maintain friendly exchanges with the West, and should not criticize or condemn other countries without good reason or go to extremes in our words and deeds. 57. In a subsequent speech publicized in 1990, Deng required China to contribute to the world by promoting a new international political and economic order. He said, if we can go on in this way for 50 or 60 years, socialist China will be invincible. 58. According to the words above, Deng's laying great emphasis on economic development was not only a remedy for breaking the post-Tiananmen deadlock. It was also a political tool for strengthening the CCP regime, and a means to the ultimate end of China achieving a powerful status following the demise of orthodox socialism in the wake of Tiananmen and the collapse of European communist regimes. Further to his attack on the party old guards, Deng embarked on an ambitious inspection tour in southern China in early 1992. He delivered several landmark speeches along the way, making clear that the greater danger to China came from the left rather than the right, and warning that the people would topple those who opposed reforms. He urged the party members not to fear elements of capitalism and not to argue whether the Gorbachev's foreign policy and the use of Lenin after Tiananmen 97 road is capitalist or socialist. 59. After Deng's preaching, Jiang Zemin immediately began to toe the line and pressed the CCP to be more emancipated, bolder, and faster in learning achievements from the West. 60. Complying with the tide, the government's mouthpiece newspapers and journals immediately set off a chain reaction entertaining Deng's ideas, and clearing the decks for a strong defense of the reform and open-door policies. At this juncture, the use of Lenin appeared on the PRC's front pages as a means of keeping abreast of Deng's call, and garnering support for China's renewed momentum to resume reforms in full force. An article in Renmin Raibao pointed out that learning from capitalism has absolutely complied with Lenin's theories, and the fundamental reason for Soviet economic backwardness and its final demise was because the post-Lenin leaderships had not correctly handled their relationship with capitalism. 61. Another article in Kyoshi put it bluntly, that in Lenin's mind socialism should not be an isolated system, and in fact, it should be a more open society than capitalism. 62 Against this backdrop, CAS President, Hu Sheng, weighed in and rebutted the leftist hostility to capitalism in Renmin Ribao. He argued that socialism should inherit the good tradition from capitalism but should not be antagonistic to it. The author quoted Lenin's The State and Revolution to demonstrate that proletarian dictatorship could only obtain the fruits of socialist revolution by learning from the achievements of capitalism. 63 Hu Sheng finally condemned the leftist thoughts as being utterly absurd and reactionary. 64 A number of academic works had predated Deng's southern tour in early 1992. These articles advocated the acceleration of reforms and mutually beneficial interaction between socialism and capitalism, against the negative. Example of the Soviet Union. 65 After Deng's tour and throughout the 1990s, many articles attempted to use both Lenin and Deng to enhance China's renewed momentum in the revitalization of reforms. 66 In fact, there were already numerous publications in the 1980s that supported Deng's reform and open-door policies, through the study of Lenin's writings. 67 The 1980s articles were meant to eradicate the Maoist legacy that had obstructed the PRC's modernization and open-door policies for 3 decades, and this legacy eventuated in the widening gap between China and the advanced world at the beginning of the 1980s. In April 1980, an article commemorating Lenin's 110-year birthday appeared in Guangming Ribao. The author claimed that according to Lenin, the fundamental task of socialism was not class struggle and political campaigns, but developing the productive forces and commodity economy, by learning the advanced technologies and management experience from capitalism. 68 Concurrent with the official tone, Yang Yanjun, a researcher at the Harbin Academy of Social Sciences, took Lenin's Soviet Union as an example and put forward that after consolidating power, a socialist regime should promptly shift to economic construction rather than engage in continued revolution. 69 Xia Yuan, a translator at the Central Compilation and Translation Bureau and an expert in the international communist movement, went on to say, learning Lenin's discourse on state capitalism will be of great significance for cleaning up the ultra-leftist poisonous weeds, which were produced by the reactionary group led by Lin Biao and Zhang Qing. He argued that the agenda in the period of the new economic policy, which emphasized economic construction and learning from the West, should be the blueprint of socialist modernization in China. 70 In short, Leninism in Chinese Sovietology writings had served as a tool for helping to legitimize the Chinese communist regime and justify its state policies in the 1980s and 1990s. References to Lenin in the 1980s were used in an economic sense in support of post-Mao leadership. These demonstrated China's determination to merge itself into the world economic system, since the PRC at the time had already swept away the Maoist remnants of the Gang of Four but was still mired in economic crisis inflicted by Mao's rule. On the other hand, when post-Mao reforms had been fully fledged but the conservative force was rampant after Tiananmen, the rhetorical use of Lenin in the 1990s was more a political maneuver to reinforce the post-Tiananmen mandate of continued economic liberalization and anti-leftism, while still maintaining self-reliance and evading political westernization. The symbol of Lenin served to imbue the Chinese people with a sense of guarding against the peaceful evolution, and of the inevitable victory of socialism over capitalism. On closer inspection, the use of Lenin by Chinese Sovietology writings was less relevant to the context of contemporary China's international relations. As mentioned in the preceding chapter about Gorbachev and as we will see in the next chapter, since 1987 Chinese scholars had argued that both Gorbachev's concepts of new thinking in international relations and glasnost in political liberalization were a return to Lenin's original principle of true socialism. Some of them even demanded that the Chinese government study Gorbachev's programs and imitate his way of reforming the socialist political structure. However, after 1990 and the Soviet demise in 1991 in particular, Gorbachev was no longer a favorite figure owing to the change of the political tide. Chinese scholars increasingly refrained from mentioning his name and taking his programs as an example. Instead, they had to forsake Gorbachev. In the eyes of the CCP, on the other hand, Lenin commanded high respect and was one of the most authoritative communist leaders in human history. Compared to Gorbachev and any other communist leaders in the world, using Lenin to mobilize the support of China's reforms would implicate little political risk in Chinese Sovietology writings, particularly in the days after Tiananmen when China was facing the comeback of the party conservative force. As we will see in the next chapter, in the early 1980s, official Chinese organs and scholars had quoted Lenin's theories to attack the legacy of Mao. Back then, the first Soviet leader was seen as a symbol of humanistic socialism in direct contrast to Maoist tyranny and oppression. Lenin's writings were cited to help China recover from the trauma of the Cultural Revolution and switch to the path of reform and open-door policies. After Tiananmen, the exemplar of Lenin was invoked to fortify the party's rule and tighten its grip on power. This time, Lenin was used for the defense of China's stand of practicing true socialism, but not the socialism perverted by Gorbachev and his followers, who were seen as leading the Soviet Union into chaos, and finally, disintegration. In both the early 1980s and early 1990s, the symbol of Lenin was used to legitimate the regime of Deng Xiaoping as a socialist government adhering to the norm of orthodox communism, but not the kind of socialism distorted by Mao and Gorbachev. It is true that many Chinese scholars made reference to Lenin's rule in the early Soviet Union in order to offer guidance to China to cope with hostile Western sanctions after Tiananmen. Still, we need to note some differences between the early Soviet Union and China in the wake of the Tiananmen incident. First, unlike socialism in the early 20th century, which was a rising political force after the founding of the Soviet Union, communist regimes and ideology in the early 1990s were dying remnants. Western capitalism might have felt the need to nip the early Soviet Union in the bud by force, for fear that its menace would spread across the world and threaten its own survival. However, after the Tiananmen incident and even in the wake of the Soviet demise, China was not in a perilous situation. The West neither sent troops to threaten China's survival, nor had complicity in working with those whom party authorities judged as opportunists within the CCP to overthrow the Chinese regime. Second, unlike what it had done with the early Soviet Union, in and after the 1990s, the capitalist West did not display wholesale hostility toward the PRC, and did not sever its diplomatic and trade relations with China. Afterward, China did not implement another militarized war communism or adopt autarkic methods to counter the Western attacks. Indeed, the biggest fear of the CCP regime and Chinese scholars in the early 1990s seemed to be the emergence of the US as the sole superpower in the world, after the demise of world communism. Some considered that Washington would not only seek to prevent China from prospering and restoring its greatness in the world, but also wield its unchecked power to bludgeon other countries into submission. 71 However, after Soviet socialism passed from the scene, the Chinese promptly realized that the post-communist system had spurred greater global competition rather than greater global hegemony. They could not conceal their delight in witnessing the emergence of a multipolar world, in which China would reap the benefits and make itself a crucial factor in the global balance by being integrated into the new world order. 72 Therefore, what most concerned the CCP regime after the eclipse of the USSR was by no means the real military threat from the West, or its modern analogy of peaceful evolution. In reality, the use of Lenin and his foreign policy in 1990s Chinese Sovietology writings was less pertinent to China's thinking on its relations with the West and the world at that time. Rather, Chinese scholars tended to use the symbol of Lenin and the interpretation of his writings to defend Deng's policies and support his position at home after Tiananmen, that is, when socialism in China was in burgeoning crisis and the party conservative force attempted to challenge the reform and open-door directions taken by Deng since 1978. Let us look at several pieces of evidence. First, according to Xiao Feng, a researcher in the Institute of Contemporary World at Cass, Lenin and Deng Xiaoping appeared to converge at two pillars, upholding socialism and developing the productive forces and undertaking the open-door policy. 73 In this way the use of Lenin serves two functions. Firstly, It demonstrates China's ruthless determination to resist political liberalization and the pollution of bourgeois thoughts. Secondly, it symbolizes that the CCP regime would cling to economic capitalism by learning from the advanced West. The 2 points deterred the attacks made by the political dissents and the party conservatives, respectively. This combination of the two directed the path that China would take. Second, Wei Dingguang, a professor at the Nanjing Institute of Politics, argued that after Lenin's death, both Stalin and Mao had not properly handled Lenin's legacy of opening to the outside world, and only Deng Xiaoping has carried through Lenin's goal and upheld the open-door direction as part of the socialist state policies. 74 Lu Min, a scholar at the University of Nanjing, went further to put Deng in a higher position than Lenin. She pointed out that unlike Lenin, who had employed the open-door policy as a means to survive and as mainly for the contact with the West, China under Deng had been transformed into a socialist country that embraces all nations in the world regardless of their political systems. 75 It is thus evident that quoting Lenin's writings was more about Deng than Lenin. The authors apparently tried to elevate Deng's standing and speak for his policies. Deng, not Lenin, was the real focus of the Chinese scholars. Last, Li Daxin, a scholar at Shandong University, indicated that socialist elements could be drawn from capitalism, and both socialism and capitalism could be in complete harmony but not in competition. 76 To corroborate his argument, the scholar quoted both Lenin's formula and Deng's comment during his celebrated Southern tour in 1992, 77 in order to emphasize that socialism and capitalism could have positive ties. In particular, he argued that the nature of socialism was a hybrid of various institutions and elements, as long as they could enrich the power of the socialist states. 78 In Deng Xiaoping's mind, there was indeed no specific definition of socialism. For him, socialism and capitalism could be interconnected and it made little sense to label these two systems. It is such examples of Deng's pragmatism that have produced the famous slogan constructing socialism with Chinese characteristics, a very vague slogan that Deng himself was unable to clarify. As he admitted in 1985. In building socialism, the central task is to develop the productive forces. We are adopting all measures to develop them, including use of foreign funds and introduction of advanced technologies. This is a great experiment, something that is not described in books. 79 To summarize, first, the Chinese method of drawing an analogy between the post-Tiananmen PRC and the early Soviet Union was to create a tense and hostile external environment and to keep the Chinese people in a state of perpetual tension. This was conducive to strengthening the legitimacy of the CCP rule in the wake of the Tiananmen incident, when the Chinese Communist regime was discredited at home and came under strong fire from international society. The crisis became even more evident following the cascade of collapsing European communist regimes in and after 1989. The Chinese leaders feared lest the snowball of the political upheavals shaking Eastern Europe and the USSR should threaten their own survival. Therefore, by invoking the example of the beleaguered early Soviet socialist state under Lenin and the terms the peaceful evolution and the international hostile forces, the CCP regime was able to use the bogey of potential national anarchy and unbridled foreign anti-China sentiment to hang on to power. Indeed, China had been subjected to Western imperial thrashing in the past. The country's traumatic national experiences still loom large in the Chinese psyche today. In China, a country long suffering from the invasion of others, this defensive fear has not only taken deep roots but also long sponsored appropriate countermeasures, both culturally and politically. 80 As a result, Chinese officials and scholars resolved to exploit and intermingle such sorry historical memories and the precedent of the early Soviet Union that had been similarly falling prey to Western sanctions. In so doing, they were able to appeal to the deep-rooted Chinese victim mentality, and present the communist regime as endeavoring to resist China's victimization in the international community again. They made use of the example of the early Soviet Union to mobilize and enhance the enthusiasm of Chinese people, and directed them to embrace a new wave of self-strengthening reform for getting the better of the post-Tiananmen sanctions. Therefore, they achieved the goal of strengthening CCP legitimacy after the end of the Cold War by playing the cards of the traditional Chinese victim mentality and an exaggerated post-Tiananmen international hostility. Second, debates over the lessons of the failure of communism in Eastern Europe and the USSR from 1989 onward coincidentally paralleled the intra-CCP power struggle after the Tiananmen crisis. The epical event in Moscow at the end of 1991 provided a motor for the leftist countercurrent, which questioned many of the fundamental directions taken by China under Deng Xiaoping's leadership. Interpretations of Lenin's writings became a major ideological weapon in the struggle between the forces for and against reforms in the CCP. After Tiananmen, Lenin was used as a device to limit the scope of reform-oriented criticism, and he was seen as a man who had come to appreciate the need for substantial market forces. Chinese scholars argued that Lenin remained fundamentally relevant to China's socialist reform and open-door policies. In their opinion, the first Soviet leader did not oppose capitalist elements, though he also was not dependent on them. He advocated establishing a regime with the combination of a strong proletarian dictatorship and market economic mechanism. Chinese scholars claimed that Deng's reform and open-door policies after 1978 were emblematic of Lenin's theories. Their conclusions served to defend Deng's post-Tiananmen policy of accelerating reforms and resisting the attacks of the party leftists, who attempted to challenge Deng's position and policies. The use of Lenin after Tiananmen demonstrates that most Chinese officials and scholars had generally stood by on the side of the reformist wing, and largely supported and defended reforms in the communist system. They did not suggest tight controls in China even in the wake of Tiananmen and the Soviet disintegration. Third, the 3-year period between the Tiananmen incident and the disintegration of the Soviet Union was an earth-shaking period that nearly convulsed the CCP regime. The Chinese reformist leadership led by Deng Xiaoping understood very well that only by successfully carrying out the reforms would the Chinese Communist state be able to regain the legitimacy that it had lost. They were eager to explore a new way of dispelling tough resistance by the hardliners and make a breakthrough. They needed to regenerate the party that was still in a coma after experiencing a heavy blow by the Tiananmen crisis and the ensuing collapse of communism in Europe. As seen in this chapter, it is apparent that both Chinese officials and Soviet watchers were trying to use the interpretation of Lenin's writings to create new momentum. They intended for this momentum to revive China's reform and open-door policies, and to further the cause of socialist modernization that had been championed since 1978. Lenin was a means to rally support for the forces of pro-reform. Afterward, China was bolder in embracing economic liberalization while still refusing to transform its quasi-Leninist political system. Especially after Deng's southern tour in 1992, the CCP formally adopted the concept of socialist market economy. 81 China then registered unprecedented economic growth and experienced profound social transformation. Throughout the rest of the 1990s, a phenomenon that continued in the 21st century. As Jean-Philippe Beja comments, the Tiananmen tragedy remains a knot that must be untied and a barrier that must be removed in China's continuous advance toward modernity. 82 The use of Lenin after Tiananmen was seen to be the best way for China to untie the knot and remove the barrier. Last, we may conclude by saying that 1990s Chinese Sovietology's main purpose in quoting Lenin's foreign policy in the early Soviet Union, as well as his willingness to learn from capitalism, was to construct a rallying point. This rallying point was intended to relegitimize and reconceptualize the post-Mao state policy of building an amorphous socialism with a distinctive Chinese flavor, amid the setback of the Tiananmen crisis when the Chinese party state had become an internationally shunned regime, and worldwide socialism had reached a dead end. Scholars put Deng and Lenin together in their articles, demonstrating that Deng was the true disciple of Lenin, who was seen as the embodiment of post-Mao China's direction. They argued that Deng had further developed and flourished Lenin's theories alongside Chinese realities, and made great strides in socialist modernization. To quote from the final thoughts of Yezikin in his 1997 article, "Open door policy is the essence of socialism with Chinese characteristics. It carries on the legacy of Marxism-Leninism and brings it into full play today. The policy holds an important place in China's socialist construction. We can even say that socialism with Chinese characteristics simply means opening socialism to the outside world. 83. The use of Lenin demonstrates that Chinese scholars viewed the former Soviet Union as both a warning from the past as well as an image of a possible Chinese state in the future. The example of Lenin's post-1917 open policy reveals that Chinese scholars regarded the continued reform to be the best measure for saving socialism after Tiananmen. In their understanding, only a strong, stable, open, and wealthy state could ensure that the socialist system would survive in the long term. After Tiananmen, Chinese scholars not only demonstrated concern for the survival of the CCP regime, but also attempted to envision the future direction and position of China in the post-communist world. This included analysis of how China could rise to be a powerful nation under the authoritarian one-party rule, without succumbing to Western democracy and the sort of collapse that engulfed the USSR, all of which had been evidenced by the use of Lenin after Tiananmen, as presented in this chapter. 4 Concluding remarks. In conclusion, then, the shift of Chinese perceptions of Gorbachev across the 1990 divide had little to do with the barometer of Sino-Soviet relations at the time. In fact, both countries had achieved rapprochement and ended past conflicts while still under the Gorbachev administration. After Gorbachev's abolition of the CPSU power monopoly in March 1990, the CCP regime interpreted that such a move would pose a threat to China's own communist dictatorship. Following this, Chinese scholars looked at Gorbachev's behavior with great anxiety and started to explicitly attack his foreign policy after early 1990. Nevertheless, Chinese scholars reduced their criticisms of Gorbachev in and after the mid-1990s, as a strategic partnership was created between the PRC and Russia after the end of the Cold War, and with the increasing amount of bilateral economic and security cooperation. Moreover, some Chinese Soviet watchers took account of the bitter lessons learned from the Sino-Soviet hostility that had taken place under Mao Zedong, in which name-calling and exchanges of verbal attacks had severely damaged relations between the two countries. They made it clear that this tragedy should not be repeated, and this understanding also restrained them from excessively criticizing the last Soviet leader. After the Tiananmen incident in 1989, interpretation of Lenin's writings by Chinese scholars generally supported Deng Xiaoping's reformist policies and legitimized his position at home against the return of the leftist offensive. Chinese scholarship put Deng and Lenin on the same level and stated that Deng had long followed Lenin's principle of building socialism. Moreover, Lenin's foreign policy and his rule during the early Soviet Union were selected as they had meshed well with the stance and interest of China after Tiananmen, since both regimes were bound by the common aspirations of rising to be global powers amid international hostility. Chinese scholars praised Lenin's agenda that embraced reforms and learning from the West, while persisting with communist dictatorship, as the key to saving the PRC from the setback of Tiananmen and to keeping socialism vital in the future. In early 1993, Wu Zioquan sent his New Year letter to Irikas, and asked that the Chinese scholars researching on the regions of the former Soviet Union commit themselves to strengthening academic exchange and enhancing mutual friendship. 84 However, as seen in this chapter, Chinese Sovietology could never be as simple as strengthening academic exchange or enhancing mutual friendship. In 1997, Party Secretary General, Jiang Zemin, disseminated the following words in his inaugural lecture at the CCP 15th Congress. Deng Xiaoping theory is the principle to understand the world. It has correctly analyzed and made scientific judgments of the characteristics of contemporary era, the international situation, the failure of some socialist states, the lessons of developing nations, and the experience of advanced countries. The world is changing rapidly, and Marxists in any countries must tackle with this matter seriously. Deng Xiaoping theory defines our party line and international strategy. It requires us to comprehend, carry on, and develop Marxism. By doing so, we can only call ourselves as true Marxists, and sticking to old habits would get us nowhere. 85. While not a determinant in China's foreign policy making, Chinese Sovietology is not able to remain outside the confines of Chinese politics. The party guidepost always transcends the academic norm. In response to the party call, Chinese Soviet watchers have to trim their aims, align the subject on the basis of ideology, and consign Soviet studies to the backstage of party line and international strategy, in order to comprehend, carry on, and develop Marxism. Seen from Part 1 of the book, Chinese Sovietology, by providing both principles and tactics, had been making assessments of and proposing solutions to the economic and political aspects of contemporary China, friendships and struggles in the PRC's international relations. Through the interplay of politics and scholarship, scholars projected and envisioned the future of China in the post-communist world. Part 2 of the book will investigate the changing Chinese views of Soviet leaders and politics, through discussions of Chinese Soviet watchers on different Soviet leaders and their political agenda in the 1980s and 1990s. The next chapter will study how Chinese scholars exploited the policies of Lenin and Gorbachev to tackle the political situation in 1980s China, after the disastrous Mao era and before the gathering storm of the Tiananmen incident, respectively. It will show that many Chinese scholars interpreted the writings and programs of Lenin and Gorbachev in their favor. Their goal was mainly to use the policies of these two Soviet leaders to support the reformers in their power struggle against the conservatives within the CCP, reorient the direction of post-Mao Chinese socialism, and legitimize the reform and open-door policies set by the party. Part 2. Analyses of Soviet leaders and politics. Chapter 4. The 1980s Chinese perceptions of Lenin's socialism and Gorbachev's glasnost. 1. The use of Lenin in early 1980s China. After Mao Zedong died in 1976, China was on the brink of a precipice. The country needed to deal with its dire economy, and the people needed to heal the trauma of the decay of social morale. Most importantly, the party was facing the two mammoth tasks of rebuilding state institutions and restoring its citizens' faith in communism. Both of these had been heavily ravaged by Mao and his radical socio-political movement of the Cultural Revolution. In the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee, which took place in late 1978, which signaled the CCP's complete departure from past Maoist politics and opened the door for future reforms, Deng Xiaoping, chairman of the party's Central Committee and the de facto Chinese new leader, stated that China's most imminent problems were its self-isolation and economic and technological backwardness. 1. After the passage of time, he increasingly realized that Mao's legacy in China largely consisted only of spiritual and moral disruption. 2. In Deng's mind, it was not only the leftist ideology that was inimical to China's coming post-Mao reforms. Since the emergence of the Democracy Wall movement in 1978-1979, Deng increasingly felt uncomfortable with China's widespread skepticism of socialism, which had been bred by decades of Maoist terror. 3. After squelching the Democracy Wall movement, Deng seriously criticized a small number of persons who had attacked the CCP by raiding party and government organizations, and slandering Comrade Mao Zedong. He argued that it is not enough for us to keep on resolutely eliminating the pernicious influence of the Gang of Four, and warned, both the ultra-left and right currents of thought run counter to Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought and obstruct our advance towards modernization. 4. In order to shore up the post-Mao regime, Chinese officials and scholars in the early 1980s acted in concert to find the right formula from the creeds of the first Soviet leader, Vladimir Lenin. They hoped to clean up the dregs of Maoism and restore what they saw as true socialism, as well as discourage deviation from Marxist orthodoxy. 2 significant articles were published in Renmin Raibao in 1980, one of which was edited by the CCP Central Compilation and Translation Bureau, and the other of which was written by Eureka scholar, Song Hunk Suan. Both articles reiterated Lenin's teaching that it is compulsory to persevere in the priority of economic construction, once proletarian revolution has taken hold in a culturally and socially backward country like China. Both articles concluded that the economy, not politics, is the linchpin for consolidating the proletarian dictatorship. 5. Referring to Lenin's work, Qi Shiren, a professor of history at Beijing Capital Normal University, emphasized that violence is by no means of the essence of proletarian dictatorship. 6. Zhang Yuyu, a professor in the Institute of Contemporary Socialism at Shandong University, strongly criticized China's past abuse and mechanical understanding of continued revolution. Chun brought in Lenin's speech to emphasize that exaggerating the importance of revolution had been destructive for China in the past. 7. On the other hand, another group of works played a role in safeguarding the role of Chinese socialism by quoting Lenin's phrases. In 1980, an article appeared in the Beijing Review commenting on the case of former PRC statesman Liu Shaokai, whose course for modernization had been rejected in a political struggle and who died at the hands of Mao in 1969. The article eulogized Liu's great contributions to the Chinese Revolution. The editorial took advantage of the posthumous rehabilitation of Liu in 1980, to demonstrate that the CCP has restored the true qualities of Mao Zedong thought, and has firm unity within its ranks and firm unity with the people. 8. The article quoted Lenin's following words to pay respect to the CCP and defend its position. The attitude of a political party towards its own mistakes is one of the most important and surest ways of judging how earnest the party is and how it in practice fulfills its obligations towards its class and the toiling masses. Frankly admitting a mistake, ascertaining the reasons for it, analyzing the conditions which led to it, and thoroughly discussing the means of correcting it, that is the hallmark of a serious party. 9. In scholarly writings, while in complete agreement with reinstating socialist humanism in Lenin's terms, Ma Jiehua, a researcher at the Shanghai Academy of Social Sciences, considered humanism to not be an abstract concept. He remarked that many slogans derived from bourgeois humanism, such as freedom, equality, fraternity, democracy, and human right, are oppositional to Marxism-Leninism. 10. After encapsulating all the essentials of Lenin in constructing socialism in an economically backward country, both Wu Renzhang and Su Pohan averred that, while focusing on the productive forces is indispensable, the most fundamental tenet of Leninism is upholding the proletarian dictatorship and communist one-party rule. 11. The two categories of writings above are not contradictory but complementary to each other. Both party mouthpiece papers and scholarly works adroitly manipulated the tenets of Lenin's thought, in an attempt to renew the CCP legitimacy after the discredited Maoist era. They did this by undercutting the position of residual radical and conservative forces and arresting the cynicism and crisis of faith in communism, two of the biggest political and ideological tasks haunting Deng's early rule. To confront the post-Mao crisis, the early Deng regime also attempted to find a way to overhaul the outdated Maoist institutions. Deng once boiled down all his thoughts on party reform in a talk to an enlarged meeting of the Politburo in 1980. His standards consisted of several elements, such as institutionalization of the party system, facilitating the economy, parrying the errors committed by the Cultural Revolution, and most importantly, strengthening but not enervating the party dictatorship. 12. Deng's concept of party democracy was no different to that of Mao, who viewed the extension of democracy in the party as a way to strengthen discipline and an essential step in its consolidation and development. 13. Deng did not regard Mao as having created the wrong system, rather, it was the bad elements of the system that distorted Mao's behaviors. 14. Most importantly, Deng perceived that Mao had actually undermined the CCP during his rule, so it was essential for the post-Mao political reform not to decentralize the party power, but to reinforce it in order to rule the PRC more effectively. 15. This thesis has been corroborated by Frank Dikötter and Michel Bonin. Both scholars argue in their books that Mao's numerous mass political campaigns not only destroyed the social fabric of China, but also hollowed out the communist ideology and ultimately buried Maoism. After the departure of Mao, the new CCP leadership realized that the prior personalized and dogmatic politics had led to bureaucratic inefficiency, and the absence of systems of responsibility and administrative regulations. 16. To keep up the tempo, Chinese scholars took great efforts to invoke Lenin's writings and the early Soviet rule for promoting China's socialist political reform. First, China under Mao had suffered from rampant bureaucratism, and curbing the infestation of bureaucratic practice was a major agenda of Deng's political reform. 17 Some writers remarked that, according to Lenin, the root of bureaucratism is found in the legacy of old society, feudalism, and colonization. 18 Others argued that the disease of Soviet bureaucratism had originated in the Tsarist tradition, the pathetic economy, and a low level of education of the masses before 1917. 19 As a commentator in the Beijing Review pointed out, in Lenin's view all the Soviet Union's problems after the October Revolution could be traced back to its semi-Asiatic conditions. 20 China, according to the author, was much more backward than Russia in Lenin's time, and the past backslide of the Cultural Revolution was a typical feudal bureaucrat autocracy homegrown on the ruins of the millennia-old feudal empire. The commentator finally suggested that the CCP was only a victim of feudalism. And eliminating the influence of feudalism institutionally and ideologically, therefore, is necessarily an urgent task in party building in the period ahead. 21 The conclusion of these arguments can be summed up as stating that bureaucratism and other negative vestiges in the socialist states are by no means the intrinsic problem of socialism, instead, they are the dross from old tradition and old society. Second, Chinese scholars appreciated several of Lenin's points in reference to the early Deng political reform. Using Lenin's work encouraging mass participation in governmental administration, Xiao Lifeng, a professor at the Zhongnan University of Economics and Law in Hubei Province, argued that proletarian democracy is far superior to bourgeois democracy. In the former system it is the people who have the oversight of the state, while the exploitative class dominates in the latter system. 22 According to Eureka scholar, Su Yunpu's survey, the Soviet state institutions under Lenin were a highly democratic socialist system, and 1,000 times better than bourgeois democracy. In his view, Lenin's creation should be the right direction for all future socialist democratic developments. 23 In addition, aside from having agreed with Lenin's thesis that proletarian democracy should be advanced over bourgeois democracy, and that it is the highest form of democracy in the world, scholars, Hong Yunqian and Wang Lixing, argued that in order to facilitate the implementation of proletarian democracy, proletarian dictatorship is essential. In their final judgment, proletarian dictatorship should exist until the state enters the stage of communism. 24 Seen from the comparison between Deng and the Chinese writings presented above, scholars' arguments on the characteristics of Lenin's rule in the early Soviet Union largely resonated with the thrust of Deng's various speeches. Under the full cover of the most authoritative communist leader, Lenin, Chinese scholars ascribed all the past defects and wrongdoings in socialist China to the imperial and feudal tradition before 1949, the founding year of communist China. 25 They suggested that all impoverishments and sufferings of the pre-1976 PRC had little to do with the true nature of socialism or even Mao himself. Their assurance of the absolute superiority of proletarian democracy and the fundamental necessity of holding fast a proletarian dictatorship was undoubtedly welcomed by the Deng regime, which at the time desperately sought a theoretical basis for keeping the corpus of Mao unimpaired and ensuring the long-term survival of communist rule in China. 26 China specialist, Willy Wolap Lam, once commented that Deng's blind faith in the absolute necessity of CCP leadership, and his intolerance of people who oppose socialism, had demonstrated that the Chinese leader never tried, or dared, to exorcise totally the chairman's ghost, and he was nothing more than Mao's disciple. 27 There is a more telling example illustrating why Lenin was so relevant to the political context of China in the early 1980s. Deng Xiaoping had been quite enthralled by the first decade of the PRC administration, when Mao's personal power was subordinated to the collective leadership or democratic centralism of the CCP. He once stated, Comrade Mao Zedong's leadership was correct before 1957-28, and complained that since the Great Leap Forward this fine tradition has not been upheld, nor has it been incorporated into a strict and perfected system. 29. In his speech on party reform in 1980, Deng prioritized tackling the overconcentration of power in the hands of an individual, as it hinders the practice of socialist democracy and of the party's democratic centralism. 30. He was fully aware that the overconcentration of individual power in leaders had become one important cause of the Cultural Revolution, and urged no further delay in finding a solution to this problem. 31. Even in the wake of the Tiananmen incident, when the situation required the CCP to tighten the political screws in China, Deng still requested the party to maintain a strong collective leadership. He said, "It is unhealthy and very risky to base the destiny of a country on the prestige of one or two individuals." 32. In the early 1980s, the use of Lenin to corroborate the significance of democratic centralism in party building had gained momentum, particularly after the release of Deng's speech on political reform in August 1980. Under the umbrella of Lenin and his words, some articles compared the Soviet Union after Lenin and China during the Cultural Revolution. They made it clear that both periods had seriously violated the norms of democratic centralism and resulted in personal dictatorship and factional strife. 34. Others asserted that democratic centralism is the principle of intra-party democracy. They demanded that democratic centralism be reinforced for rebuilding party democracy in post-Mao China. 35. An article appeared in 1985 that challenged the long-time Chinese understanding of democratic centralism, which had been mechanically interpreted as a simple equation of democracy plus centralization. The author, Xiao Xing, a professor at the Central Party School, suggested that the Chinese translation of democratic centralism be changed from Minzijizongji to Minzijizongji, which would clarify its fundamental differences from the concept of bourgeois democracy and would be closer to Lenin's definition. This was the first time in the PRC that a scholar unequivocally pointed out, in view of Lenin's original work, that the term demokratikeski centralism should include both the adjective demokratikeski and the noun centralism. Demokratikeski is being used to modify the main word centralism. 36. In another article published 1 year later, Eureka scholar, Li Yuanshu, also studied the problematic Chinese definition of democratic centralism in comparison to Lenin's original, and recommended that the Chinese translation be corrected by reprinting the word centralism in bold, in order to emphasize the importance of the phrase in this context. Li argued that in Lenin's organizational principle, the Bolshevik Party should be the combination of strong collective leadership and iron discipline. It was exactly such a powerful party that had kept score during the victory of the October Revolution and withstood the harsh civil war and international hostility after 1917. Moreover, Li remarked that it was Stalin who had overturned the democratic centralism created and reinforced by Lenin after the latter's premature death, and since then the USSR had evolved into a state saddled with tyranny and ideological fetishism. 37. Before the 1949 liberation, British journalist, James Bertram, wrote that he, being from a Western context, felt puzzled by the self-contradictory term democratic centralism and asked Mao Zedong for clarification. Mao answered, "On the one hand, the government we want must be truly representative of the popular will, it must have the support of the broad masses throughout the country and the people must be free to support it and have every opportunity of influencing its policies. This is the meaning of democracy. On the other hand, the centralization of administrative power is also necessary, and once the policy measures demanded by the people are transmitted to their own elected government through their representative body, the government will carry them out and will certainly be able to do so smoothly, so long as it does not go against the policy adopted in accordance with the people's will. This is the meaning of centralism. Only by adopting democratic centralism can a government be really strong." 38. Mao's response came at a time when a strong Chinese government was needed to resist the Japanese aggression in the 1930s. Upon the end of Mao's radical era and at the beginning of the 1980s, when China was ready to return to normal politics, the 1982 PRC Constitution stipulated that democratic centralism should be the guiding principle for the actions of the CCP, and defined the term in the following words. Within the party, democracy is given full play, a high degree of centralism is practiced on the basis of democracy, and a sense of organization and discipline is strengthened, so as to ensure unity of action throughout its ranks and the prompt and effective implementation of its decisions. Applying the principle that all members are equally subject to party discipline, the party duly criticizes or punishes those members who violate it and expels those who persist in opposing and harming the party. 39. The Constitution also specified that there are two essential elements that make up democratic centralism. While the second guideline states that the party must be the representative of the broadest masses of the people, the most important clause is that the CCP should form a high degree of ideological and political unity, and should be in adherence to the socialist road, to the people's democratic dictatorship, and to Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, and in the concentration of our efforts on socialist modernization. 40. Clearly, the Russian original of democratic centralism in Lenin's works has every signature of the ideological tradition of Chinese communism. Both of these stress party discipline and strong collective leadership, while keeping a distance from Western liberalization and democracy. The term is not directed toward the expansion of individual rights, but for the power concentration of the Communist Party. Lenin's definition of democratic centralism was no doubt an effective tool used by the CCP in the early 1980s, useful for rebuilding intra-party democracy and erasing the lingering throes of Maoist dictatorship and factional struggle, while making a serious effort to strengthen the CCP rulership as it drove China into modernization. Last, Deng Xiaoping on several occasions bluntly stated that the goal of his early 1980s political reform was to facilitate China's modernization and economic development. 41 Chinese scholars were also quoting Lenin at this time to promote Deng's purpose. In 1984, Ren Jianxiang, a scholar at the Sichuan Provincial Academy of Social Sciences, described how Lenin in his later years had urgently felt the need to reform the Soviet political structure and shake off its economic backwardness. The scholar presented the substance of Lenin's political reform after war communism, which included distinguishing the responsibilities of the party and of the government, allowing people to enjoy the right to manage state affairs, curbing bureaucratism, achieving high working efficiency, training cadres with professional knowledge, and promoting a large number of young personnel. 42 This agenda is almost identical to Deng's mission published in his 1980 speech on reforming the party and state institutions, and expediting economic growth. 43 In the early 1980s, several articles also invoked Lenin's words to say that socialism has no fixed model and people should not build socialism using only books and experiences. 44 They urged China to construct socialism based on its own conditions, and to draw lessons from either socialism or capitalism. The authors remarked that Lenin's new economic policy would be exemplary for China, and associated war communism and Stalinism with the Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution under Mao. 45 Deng once admitted that he did not know what socialism really meant, but he did know that socialism is certainly not pauperism, which was the situation under Mao. 46 To quote his words in 1985. What, after all, is socialism? The Soviet Union has been building socialism for so many years and yet is still not quite clear what it is. Perhaps Lenin had a good idea when he adopted the new economic policy. But as time went on, the Soviet pattern became ossified. We were victorious in the Chinese Revolution precisely because we applied the universal principles of Marxism-Leninism to our own realities. 47. Whether the new economic policy was the correct model for China under Deng is not relevant in this context. The most important thing is that both Deng and Chinese scholars had been using the symbols of Lenin and his NEP as a public declaration for post-Mao China to renounce its past Soviet and Maoist shackles, and to live up to its claim of building and reforming socialism in a very different way. To Lenin and post-Mao Chinese socialism. As evident in the writings above, the influence of Lenin in the political context of early Deng's China is multidimensional. First, throughout the 1980s, Deng had stated unequivocally that, while he was itching for the reversal of Maoist radicalism, post-Mao China should distinguish between socialist democracy on the one hand and bourgeois, individualist democracy on the other. 48 Chinese people must be under the leadership of the Communist Party, and cannot adopt the practice of the West. 49 Some scholarly writings on Lenin in the early 1980s, while ostensibly paying lip service to the official line of opposing bourgeois liberalization, boldly attacked many dark sides of the CCP regime, continuous revolution, class struggle, and the trampling of human rights. By drawing upon Lenin, scholars were advocating for Chinese people to have a real say in managing state affairs and ultimately to rebuild what they saw as true socialism. They claimed to target the derailment of the Cultural Revolution. In essence, their writings seemed to be an unspoken disguise for criticizing Mao and his tyrannical rule. 50 Moreover, the central point of these writings was demanding the restoration of people's democratic rights, and the authors considered such rights to be inseparable from true socialism as defined by Lenin. 51 People's democratic rights in the context of these works did not seem to conform to the thinking of Deng, who linked democracy for the people with dictatorship over the enemy, and with centralism, legality, discipline, and the leadership by the Communist Party, and stressed the importance of subordinating personal interests to collective ones, interests of the part to those of the whole, and immediate to long-term interests. 52 Because these scholars signaled a discrepancy with the orthodox CCP ruling philosophy, it was convenient to draw upon Lenin, that is. Lenin was a sacrosanct symbol and figure who might instigate less political danger. Thus, Lenin's thought was applied to Chinese writings in order to ask for the return of humanistic socialism, if not wholesale democracy in the Western sense. This occurred in the early 1980s when the vestiges of Maoism were still rampant in the PRC. Second, once Mao died in 1976, Deng had to wait for several years to outdo his rival Hua Qiubeng and to rise to a dominant position in the party in the early 1980s. During this interim, Deng was facing intensive competition for power from Hua Qiubeng. In a 1979 speech, Deng employed Mao's maxim seeking truth from facts to symbolize his pragmatic approach, 53, and to oppose the dogmatic stand of two whatevers upheld by Hua. 54 Deng accused that the two whatevers did not represent Marxism-Leninism, and were merely peddling the old stock in trade of Lin Biao and the Gang of Four in new guise. He even argued that the contest of these two political lines was the life and death struggle for the mandate to rule China after Mao. 55 One may assume that if Hua Qiubeng proclaimed that he had full legitimacy to succeed Mao, then Deng may have needed the umbrella of an ultimate figure of authority in the communist world to sustain his competition with Hua. The use of Lenin appears to be the best vehicle for serving Deng's purpose in his political campaign against Hua and extricating China from Mao's residue. At the time, some Chinese scholars seem to have been involved in the Deng-Hua rivalry and positioned themselves on Deng's side in an effort to undermine Hua. A number of them cited Lenin's debate with the left communists during the early Soviet Union, to serve their purpose in their articles. 56 One example of this is the article written by Yang Yanjun, a researcher at the Harbin Academy of Social Sciences. Although the author did not mention the name of Hua Qiubeng, he remarked that the goal of socialism is developing the economy but not aiming at world revolution and class struggle. 57 He praised Lenin's stand on prioritizing the economic development and criticizing the high-sounding style of the left communists, who opted for marching toward communism at the time when the Soviet Union was still underdeveloped. 58 In some ways Yang's veiled attack seemed to target Hua's assertions, as the chairman announced that he would wholeheartedly follow Mao's order of continuous revolution and class struggle. 59 And proposed an over-ambitious plan for China to achieve industrial and agricultural modernization within 10 years, this at a time when the country was still mired in a dismal economic state after the Cultural Revolution. 60 Hua soon became the target of the CCP reformers, and his Maoist and bombastic style quickly turned into the source of his eventual downfall. At the time Chinese scholars had wisely used Lenin to symbolize Deng, whereby they attempted to break down the outdated Maoism and its incarnation in Hua and other leftists, and usher the PRC into a new age. According to Zhaidong Hao, the goal of the new leadership headed by Deng Xiaoping after the death of Mao coincided with the goal of intellectuals to find out what had gone wrong in the Cultural Revolution. With Deng's support, they first began to pave the way for a climate that tolerated more questioning, in an effort to overcome Mao's dogmatism. From 1978 onward, with the help of intellectuals, Deng began to win the debate and forced Hua and his followers to suffer through self-criticism. The debate led to the firm establishment of Deng's position in the party. It also guaranteed the government's shift from class struggle to the economy, a policy established in December 1978. 61 Third, the use of Lenin in the early 1980s was also propitious in justifying Deng's regime as the legitimate socialist government after the rejection of radical Maoism. Mao Zedong once commented, "It was through the Russians that the Chinese found Marxism." Before the October Revolution, the Chinese were not only ignorant of Lenin and Stalin, they did not even know of Marx and Engels. The salvos of the October Revolution brought us Marxism-Leninism. The October Revolution helped progressives in China, as throughout the world, to adopt the proletarian world outlook as the instrument for studying a nation's destiny and considering anew their own problems. Follow the path of the Russians, that was their conclusion. 62. Mao's words actually reveal an undeniable veracity that, although the PRC was created by Mao and his communist fellows, the founding principle and genesis of Chinese communism came from Lenin and the Soviet Union. In a 1979 speech, Deng pointed out squarely that Lin Biao and the Gang of Four were targeting not only Mao, but most importantly, Marxism-Leninism. 63. At the same time, party veteran, Chen Yun, in another speech put post-Mao China into the larger picture of the international communist movement, and argued that the fate of the CCP regime would affect the victory of world communism. According to him, the USSR after Lenin was no longer a socialist state in nature, as its intra-party democracy had been encroached upon since Stalin took power. He argued that post-Mao China should recover intra-party democracy and normal party life, a return to Leninist norms. 64. In other words, the CCP is an international socialist party belonging to the global communist movement, and it is a truly Leninist party, but by no means an indigenous product created by Mao. Consider, for example, that in a speech made by Ye Jianying, Marshal of the People's Liberation Army, the term Marxism-Leninism always precedes Mao Zedong thought. 65. Such a writing format became common in China after Mao's death, and we can find many of these examples in the speeches and works of PRC officials from 1978 onward. 66. Deng once divided socialism into utopian socialism and scientific socialism, the latter of which included the basic tenets of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought. 67. Subsequently, Gao Fang, a professor of the history of communism at Renmin University, outspokenly remarked that both China under Mao and the USSR under Stalin had practiced utopian socialism, which plunged both states into chaos and darkness. He, therefore, demanded that post-Mao China return to the path of scientific socialism set by Lenin. 68. The arguments above redefine the Chinese communist regime as a true Leninist state, the Maoist past being only an aberration but not the nature of the CCP. Deng's rule was perceived as following the path of Lenin, orthodox socialism, not the socialism distorted by Mao. In sum, post-Mao China has devolved Mao's role to the party as a whole, and the CCP has identified itself as a legatee of Lenin rather than of Mao. Having said this, the paradigm of Lenin in early 1980s China by no means functioned to overrule Mao. Mao founded the Chinese party state in 1949, and his fate and the PRC are always interconnected, so it would be out of the question for Deng to obliterate the unsurpassable landmark of Mao's position through any measure. According to Yang Haikan, a professor of law at Suzhou University in Jiangsu Province, socialist democracy as defined by Lenin was not only antagonistic to personal dictatorship and patriarchism, but also incompatible with anarchism and bourgeois liberalization, which are the targets of every Chinese communist leader. 69. Seen from the examples cited above, the use of Lenin after Mao's death was mostly intended to cut away the bad side of Maoism only, and not to totally root out the status of Mao. As Deng once said, criticizing Comrade Mao's personal mistakes alone will not solve problems. He believed that it was the faulty systems and institutions of the past that pushed Mao in the opposite direction. 70. In reality, the use of Lenin in early 1980s China could be regarded as protecting or saving Mao's place in history. CCP Secretary General, Hu Yaobang, once defined the quintessence of Maoism as the integration of Marxism-Leninism and present Chinese realities, which was the only correct road opened by Mao for our future. Hu equated Mao's strategy of liberating China through encirclement of the cities from the countryside to Lenin's victory of the October Revolution. He said that both courses were the same as they were examples of seeking truth from facts and achieving successful revolutions by integrating the universal truth of Marxism. 71. Whose words echoed Deng Xiaoping, who had used the same motto, seeking truth from facts, to absolve Mao's crimes and banish the remaining Maoists, while establishing his own credentials as China's new leader and preparing the country for the path to socialist modernization. 72. From Deng's point of view, the best part of Mao's rule was before the Great Leap Forward in 1957, and during those years Mao developed Lenin's theory of party building most comprehensively. 73. According to the CCP verdict, Mao only made mistakes in the evening of his life, a period that was the antipode to true Maoism. 74. It seemed that true Maoism appeared before the emergence of the Great Leap Forward, and it was equivalent to Leninism. The aim of post-Mao China was to return to true Maoism as well as Leninism. As American scholar, David Goodman, comments, the essence of the reforms launched in 1978 highlighted Deng's obsession with the golden age of the unforgettable 1950s, when the collective leadership, inter-party democracy, style of honesty, cleanliness in government, and frugality in enterprise were the norm. In Goodman's view, Deng was not an innovator, but rather a traditionalist, who was eager to restore the good sides of Maoism and legitimize contemporary politics. 75. In 1981, Zhang Yuhua, a professor of history at Fudan University in Shanghai, described war communism as being equivalent to the direction under Mao, while the new economic policy symbolized Deng's path of reform and open-door policies. In the conclusion of his article, Zhang remarked that the formulation of the new economic policy was a result of Lenin having learned from the mistakes of war communism. 76. According to Gilbert Rosman, in the mind of Chinese Sovietologists in the 1980s, war communism epitomized a rigid system that aimed to eliminate private property, commodity production, and market exchange. On the other hand, the new economic policy represented a moderate approach, allowing small businesses, cultural diversity, and faster economic growth under the one-party rule, which is a model of value for present-day China and similar to the economic policy that Deng carried out after 1978. 77. In 1982, Eureka scholar, Ye Shizong, overt some scholars' arguments that war communism was a leftist error while the NEP was a clear manifestation of true Leninism. 78. Ye demonstrated that the two programs were different stages of socialist revolution, and the NEP could not have been conceived without the precedent of war communism. Lenin was a human being but not God. As a human being, his thoughts were changing from time to time. Both war communism and the new economic policy were the ways used by Lenin to construct socialism. Such measures could not be found in the books of Marx. From war communism to the new economic policy, every stage was the inseparable part leading to the development of Leninism. 79. Yes, stand on Lenin was exactly the same as Deng's view on Mao, evidenced by his 1977 speech entitled Mao Zedong Thought Must Be Correctly Understood as an Integral Whole. Last, some Chinese scholars in the early 1980s greatly appreciated Lenin's notion that socialism could be founded in a backward nation without previous experience in the capitalist stage. 81. In their opinions, an economically backward country like China could reach the final victory of communism by learning from Lenin's teachings, such as persisting in a proletarian dictatorship, observing advanced elements from all over the world, and most importantly, Seeking truth from facts to build socialism. 82 Chinese scholars' defense of Lenin on this point was attempting to excuse the economic and social backwardness that still existed in China after more than 3 decades of CCP rule. Lenin's statement was being used to explain that the extensive poverty in early 1980s China was not due to Mao or the intrinsic party rule, but rather to historical legacies of the feudal past, or something else altogether. Through the enduring luster of Lenin, scholars attempted to bring vigor to the weakening legitimacy of Chinese socialism after the Cultural Revolution, and to provide a mandate for Deng's policies and future reforms. Interpretation of Lenin thus became a solvent of the old order as well as a catalyst for major changes in early 1980s China. Their introduction of Lenin's argument laid the groundwork for the primary stage of socialism theory built on by the later CCP secretary, General Zhao Ziyang, in his keynote speech delivered during the 13th Party Congress in 1987. In Zhao's words, because China had attained socialism without proper capitalist experience before, the PRC may use whatever means is available to catch up with the advanced countries, including a commodity economy and other capitalist elements. 83 The use of Lenin's argument also opened the path to Deng Xiaoping's word juggling of socialist market economy propounded in the early 1990s. The slogan envisions the future development framework of China, namely economic capitalism plus the guaranteed Chinese Communist Party monopoly. 84 China in the early 1980s wanted to wriggle out of the Maoist model in economic terms, but still needed to retain socialism in political terms. Hoisting the flag of Lenin was a much-needed convenience for the PRC, as Lenin's model of manipulating unorthodox methods to achieve orthodox socialism in a backward state bore the stamp of the zeitgeist of post-Mao China. This zeitgeist can be defined as, there is no universal truth, only the truth according to the tide is truth. 3 Glasnost and China. Former CCP Secretary General, Zhao Ziyang, once said that Soviet glasnost had more impact than Western values, concepts, and political systems in encouraging China's intellectuals, youth, and young workers to demand more democracy in the 1980s. 85 When Zhao was in power in the mid-1980s, with Deng Xiaoping's approval he organized and supervised the first political reform group since the founding of the PRC, in order to design a proposal for the institutional restructuring of the CCP. 86 Wu Qiaoguang, former advisor to Zhao and the chief editor of the Renmin Raibao in the late 1980s, has revealed that during this period of formulating political reform, Zhao's aim was to learn from Gorbachev and implement economic and political reforms in China concurrently. The Secretary-General always asked the staff to obtain the minutes of the CPSU Congress, in order to give him inspiration for China's political reform. 87 In addition, Zhao occasionally invited over the PRC ambassador to Moscow together with some well-known Eureka Soviet specialists such as Wu Renzhang, Wang Qi, and Zhao Nabin in order to provide him with seminar talks on Soviet glasnost. 88 After he was removed from the leadership owing to his unwillingness to endorse the Tiananmen crackdown ordered by Deng Xiaoping, Zhao admitted that his thinking on political reform had changed in 1985-1986, when he was aroused somewhat by events in the broader international environment and problems that had emerged in the Eastern Bloc. 89 After the mid-1980s, not only Zhao Ziyang, but also other CCP leaders, such as Tian Jiyun and Bo Yubo, expressed their admiration for Gorbachev's program and their willingness to learn from the Soviet experience. 90 The official recognition obviously stimulated intellectual interest. In a speech given to the National Social Sciences Congress in April 1988, CAS President, Hu Sheng, complained that China had not previously carried out much research on Soviet politics owing to the Sino-Soviet conflicts, with the result that Chinese scholars lacked knowledge of recent developments, such as glasnost, in the Soviet Union. Who urged Chinese people to conduct research into Soviet political and economic structural reforms immediately, as those reforms are analogous to what China has undertaken, stating that such comparative studies were necessary and beneficial. 91 At the same time, some Chinese scholars expressed their great appreciation for, and excitement about Gorbachev and his political reforms. 92 On hearing the Soviet announcement at the 27th CPSU Congress concerning the termination of the concentration of power in the hands of the Communist Party and the lifelong tenure of the Secretary-General, Gao Fang, predicted that Gorbachev might become a proletarian George Washington and bring a blessed message to socialism. 93 Zhao Yuliang, a professor of economics at Beijing Jiaotong University, foresaw that Gorbachev's reform would be another epoch-making revolution comparable to the one under Peter the Great in Russian history. 94 At the time, the Gorbachev fervor had influenced the Chinese language and writing style, evidenced by an editorial statement in Shiwaizu Yanjiu in early 1989. According to Socialist New Thinking, in the future, we will publish more articles rethinking the past, present, and future of socialism. We will emphasize the aspect of being new when choosing the submissions. In line with the current trend of glasnost, the journal in the future will let readers know more about our selection criteria, and invite you to participate in the selection process. 95. As discussed in the last chapter, Chinese scholars only started to have a good impression of Gorbachev's foreign policy in late 1987, owing to the problems concerning Sino-Soviet relations at the time. However, a positive Chinese assessment of Soviet political reform had already appeared as early as 1986. In Renmin Raibao, one commentator praised the new Soviet cultural policy for breaking through dogmatism and making a bold move to encourage the emergence of many dissenting works that were unthinkable in the past, such as sponsoring the production of movies that address current Soviet social problems. 96 Eureka scholar, Zhou Xiangguang, in a special report strongly agreed with the new Soviet direction, stating that only by being accompanied by political restructuring could economic reform become successful. 97 At the same time, other Chinese scholars also appreciated Gorbachev's courage in reforming the ossified Soviet political system after he took power. 98 In contrast with the Chinese reaction to Soviet foreign policy in the 1980s, China's positive response to Soviet glasnost and political reform was far more obvious and appeared not long after Gorbachev took the helm. The reasons were manifold. The most important of these was the extraordinary openness and budding democracy of the Chinese political environment after the mid-1980s. At a national symposium in 1986, Vice Premier Wan Li had already called for the introduction of a more democratic and scientific policy decision-making process in the CCP. 99 In 1988, one author publicly demanded the end of censorship in China. 100 The National People's Congress, the National Legislature of China, vetoed the appointment of personnel recommended by the CCP, which was unprecedented in PRC history and, as the Renmin Raibao reporter described, a manifestation of the increased democratic awareness of NPC members. 101 In the realm of academia, in 1986 the editorial board of Shiwaikexu Yanjiu, funded by the Sichuan Provincial Academy of Social Sciences, published an article in which, after a re-examination of the disastrous decade of the Cultural Revolution, it was suggested that China learn from the West in instituting political democratization and allowing intellectuals to be critical of those in power. 102 At CAS, a new policy issued in early 1989 encouraged scholars to apply research methodologies that are not concerned with Marxist theory, as long as they abide by the Chinese Constitution. 103 Second, since the mid-1980s China had placed political reform high on the agenda. In 1986, Deng Xiaoping acknowledged that, without political reform, economic reform cannot succeed, and the success of all our other reforms depends on the success of the political reform. 104 Back then, even the party conservatives, such as Peng Zhen and Bo Yubo, voiced their support for initiating political reform in China. 105 In response to the official mandate, several articles appeared in various journals. The authors proposed that China should closely scrutinize the process of political reforms in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, and argued strongly that economic modernization could not be realized without socialist democracy. 116 From the perspective of such scholars' profound esteem for glasnost, those Chinese observers of the Soviet Union might either have been genuinely impressed by Gorbachev's program, or have wanted to speed up China's own glasnost and seek to highlight the achievements of Soviet political reform in order to give the Chinese regime the extra push that was needed for the adoption of similar measures. Last, although Sino-Soviet relations were mediocre at the time, the diplomatic deadlock did not translate into China's total rejection of Gorbachev's political reforms. In a press conference held in 1988, Premier Li Peng stated that the prerequisite of the improvement of bilateral relations must be the removal of the three obstacles, and urged Gorbachev to do so accordingly. However, when asked about his view on Soviet political reform, the Premier answered that he was delighted to note the dynamic atmosphere of the last 19th CPSU conference, and gave his best wishes for the success of the Soviet reforms. 107 Li Peng's words demonstrate that Maoism had been removed from the PRC after 1978. Chinese Communist leadership understood how to evaluate the Soviet Union more objectively and recognized the need to de-ideologize international relations. There are two features in Chinese writings to expatiate on how scholars had made use of Gorbachev and glasnost to speed up China's political change after the mid-1980s. First, after 1986, many articles attempted to demonstrate that Gorbachev's reforms were a return to Lenin's orthodox socialism. Some writers argued that Gorbachev's economic restructuring was inspired by the new economic policy in the 1920s, 108, and some contended that the concept of glasnost originated from Lenin. 109 Others appreciated Gorbachev's efforts in either re-establishing the people's right to participate in state affairs, 110, or in reinstating democratic and humanistic socialism. 111 They argued that both had been developed by Lenin, but later sabotaged by Stalin, and had not been fully revived by the Soviet leaders after Stalin. It might be correct, based on the opening speech of the 27th CPSU Congress in February 1986, to say that Gorbachev's reforms were a return to true Leninism. 112 However, Chinese scholars had a tactical consideration in placing Gorbachev and Lenin in the same category. Since Gorbachev's program of glasnost had spread to China, Chinese intellectuals were keen to learn from it and portray it as a lesson for China, in the hope that Gorbachev's thinking might stimulate further political change in the PRC after the initial economic reform that was begun in 1978. It should be noted that a short-lived campaign against bourgeois liberalization had emerged in the first half of 1987, after the 1986 student demonstrations and the forced resignation of Secretary General, Hu Yaobang, who was accused of being sympathetic to bourgeois thinking. 113 Although the event was not large in scale and was nothing like the type of political persecutions that had taken place under Mao, Deng Xiaoping had made it clear in late 1986 that slogans against socialism and soft approaches toward bourgeois liberalization would not be tolerated. 114 It is therefore understandable that Chinese scholars chose to use the less risky figure of Lenin to channel their arguments during this sensitive period, making their interpretations less vulnerable to attack. Quoting Lenin to boost Gorbachev's positive image might generate less political trouble and be more acceptable to the party old guard, who were not very familiar with Gorbachev's ideas. A balancing act was required in the coverage of this theme. Second, while Soviet political reforms had been making headway since 1985, Zhao Ziyang's political reform had remained a work in progress since the mid-1980s, and was stillborn on the eve of the Tiananmen incident. Zhao's reform proposals included the power decentralization of the CCP, the separation of the party and the state, the introduction of the rule of law, reform of the National People's Congress, the institutionalization of the civil servant system, and permission given to other parties to compete with the CCP in rank-and-file elections. 115 The CCP Secretary-General once revealed that the slow progress of his political reform and the difficulty of putting it into practice were mainly the result of Deng Xiaoping's orthodox thinking and his interference preventing any bold experimentation. 116 Before the 13th Party Congress in 1987, Chinese scholars began to mention the need for China to initiate a political restructuring. To take an example, Song Mengrong, vice president of the Liaoning Provincial Party School, took the case of the Polish uprising in 1980 and demonstrated that the productive forces could not be developed further without the change of old political system, and the ruling party should undertake the political reform before structural problems have accumulated to a point of explosion, otherwise the situation might generate a political crisis and jeopardize socialism. 117 After the 13th Party Congress in 1987, Zhao's plans for political reform were warmly welcomed by Chinese scholars. 118 However, after seeing that Zhao had not translated many of his promises into practice, from 1988 onward the attitude of Chinese scholars became more demanding. Xiaogu and Yang Xinyu insisted that the Chinese government should learn from Gorbachev and implement political and economic reforms simultaneously. 119 After criticizing the absence of democracy from post-Mao politics, Su Hongguo, a professor of Marxism-Leninism at Beijing Normal University, requested that China take notice of Gorbachev, and argued that apart from glasnost, there is no way for China to introduce democratic politics. 120 Zhou Yuansheng, then a PhD law student at Renmin University, remarked that it was essential for the PRC to establish glasnost with Chinese characteristics. 121 The reason why Chinese scholars zealously supported Zhao's proposals and consistently pressed for further political reform activity might have been the intensification of the power struggle between Zhao and the conservative forces in the CCP leading up to the Tiananmen incident. Firstly, if one compares Zhao's report to the 13th Party Congress and Deng's conservative approach to political reform, one finds that they are similar in substance. 122 However, Zhao's speech to the Congress was largely for public consumption. The report needed Deng's prior approval before it was delivered, and thus it may not reflect Zhao's real intentions for political reform. In his publications, Wu Qiaoguang reveals that Zhao's agenda was more radical than the 13th Party Congress speech suggested. 123 And the CCP Secretary-General even said that China's future political reform should go one step further than Gorbachev's glasnost. 124 Zhao also recalled that the political reform report presented at the Congress would have been more open and liberal if Deng had not interfered so much during the writing process. 125 Moreover, unlike Zhao and his followers, some key CCP leaders did not favor the direct adoption of Gorbachev's program for China even before Tiananmen. While Zhao on some occasions demanded that political and economic reforms in China should operate in tandem, 126 Both Foreign Minister Qian Qichen and Premier Li Peng were cautious about any radical approach toward reform, claiming that Gorbachev's political reform model was unsuitable for China, on the grounds that the two countries had very different social, political, economic, and geographical conditions. 127 As the power struggle in the higher echelons of the party escalated in the period before the student demonstrations, some Chinese scholars seemed to position themselves on the side of the reformers in an effort to weed out the conservatives. David Shambaugh reveals that the time when Chinese scholars were commending Gorbachev's glasnost was precisely the time that Zhao Ziyang and his advisors were pushing political reform, and that it also coincided with a fierce intra-party debate within the CCP, and considerable swelling opposition to Zhao and his reforms. 128 Prior to the Tiananmen incident, Wang Kongjia, a scholar at Liaoning Normal University, affirmed that glasnost is a power to break down the arrogant, ossified, and stagnant forces in the socialist countries. 129 Wang Yizhu, a researcher in the Institute of Marxism-Leninism at CAS, stated unequivocally that China should learn from Gorbachev's political reform how to overcome the inertia, conservatism, and dogmatism among the cumbersome bureaucracy, and get rid of the politics of septuagenarians. 130 Shen Yiming argued that through Gorbachev's glasnost socialist pluralism had spread all over the world. 131 He boldly commented, "We should not exclude the possibility that there could be several Marxist parties existing side by side in a socialist state. Although the struggle to achieve political pluralism is extremely fierce, however, political pluralism will be an irresistible trend nonetheless, as long as the ruling party starts to admit its weakness and gives way to a more correct reform line. Therefore, a healthy pluralist political mechanism will finally emerge. 132. More interestingly, the first issue of Dangde Shijishi Wizuyuenti in 1989 published an interview given to American sinologist Andrew Nathan. The interview was conducted by the editor-in-chief, Zhao Menji, a history professor at Shandong University who had been a visiting scholar in the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University in the U.S. It was extremely rare for a Western scholar's view to appear in the 1980s Chinese humanities and social sciences journals, particularly as the message was related to the sensitive topic of political reform. During the conversation, Nathan denied the previous assumption that China's political reform might be less radical than that of the USSR, due to their contrasting national conditions and cultures. He said, "Chinese, like any other peoples in the world, love and want freedom." He predicted that the CCP's political reform could go further than Gorbachev's endeavor in the future. 133. The appearance of Nathan's talk might be regarded as a deliberate act of Chinese liberal academics to garner support from outside, to bolster the party conservative force before the storm in Tiananmen. There is another reason explaining why Gorbachev's glasnost had become a desideratum of 1980s China. As already noted, the former CCP Secretary General, Zhao Ziyang, was a lover of glasnost. He was favored and supported by many Chinese intellectuals in the 1980s as a patron of political reform. 134. Although on the surface Zhao's ideas looked more liberal than those of the party's old guard, in the eyes of Richard Baum, Zhao's thoughts on political reform still stressed the need for strong, centralized technocratic leadership throughout the primary stage of socialism, and he was not an advocate of Western-style liberalism, but of Chinese-style neo-authoritarianism. 135. Chinese-American scholar Yan Sun has also defined Zhao's style as elite democracy. 136. Indeed, after having been purged in the wake of Tiananmen, Zhao revealed that he would never have countenanced a multi-party system but had advocated a reformed one-party dictatorship. He said that neo-authoritarianism is good for a developing country. 137. The concept of neo-authoritarianism did not escape the attention of Chinese scholars in the 1980s. A 1989 article in Jingjiaxu's Hubei stated that, China needs a new kind of Gorbachev-like strongman. 138. Zhao Liqing, an associate researcher at the Central Party School, openly remarked that, present-day China needs democratic authoritarianism. In his opinion, for the sake of economic modernization, circumscription of personal freedom is essential, and a powerful government with sufficient authority would be the best type of government to ensure the social and political stability necessary for reforms. According to the author, China should consult Gorbachev's political reform model. 139. It is interesting to note that some 1980s Chinese scholars tended to regard Gorbachev's glasnost as a kind of government-led protection of citizens' rights and supervision of bureaucratic conduct. They expressed the hope that some such guided democracy, whereby the people would gradually be given more say, would be introduced, while popular participation would be within the limits set by the party. According to their definition, this was democracy under socialism, which, in their understanding, was equivalent to Zhao's concept of neo-authoritarianism that champions pluralism, diversity, and efficiency under a strong government. 140. Similarly, many Western scholars make it clear that Gorbachev's glasnost was not the same as Western democracy. 141. His goal was either a democratized one-party system. 142. Or a more enlightened dictatorship. 143. Russell Bova reminds readers about the Russian heredity of Gorbachev's policy, and remarks, while glasnost did involve a significant increase in the flow of information and liberty, it was Gorbachev who maintained his hand on the control valve. 144. With regard to the Chinese understanding of glasnost, we need to compare the Chinese translation of Gongkaising and the English equivalent of openness. 145 The meaning of Gongkaising is a little different from that of openness. Gongkaising conveys the impression that political transparency will be circumscribed by the top echelons of government to a certain extent. It is an authorized openness, not a complete openness. In other words, Gongkaising is openness licensed by the central government, rather than a fundamental political right of the citizens of a country. This difference is equivalent to the difference between rule by law and the rule of law. Lowell Dittmer profoundly captures the subtle difference between the Chinese and Western concepts. The concept of publicity in contemporary China is derived from the age-old concept of the public. In the Confucian classics, a prominent polarity exists between the terms of self and public, which is linked to an opposition between selfishness and selflessness. The juxtaposition corresponds to the Western public-private distinction, though it is more invidious. Selflessness is lauded for having the interests of all the people in mind, as selfishness is condemned for a cognitive or even a moral failure to perceive the self in terms of a more comprehensive social organism to which the person's fate is inextricably connected. The Western concept of the private is less pejoratively defined than the Chinese, with a strong strain going back at least to Adam Smith construing the private sector as making an almost necessarily positive contribution to public welfare. Private interests per se are sanctioned by the free market model in economic thoughts, by social contract theory in politics, and by the adversary tradition in jurisprudence. The public is, to be sure, also positively evaluated in the West, but even though it is favorably evaluated, it has subtly different connotations from the Chinese concept. 146. Seen from these perspectives, Glasnost seems to be akin to Chinese traditional thinking on political philosophy and statecraft. While the fact that Chinese scholars cloaked Gorbachev in the mantle of Leninism suggested that their understanding of his ideas was still orthodox in nature, their interpretation of Glasnost also appeared to converge with the substance of Zhao Ziyang's neo-authoritarianism. 4 Concluding remarks. Arriving at the conclusion of this chapter, first, Lenin's name could be used to help rally Chinese communists against the radical policies that had long prevailed. On many issues, his views were introduced in an effort to justify new policies or rally support behind new proposals in the early 1980s. His stand was invoked to weaken the hold of Maoist remnants in favor of utilizing all possible resources for economic construction, and to support reformers in their pursuit of more sweeping changes. In the history of Communist China, Lenin was seen consistently as a good leader overall. Lenin was the principal ideological authority. He was the only unimpeachable source and wholly positive 20th-century historical figure. After the death of Mao, the Chinese Communist Party needed ideological and historical justification for their reforms and open-door policies. They found it in the Soviet Union's new economic policy of the 1920s and in comparisons of post-Stalin reform trends in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. These are seen as induced by problems similar to those faced by China, and leading in the same direction as China's reforms. As demonstrated in this chapter, Lenin was seen by many Chinese Soviet watchers in the 1980s as a pragmatic man who adapted the Marxist theory to reality. Besides, his policies were more humane than those of Mao and Stalin. Last, he was also a productive intellectual with unique insights on socialism. Having said this, the use of Lenin was by no means for the purpose of leading the attack on Mao, but rather for defending the legitimacy of Chinese socialism founded by the chairman. His theory was intended to help save the CCP regime that had been paralyzed by the Cultural Revolution. The first Soviet leader was seen by Chinese officials and scholars as an epitome of the new kind of image which the party forged for itself after the maelstrom of the Cultural Revolution. The Chinese writings played on these positive associations of the Grail of Lenin, making him the moral center of its representation of post-Mao China. Second, the existing secondary sources seem to have exaggerated the impact of Gorbachev on L980s China. Previous secondary sources suggest that after the mid-1980s Chinese Soviet watchers identified Gorbachev's concept of glasnost and his political reform with Western democracy, and used Gorbachev and his ideas to push the Chinese regime toward political democratization on the eve of the Tiananmen incident. This chapter, however, has shown that 1980s Chinese scholars interpreted glasnost in a way that was designed to serve their own purposes, and that this interpretation was quite different from democracy in the Western sense. The Chinese definition of glasnost remains circumscribed by China's own mentality and history, reflecting the traditional Chinese understanding of human values and political culture. Moreover, few Chinese scholars used Gorbachev and his programs to put pressure on the CCP to introduce some form of political westernization. Instead, most scholars manipulated the symbol of Gorbachev to support the reformist wing led by Zhao Ziyang in their factional warfare against the party conservatives leading up to Tiananmen. In short, Chinese scholars did not regard Gorbachev and his programs as having the potential to transform the political landscape of the PRC, rather, they perceived Gorbachev and his agenda as a tool that could be used to define, create, and legitimize a reformed communist system on their own terms. The next chapter will turn to the topics in the 1990s. At first, it will re-examine the reasons for Chinese criticism of Gorbachev since the early 1990s. In contrast to the view of the secondary sources, the investigator found that Chinese scholars' scorn for Gorbachev after Tiananmen was not primarily owing to his role in promoting democratization. Rather, it was because of Gorbachev's soft-line approach toward dissent when communism in Europe was on the verge of collapse. By drawing attention to Gorbachev's soft-line approach, Chinese critics justified China's use of the Tiananmen crackdown and the brutal measures adopted by Deng Xiaoping to preserve socialist rule and social stability. Moreover, the chapter will study the Chinese debate about the policies of Leonid Brezhnev and Joseph Stalin starting from the mid-1990s. Many scholars argued that the Soviet state since Stalin was no longer in line with what they defined as true Leninism, and as a result, the post-Lenin policies paved the way for its final collapse. They concluded that China after the end of the Cold War should observe the lessons of Brezhnev and Stalin. The country needed to be economically liberalized and prosperous while persevering with communist one-party rule. Chapter 5. The misuse of Gorbachev after Tiananmen and the 1990s debate about the two Soviet leaders. 1. Gorbachev and Tiananmen. As analyzed in chapters 2 and 4, there was no immediate attack on Gorbachev and his domestic and foreign policies in the wake of the Tiananmen incident. Extensive research shows that Chinese writings from Tiananmen to early 1990 were still keen on lauding Gorbachev's humanistic socialism and glasnost. When talking to a Soviet delegation in September 1989, Wan Li, chairman of the Chinese National People's Congress Standing Committee, said that the Soviet Union and China are both carrying out reforms, and can share each other's experience in many fields. He expressed his sincere wish for the success of reforms in the USSR. At the time, many scholars argued that Gorbachev's reform programs were socialist in nature. They also suggested that China should learn from the Soviet experiment, and expressed their goodwill on Gorbachev's final success. 2. Although a number of articles had noted that some negative effects resulted from Gorbachev's liberalization, their overall assessments were nonetheless positive. 3. Eureka's researcher, Xin Guangchang, even broached the subject of Gorbachev's vision of democracy and the multi-party system under socialism, and discussed the possibility of promoting the multi-party system in other socialist countries. 4. A portion of the secondary sources suggests that after 1991 Chinese scholars tended to blame Gorbachev's programs, such as glasnost and liberalization, for being the fundamental causes of the downfall of the USSR. Those scholars felt extremely nervous about the negative implications of these policies for China. 5. First, a perusal of the primary sources in which Chinese scholars expressed their criticisms after March 1990, when Gorbachev was launching his process for ending the CPSU monopoly, reveals that most scholars did not oppose Gorbachev's political reform of socialism. Some disputed Gorbachev's notion that political reform should precede economic reform, and remarked that the former should serve the needs of the latter. 6. Others criticized Gorbachev's program for being too Western-oriented, and in particular criticized his termination of the CPSU power monopoly as an incorrect method of political reform. 7. Second, not every Chinese scholar had engaged in criticizing Gorbachev after early 1990. Particularly after Deng Xiaoping had released his Southern Tour speech in 1992, which heralded the wave of anti-leftism and urged a breakthrough in reforms, some Chinese scholars started to display their sympathy and poured out positive reassessments of Gorbachev and his political agenda. 8. Eureka scholar, Li Jingjie, reminded the Chinese scholars doing research on Gorbachev's reform programs that they should observe the lessons under Mao, when China had mistakenly determined Khrushchev's reforms as being revisionist. He commented that the episode had resulted in not only the deterioration of Sino-Soviet relations, but also the later calamitous Cultural Revolution, which was Mao's invention to avert the Soviet capitalist restoration in China. 9. Li believed that socialism could not exist without democracy, and admired Gorbachev's courage for learning from the capitalist political civilization. 10. Zhu Huanghe, a professor at Jiangxi Normal University, did not agree that Gorbachev was a traitor of world socialism, and did not think that a single person could have so much power as to overthrow a 70-year regime. In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with undertaking both political and economic reforms concurrently, and it was the system not the person that bore responsibility for the collapse. 11. Third, this chapter further posits that Chinese scholars' scorn for Gorbachev after 1990 was not primarily owing to his role in promoting democratization and changing the nature of socialism. Rather, it was because of Gorbachev's soft-line approach toward dissent when communism in Europe was on the verge of collapse. This point has been overlooked by the previous secondary literature. By drawing attention to Gorbachev's soft-line approach, Chinese critics justified China's actions in the Tiananmen crackdown and the brutal measures adopted by Deng Xiaoping to preserve socialist rule and social stability. In fact, what the CCP Secretary-General, Zhao Ziyang, and Gorbachev shared in common was that both the CCP and Chinese scholars would have had difficulty in claiming that their respective ideas on reform were in contravention of socialism. Firstly, according to their own words, neither of the communist leaders had ever thought of recommending the overthrow of the socialist systems operating in their respective countries. After being purged, Zhao revealed that what he had wanted was democracy under the CCP and rule of law in a socialist China. 12. In his official speeches, Gorbachev always emphasized that his goal was socialist democracy, which involved self-control and the unity of rights and duties. 13. Secondly, at the 1987 13th Party Congress, Zhao expressed a firm resolve to shatter the current political structure, which took shape during the Revolutionary War years. According to him, the system was no longer suited to our drive for modernization in economic, political, cultural, and other fields under conditions of peace, or to the development of a socialist commodity economy. 14. The revolutionary political structure that Zhao was referring to was none other than the institutions created by Mao after 1949, unpleasant vestiges of which remained even after 1976. As noted, many Chinese scholars approved of Gorbachev's endeavors in reassessing past errors and returning the Soviet Union to the fundamental ethos of Leninism. These efforts by Gorbachev corresponded with Zhao's proposal to transform the socialist state, which had been created through war and revolution, into a state designed to achieve construction and modernization. This notion was a shared consensus among the CCP leadership even after Zhao's purge, and was consistently implemented both in and after the 1990s. 15. In actuality, although in the eyes of Chinese communists writing in the 1990s both Zhao's political reform and Gorbachev's glasnost had some negative impacts, the CCP indictment of Zhao was not because Zhao had suggested dismantling party rule as part of his political reform. Rather, as State Council spokesman, Yuan Mu, intimated, it was because of the mistake Zhao made in supporting the turmoil and splitting the Communist Party Central Committee. Zhao's removal was thus only a measure of party discipline. 16. The statement points to the cause of Zhao's purge as being his refusal to endorse the CCP's decision to use force to put down the Tiananmen demonstrators, which, in Deng Xiaoping's eyes, was not only injurious to state interests but also a betrayal of socialist principles. Zhao's biggest failing, manifested in his disagreement with the method of suppressing the Tiananmen protests, was his tolerance of dissent and his respect for human rights. These were similar to Gorbachev's humanistic socialism, a characteristic that was attacked by some Chinese scholars after 1991 as being too soft and compromising toward the anti-communist upheavals in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. 17. Zhao's liberal attitude toward dissent was well known even before the Tiananmen incident. He once remarked that the campaign against bourgeois liberalization should not be too excessive, and that the people who had committed mistakes in the eyes of the party should be allowed to keep their posts and give full play to their professional knowledge. 18. He said, when in the course of emancipating his mind a person expresses views that are a bit too liberal, we should not say that he is advocating bourgeois liberalization. 19. Similarly, one of the aspects for which Gorbachev was heavily criticized by Chinese scholars was his neglect of the Marxist class struggle and his sympathy for the enemies of socialism. Many scholars explicitly questioned why the Soviet leader did not send troops into Eastern Europe when the communist powers there were being overthrown and crush domestic anti-socialist forces when the Soviet state was under threat. 20. Therefore, to some extent, the all-out post-1990 Chinese criticism of Gorbachev had more to do with the Soviet leader's renunciation of the use of force in suppressing the anti-socialist movement than with his political reform. These criticisms could be considered as a surreptitious way of justifying the CCP's brutal suppression of the Tiananmen demonstrations, which was seen as an effective and prompt method of defeating anti-party forces. Judging from the publication dates of the writings, in the wake of Tiananmen, Chinese scholars had few criticisms to make of Gorbachev. However, after the Soviet economy deteriorated and domestic turbulence began to unfold in 1990, coinciding with Gorbachev's announcement of his decision to terminate the power monopoly of the CPSU, many Chinese scholars stopped praising Gorbachev, and after the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 their criticisms intensified. The contrasting pictures of post-1989 China and the post-1990 USSR led some to conclude that Gorbachev's failure was not caused by socialism, but because he had not made a firm commitment to socialism. They argued that the chaotic situation in many post-socialist states demonstrated the disastrous outcome for a country renouncing socialism, while the fact that China had survived demonstrated the positive outcome of taking a firm stance to support the continuation of socialism in the country. 21. In hindsight, such criticisms of Gorbachev might have given the public the impression that soft approaches and lax ideologies brought about nothing but tension and mayhem in a socialist country, whereas tough measures ensured order and stability. Their attacks on Gorbachev's relaxed attitude served to justify not only the CCP's violent crackdown on the Tiananmen protesters, but also Deng's post-Tiananmen announcement of his intention to maintain stability in China at any cost, 22 with a view to the domestic audience. Moreover, the CCP regime had reportedly been disappointed with the inability of the communist leaders in Eastern Europe to implement a Chinese solution that would save those non-democratic regimes in the interest of maintaining the stability of the whole. The Chinese government seemed to have argued that it was nothing but the negative consequence of Gorbachev's liberalization and his desire to pursue a different course which led to the demise of European socialism. Chinese communists thought that the Soviet Union could have retained the military ability to end the protests in 1989, but that it was unwilling to pay the bloody cost necessary to crush them. The CCP regime saw the Tiananmen example as a ray of hope, and wanted to show that violence remained a real option for European communist leaders in 1989. In the end, it failed to transfer the Tiananmen model into the European context, which had deeply annoyed the Chinese leaders. 23. As such, Chinese scholars were seemingly mounting efforts in defense of Deng's iron fist policies, which had successfully preserved socialist rule and propelled China down the road to prosperity since the 1990s. They compared this with the faltering Soviet Union that would eventually lurch into disorder and break down under Gorbachev's liberalization and hands-off approach. The conclusion was that strong authoritarian rule that ensured political stability was far preferable. In short, they were criticizing Gorbachev's soft-line approach as well as defending the CCP's rationale for its violent suppression of student demonstrations in 1989. Last, as demonstrated in the preceding chapter, in the 1980s many Chinese scholars had thought highly of Gorbachev's inspiration of undertaking political reform to facilitate economic modernization. However, in the 1990s most of them dismissed such an idea as one of Gorbachev's weaknesses and a precipitating cause of the Soviet breakup. The changing tone of Chinese Sovietology writings tied in with the shake-up of the CCP in the aftermath of the Tiananmen incident, when Deng made a comeback and reasserted his supreme position in China. While both Zhao and Gorbachev championed the notion that economic reform is a product of political restructuring, Deng consistently remained wary of such a concept and emphasized political stability but not political pluralism. He found it good enough to have economic prosperity under the one-party rule and felt that there was little need to tackle the communist institution. 24 This was particularly evident after Tiananmen, when the CCP became simply a delivery vehicle for material progress or a self-preservation machine, claiming the modern mandate of heaven with no greater purpose than to hold on to power. Therefore, Chinese criticisms of Gorbachev after 1990 were a response to the return to such orthodox line of Deng, which focused on the sheer survival of the communist regime through economic means. It also disregarded any political demands, while making it clear that the policy of prioritizing political liberalization did not comport with socialism and was not a future direction of the PRC in the post-communist world. 2. Revival of research on Brezhnev. In 1997, Chen Zhihua, a researcher in the Institute of World History at CAS and a prominent scholar on Leonid Brezhnev, commented that Chinese research on Soviet history had overwhelmingly focused on the periods of Lenin, Stalin, Khrushchev, and Gorbachev, while overlooking the 18-year rule of Brezhnev, which was the time when the Soviet Union started to decline, and the key to understanding the historical lessons of the Soviet downfall. 25 Chen's remark is not altogether correct. In reality, Chinese research of Brezhnev and his administration had flourished in the 1990s. Throughout the 1980s, Chinese inquiries on Brezhnev were mostly seen in the Irikas journal. Many writers did not have positive views on the Soviet leader, because his conservative thinking was running afoul of China's reform and open-door policies. Some articles examined the bureaucracy and lifelong tenure cadre system under Brezhnev and remarked that the Soviet ruling machine had become more ossified and less efficient since the 1970s. 26 Others concentrated on the analysis of Brezhnev's concept of developed socialism. They compared the living standards between the USSR and the West and concluded that the Soviet Union was by no means a developed country with an advanced economy and material abundance. The articles criticized the notion of developed socialism as a utopian belief and a political calculation to keep the Soviet Union as the leader in the communist camp. 27 However, the social and economic stagnation under Brezhnev had not fallen within the purview of analysis until the 1990s. In 1992, Deng Xiaoping embarked upon a trip to China's southern provinces, where he repeatedly urged the need for learning from capitalism and rekindling China's all-round economic development, particularly after the setback of Tiananmen, in which the party conservative force attempted to attack and quash Deng's policies rolled out after 1978. Deng stressed that it was the achievements of the reform and the open policy that had helped China to weather the Tiananmen crisis. He argued that the PRC should make socialism develop in a healthier direction, in order to overcome the panic caused by the worldwide defeat of socialism. He especially emphasized that he could not tolerate slow growth and stagnation. He pointed out that it is necessary to fundamentally change the economic structure, and to establish a vigorous socialist economic structure that will promote their development. 28 Deng seemed to fully understand that, after having squandered what legitimacy communism had in the brutality of 1989 and the Soviet demise, the only resource of the CCP regime was economic performance, which meant putting more food in the shops and improving the living standard of the Chinese people. Moreover, Another important purpose of Deng's 1992 Southern tour was to win the factional warfare and succeed in having his reform strategy prevail after the Tiananmen backlash. The fact that his trip at first received no official media coverage and Renmin Raibao did not publish anything about it until 1 month later was a testament to the strength of CCP leftist opposition. In his talk, Deng asserted that the reason for the failure of European socialism had little to do with democracy, and more to do with the lack of security and prosperity. During the trip, Deng attempted to make moves against the party conservatives, saying that those who were insufficiently enthusiastic about reform should go. 29 In response to Deng's messages, on June 4, 1992, 3 years after the Tiananmen incident, Renmin Raibao published an article saying that China should give up the highly centralized socialist economic system borrowed from other countries before, and overcome the problem of the leftist thinking. 30 On the same day in 1993, another article in Renmin Raibao indicated that leftism is the biggest enemy of socialism. 31 In scholarly writings, Wu Xintang, vice president of the Chinese Association of International Communist Movement Studies, praised Deng's speech in early 1992 as the guiding principle for studies in international relations and the communist movement. Wu sneered at the leftist thinking, which put blame on the excessiveness of reforms and insufficient class struggle as the main factors causing the Soviet demise. He concluded that the real intention of leftism was for obstructing Deng's reformist line. 32 Gao Fang in another article also strongly attacked the leftist tendencies. The author attributed the failure of Soviet socialism to economic, not political, factors. He said that leftism was the true gravedigger of the USSR, while rightism was only putting the final nail in its coffin. 33 In and after 1992, many academic works seemed to lavish attention on the Soviet Union under Brezhnev. 34 Unlike the 1980s writings presented above, which focused on the aspects of ideology and political administration under Brezhnev, in the 1990s Chinese scholars targeted his obsession with the status quo and ignorance of the true reality, which made the Soviet economy lag behind the West more and more. The commentaries meshed with Deng's emphasis on economic growth and anti-leftism after the Soviet demise. As Eureka's scholar, Yi Huancheng, wrote, Comrade Deng Xiaoping once remarked that the priorities of development are scientific technologies and the productive forces, and such remark inspires us to seek the true reason of Brezhnev's failure. The author concluded that the Soviet problems had surfaced under Stalin and escalated in Brezhnev's time, which he termed as the long medieval ossified rule. He said that the Brezhnev administration had rendered the subsequent reforms launched by Gorbachev insufficient to rescue the Soviet system. 35 Another Eureka scholar, Liu Guanghui, described the USSR after the 1970s as a pool of lifeless and stagnant water. He found that the biggest reason for Brezhnev's unwillingness to implement reforms was his predecessor Khrushchev's rashness in improvising the reform programs that had contributed to the chaotic economic situation, thus causing the CPSU to become tired of such adventure and to itch for stability. He concluded that the lesson from Brezhnev was that socialism should persist with reforms forever. 36 After criticizing the Brezhnev administration for being conservative and rigid, Huang Zongliang, vice director of the Russian Studies Institute at Beijing University, concluded that a socialist country should always find a balance between reform and stability. While a stable environment could ensure the success of reform, nonetheless, reform should always be prioritized in order to maintain stability and prosperity. 37 In the late 1990s, Eureka senior researcher, Su Kuei, retraced Brezhnev's early life and trajectory to power, and studied his personal attributes and characteristics, such as mediocrity, lack of innovation, being pleasure-seeking and vainglorious. He argued that these explained why the Soviet Union since the 1970s had been fraught with personality cults, incorrigible bureaucracy, and economic deterioration. He commented that the era of Brezhnev was the turning point when the Soviet Union went from prosperity to decline. 38 In late 1998, Chen Zhihui re-examined Brezhnev and his time. At the beginning of the book, Chen wrote that his analysis was in accordance with the motif of Deng's speech in 1992, which was the theoretical framework of the project. 39 The author said that the rule of Brezhnev was not only the dividing line for the USSR's turn from strength to weakness, but also the bane of the final demise in 1991. In his view, studying Brezhnev's period is a must in finding out the reasons for the downfall. 40 He finally contended that the crumbling of the USSR was not historically inevitable. The state under Brezhnev was ripe for reforms, but he slept through it, as it were. Brezhnev might have helped the Soviet Union survive, but he had missed the chance to transform the sorrow into strength in the 1970s. 41 A number of secondary sources point out that Chinese Soviet watchers after 1991 almost unanimously blamed Gorbachev and his reform programs as the major factors causing the capsizing of the Soviet Union. 42 David Shambaugh even suggests that this so-called blame game persisted throughout 1990s Chinese Sovietology. 43 Those works have obviously overlooked the revival of research on Brezhnev in Chinese writings since 1992. Unlike the 1980s sporadic inquiries on Brezhnev presented above, the 1990s writings were more divergent in views and had a focus, pertaining to the state agenda set by Deng Xiaoping during his southern tour in 1992. First, the renewed discussion on Brezhnev was a product of a more open political milieu resulting from Deng's 1992 landmark speech. Accordingly, Chinese intellectual debates became, to a limited degree, livelier and more animated than the dreary period after 1989. In the wake of Deng's southern tour, the spirit of seeking truth from facts was re-emphasized to give a new impulse to the study of socialism. 44 Although the general political climate in China was still uncertain, this modest progress had made it possible for scholars to discover more objectively the problems of the USSR, and to diversify the roots of the collapse. It provided encouragement to reinterpret and challenge the prevalent one-sided views that were mainly concerned with Gorbachev's cause. Second, unlike the post-Tiananmen official and academic analysis, which argued that the peaceful evolution engineered by the West had played a prominent role in jolting Eastern Europe and the USSR, the debate on Brezhnev and the moribund economy under his administration marked the termination of the peaceful evolution thesis, which seemed to be an exaggerated accusation that the Soviet collapse was simply a victim of Western subversion. 45 The doctrine of peaceful evolution was more a propaganda trick than a genuine academic argument. The party hardliners had used the threat of peaceful evolution as the justification to shut down reforms. 46 Mao Zedong once said that the fundamental cause of the development of a thing is not external but internal. 47 Some Chinese scholars also remarked that putting the blame for the Soviet downfall on external factors such as the peaceful evolution was either superficial 48 or one-sided and noxious. 49 Seen from his 1992 speech transcript during the Southern Tour, Deng Xiaoping believed that the chief cause of turmoil in socialism was not the imperialist peaceful evolution. The problem lay with internal factors, such as poverty and the underdeveloped economies in many socialist countries. In his view, the only way for China to survive after the Soviet dissolution was to continue the open-door policy and reform the past economy characterized by centralized control and enforced egalitarianism. He argued that abandoning the path of reform implemented in 1978 would only lead the country to the sort of catastrophe befalling the USSR. 50 In Deng's mind, to admit that the socialist system itself has fundamental flaws was more important than to blame foreign machinations. Instead of giving the excuse of the so-called peaceful evolution and ignoring the true problems, China after 1991 should face up squarely to reality and meet the challenges ahead. As Joseph Fewsmith demonstrates, firstly, after the Tiananmen incident and the Soviet demise, Deng needed to rely on economic development to convince those who no longer believed in socialism, and to restore the party's legitimacy through its ability to deliver the goods. 51 Moreover, following the ouster of Zhao Ziyang, the conservative faction was clearly directed at Zhao's former patron, Deng Xiaoping, and attempted to undercut his reform policy, which was being criticized for neglecting politics and ideology and concentrating merely on economic development. Deng would interpret this conservative maneuver as an effort to challenge his position in China and have the country revert to the old days of Mao. To strike back, Deng had to ensure that the reform process would become a national rallying cry and survive his own death. 52 Since 1992, some scholars also concluded that, if the impact of glasnost and the peaceful evolution were rational explanations for the collapse, then it was because the inherent weakness of the Soviet socialist system had made it become unable to resist the restoration of capitalism and democratization. 53 By dispelling the assertion of peaceful evolution, Deng won the power battle over his party rivals, ensuring a statewide consensus to embrace his strategy of faster growth, enhanced economic reform, and greater interaction with the outside world. Similarly, the research on Brezhnev in the 1990s also signaled the return of a down-to-earth and critical approach in studying the Soviet demise, and the repudiation of seemingly non-scholarly and irrelevant official rhetoric. Last, as we have seen, there was a distinct change in Chinese Sovietology writings in the 1990s, from attacking Gorbachev's liberalization to condemning Brezhnev's conservatism. After that, Gorbachev became the lesser of two evils and was rarely seen as the cardinal source of the downfall. In and after 1992, when China had come out of the shadow of Tiananmen and the Soviet demise, and was at the height of campaigning for anti-leftism, the practice of criticizing Brezhnev's orthodoxy instead of attacking Gorbachev's liberalization was instrumental in encouraging more innovation to keep the socialist regime vital. The discussion of Brezhnev played a role of affirming and promoting China's market-oriented path, thereby revivifying the pace of reform that had slowed in the wake of the 1989 repression. Chinese writings intended to take advantage of the study of Brezhnev to give credit to the ethos of Deng's 1992 speech, and to enlist support for his future vision for China in the post-communist world. There is one more illustrative example demonstrating that Chinese scholars had taken advantage of the use of Brezhnev, in order to give the Chinese regime the extra push that was needed for the acceleration of reforms in the 1990s. In 1996, CAS funded and published a book Yazongshiji Tangzhen. The book is a collective project written and edited by a group of CAS scholars, which consists of more than 20 academics from different institutes at CAS and includes the Eureka scholar, Xin Guangcheng. 54 The book title is quite misleading. In reality, it is not a record of a face-to-face interview with the party secretary-general, Jiang Zemin. Instead, Jiang appears as the dramatis personae, whom the authors use as a form of communication to channel their views on the future development of China. The book starts with the full text of Jiang Zemin's 1995 speech Zhen Qilai Shi Wei Zui Zian De Wajian Shi Zongdruigan Zongde Guangzai. The content of the speech is in fact no different from Deng's 1992 Southern Tour talk, both of them espousing the goals of technological innovation, acceleration of economic modernization, and further opening to the outside world. 55 The authors commented that China at the time was at a crossroads and its reforms were facing a bottleneck, in which economic disparity and corruption were rampant across the country. As a result, many people doubted if the market economy was still compatible with socialism, and whether the third generation of the CCP leadership led by Jiang was able to maintain the economic growth and party dictatorship in the post-Deng era. 56 The solution given by the authors was reforms, reforms, and reforms, since this was the only way and China has no choice. 57 To elaborate the point, the authors presented the example of the Soviet Union under Brezhnev in the following section entitled La Shijiaoksun, Sengjingyukuo Yig Baliranifu. 58 According to the section, there were three critical moments in Soviet history. After the first wave of Khrushchev's incomplete reforms, his successor Brezhnev balked at the knot and complexity of the social and economic structural problems. He, therefore, chose to eschew reforms. He wanted to preserve the status quo and was reluctant to move forward. When the last wave of reforms came in the 1980s, the last Soviet leader, Gorbachev, had to employ the radical method of liberalization to reshuffle the moribund system. Unfortunately, such measures brought the counter effect of instability and the ultimate collapse. 59. The authors warned. Absolute stability does not exist. The lesson of Brezhnev was that not to push reforms, not to persist in reforms, not to carry reforms through to the end means only that the party, state, and socialism will not be able to have genuine security, and that the final result will be a thorough instability. 60. Unlike what Gene Wilson remarks that the book was to commend Jiang's vision of reform based on a 1995 speech, 61. Upon a closer reading, the tone of the authors appears to be more like an admonition. They argued that the reforms initiated by Deng Xiaoping should not be stalled or slowed down once Deng retired, otherwise, China might face the fate of the USSR ahead. China specialist, Willy Wolap Lam, reveals that in the late 1990s, Chinese intellectuals increasingly felt unsatisfied about the dearth of initiative and the rollback of reform, and there were signs that the more liberal among Jiang's advisors were urging the president to take bolder steps in reform. 62. According to the book authors, unlike other Chinese scholars, who tended to wait and annotate the speeches of the leaders in their research, this time these CAS academics would like to use a new way of thinking to tackle leaders' theories in this project. As such, in this book they decided to invite Secretary General Jiang Zemin and the third-generation leadership for heart-to-heart talks, and contribute our limited knowledge to finding solutions to China's present problems. 63. Indeed, unlike the previous writings presented in this research, the book reflected a change, namely that these Chinese scholars were attempting to take the lead rather than follow the tide in drawing the lessons of Soviet socialism and its implications for China's future to influence the government. 64. Their eagerness for making the party leadership hear their voice demonstrated the anxiety of those scholars. They seemed to worry that post-Deng China would become the USSR under Brezhnev, which was content with the status quo and losing momentum for bolder reforms in the face of economic uncertainty. It might eventually result in the equivalence of the Soviet failure in China. They argued that the third generation of party leadership should not just accommodate Deng's legacy to move on, as a politician with broader vision and greater historical sense will choose the deepening of reforms. 65. Moreover, the discussion in the book was not only about examining the negative lessons of the Soviet demise, but also about presenting an important message for China's future direction in moving toward the path of state-led capitalism. The authors argued that amid the economic difficulties at the time, China might confront two possibilities: going back to orthodox socialism or slipping into wholesale capitalism, and that either way, China would probably end up getting nowhere. 66. Instead, they recommended a third option, in which China should practice laissez-faire economics under strong state control. They advised that China should not go too far along the path of economic privatization and liberalization, drawing on the negative example of the USSR under Gorbachev. 67. They argued that maintaining public ownership was still the key to the future success of reforms. 68. Their advocacy of a state-led capitalism as the future direction of the Chinese party state, in which the state is the principal actor in directing the market and economy, was not only a lesson drawn from the pre-1991 Soviet Union. 69. It also resonated with the thesis of the Chinese New Left movement, which became an intellectual trend from the 1990s onward. The themes of the New Left are common to this approach: reassertion and expansion of the role of the state, appeal for the self-renewal of the party's authority, the need for strong governmental intervention in a market economy, and skepticism, if not outright hostility to, China's integration into the Western political system. 70. 3. Reassessment of Stalin. Apart from Brezhnev, another Soviet leader had become the subject of avid study in 1990s China. Joseph Stalin has long been a controversial figure in China. After the founding of the PRC, Mao Zedong glorified the Soviet Union led by Stalin, saying that it had guided China in the struggle for national liberation, and regarded the USSR as leader of all the oppressed countries in the world. 71. In fact, Stalin personally disliked Mao and always gravely misunderstood the situation of the Chinese Socialist Revolution. For example, according to Beijing University professor Niu Jun, Stalin had belittled CCP military strength and repeatedly requested that the CCP reach a compromise with the Kuomintang led by Chiang Kai-shek during the Chinese Civil War period, which deeply irritated Mao. 72 Mao also profoundly sensed the distrust of the Soviet leader, and was not able to challenge Moscow's authority in the socialist camp until Stalin's death in 1953. 73 Although having harbored grievances against Stalin, Mao still refrained from criticizing him in the wake of the new Soviet leader, Nikita Khrushchev, mounting an attack on his predecessor at the 20th CPSU Congress in 1956. This was because he understood that consigning Stalin to purgatory was detrimental to the unity of the socialist world as well as his rule in China. Mao remarked, "It is the opinion of the Central Committee that Stalin's mistakes amounted to only 30% of the whole and his achievements to 70%, and that all things considered Stalin was nonetheless a great Marxist." 74. After the passing of Mao, against the trends of cleansing the remnants of the Gang of Four and opposing leftism symbolized by the Maoist legacy, Chinese party organs in the early 1980s started to level their criticisms at Stalin and his policies. In 1981, an article in Renmin Ribao remarked that Stalin's cult of personality was oppositional to Marxism-Leninism, and equated the cult with the kind of fanaticism occurring during the Cultural Revolution. 75 A half year later, a commentator in the Beijing Review contrasted Stalin's grievous deviations with Lenin's tremendous contributions. He wrote that Stalin had violated the principle of collective leadership and the system of democratic centralism, and practiced great nation chauvinism and again interfered in the internal affairs of certain countries. 76 It should be noted that in the early 1980s, several articles appraising Stalin published in various Chinese academic journals not only criticized Stalin for creating an ossified political and economic system, but also showed contempt for Stalin's inappropriate moral conduct, which included being conceited and arrogant, as well as having a propensity for the use of violence. 77 Zhou Baiwen, a researcher at the Central Party School, stated that it is time for China to stop treating Stalin as God. 78 After the second half of the 1980s, the image of Stalin in the minds of Chinese scholars was gradually transformed from deity to human, and eventually from human to a devil-like villain. Many academic articles in the late 1980s began to attack almost every aspect of Stalin, from his attempt to seize Chinese territory through the post-war Yalta Agreement. 79 A disastrous agricultural policy, 80 A rigid political system, 81 Failed economic planning, 82 And his problematic writing on philosophy. 83 Wu Wenjun, president of the Lanzhou Academy of Social Sciences, in his 1989 article even undertook research on Stalin's childhood, which is rare in Chinese writings. The author revealed the tense family relations in which Stalin had grown up, and explained his later cruelty by the abusive treatment he endured as a child. 84 Most importantly, while Chinese scholars in the early 1980s were bold to remark that Stalinism was the distortion of Leninism, in the late 1980s some writings were not shy to point out that Stalinism was equal to feudalism and a legacy from Tsars, which had nothing to do with what they saw as true socialism at all. 85 These intensified criticisms of Stalin in the late 1980s were mainly owing to the following three factors. First, as Eureka scholar, Jie Li, revealed, while having many problems, the Soviet model established by Stalin was nonetheless accepted by Chinese academic circles in the early 1980s as the universal yardstick of socialism. At the time, Chinese scholars still recognized that the Soviet model was synonymous with Stalinism, but the model needed fundamental fine-tuning to adjust it to modern society. 86 However, after the late 1980s, China started to deepen its economic reform and launched a war on the Soviet model that had harmed China in the past. As Deng Xiaoping announced in 1988. Frankly, when we were copying the Soviet model of socialism we ran into many difficulties. We discovered that long ago, but we were never able to solve the problem. Now we are solving it. What we want to build is a socialism suited to conditions in China. 87. Second, Moscow's reassessment of Stalin under Gorbachev held great appeal for Chinese scholars. It coincided with the relaxed political climate since the mid-1980s generated by the liberal-minded CCP leaders Hu Yaobang and Zhao Ziyang, and more importantly, the popularity of Gorbachev's glasnost in China. 88 Some scholars were truly impressed by Gorbachev's determination to face the past and demanded that China learn from him. 89 CAS President, Hu Sheng, remarked in 1988 that China in the past had never engaged in genuine research of Stalin, therefore, we do not have good ideas on many questions. Right now, when the Soviet Communist Party decided to reverse the verdicts on many previous unjustly charged cases under the impact of glasnost, he urged Chinese scholars to follow suit and conduct research into such issue. 90 Last, although China had embraced reform and open-door policies after Mao's death, the relaxation was more about economic liberalization than political democratization, and Chinese people were not allowed to criticize Stalin's counterpart in China, Mao Zedong. Chinese studies of Stalin still operated in the shadow of the many remaining statues of Mao. In 1980, Deng Xiaoping said that China will not do to Chairman Mao what Khrushchev did to Stalin. 91 But things changed in the late 1980s when, motivated by Gorbachev's challenge to the orthodox hagiography of Stalin, the Chinese started to question Mao's own brutality, though this was by no means a large-scale open attack. In 1989, the Shantou University history professor, Zheng Xiaoqin, who had studied at the University of Leningrad in the late 1950s, wrote that the cult of personality created by Mao had wreaked havoc in China and exacted an enormous human toll on Chinese people. The depredations were many times than those in the 1930s USSR. 92 2 weeks prior to Gorbachev's state visit to China and 1 month ahead of the Tiananmen incident, the Beijing Review conducted interviews of several Eureka scholars. All of them blasted Stalin and expressed aversion to his monocracy, when the Chinese authorities had not officially repraised the former Soviet leader. It is noteworthy that one of the scholars, Wu Renzhang, an expert on the Soviet economy, said in his interview that he recommended that Stalin's portrait be removed from Tiananmen Square, because his status is different from that of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, and is not on the same level as the other three are. 93 Since 1976 China has consistently superimposed Mao Zedong's profile next to those of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin in official discourse, in the form of oft-reproduced group portraits, the so-called mainly Samao, for demonstrating their equality in ideological terms and significance, whitewashing Mao's past misdeeds, and legitimizing the post-Mao Chinese Communist regime. Both Mao and Stalin were officially canonized as the successors of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, as the best disciples of the dead communist sages. Both of them were depicted as incarnations of Marxist-Leninist wisdom and omniscience. However, as is evident from Wu's words, the Soviet watcher omitted Mao's name from this context, and it was certainly at variance with the regime's ideological discourse. He obviously hinted that both Stalin and Mao were the same, but that their conduct was not in tune with the norm of true communism created by Marx, Engels, and Lenin. Both of their standings were not in the same league as those of the other three. Moreover, we should remember that it was Mao who had vigorously opposed Khrushchev's 1956 secret speech and praised Stalin's legacy. The 1980s negative Chinese assessment of Stalin ironically demonstrated Chinese scholars' unstated admission of Mao's mistaken judgment about Khrushchev in the 1950s, which led directly to the later Sino-Soviet schism and a series of disastrous Maoist policies that left a deep scar on China. In the wake of the Tiananmen incident, and particularly after March 1990, when Gorbachev ordered the abolition of the CPSU power monopoly, criticisms of Stalin in Chinese writings became silent. After Deng Xiaoping's southern tour in early 1992, China began to reflect on its past inefficient socialist economic system, for the launching of a new wave of reforms after the backlash of Tiananmen. In late 1992, the new CCP Secretary-General, Jiang Zemin, delivered an opening speech at the 14th CCP Congress. He remarked, This new revolution is not going to change the nature of our socialist system, instead, it is a self-improvement and a further development of socialism. However, it is also not a simple repair to our economic structure, but a fundamental reform of it. The past economic system was born under the special historical circumstances, and it had once played a key role in our socialist construction. However, as time goes on, the system becomes increasingly unfit for the requirement of modernization. 94. Jiang's words revealed that after Tiananmen and the perdition of European communism, China had no intention to change its political system to adjust to the post-communist world. However, the CCP was eager to tackle its economic institution in order to make the regime more viable after the worldwide crisis of socialism. Encouraged by the official announcements, Li Zhongjie, a researcher in the Institute of Studies of the International Communist Movement at the CCP Central Bureau for Compilation and Translation, reactivated the attacks on Stalin in late 1992. In his article published in Xiande Kuaji Guangzai, the author made the point that all problems of the former Soviet Union had originated from the Stalinist model after Lenin. He contended that such a model had overly excluded the capitalist elements and obstructed the productive forces and economic development, when Soviet socialism was still in its infancy, thus contributing to the subsequent dissolution of the state. In his opinion, both Deng's theory of building socialism with Chinese characteristics and the goal of the 14th Congress of establishing a socialist market economy, were a break away from Stalin's formulaic understanding of Marxism and the highly centralized plan economic system founded by Stalin, respectively. 95. Afterward, throughout the 1990s, numerous articles appeared in various academic journals and studied the Stalinist model for helpful lessons in building socialism in China. Most of them resembled the tone of Li Zhongjie's article. They were criticizing Stalinism as a distortion of Leninism and socialism, the origin of leftism in the international communist movement, and a fundamental cause of the Soviet demise. 96. In the late 1990s, several articles generated new arguments and went further to attack the Stalinist model. Unlike some erstwhile Chinese writings, which justified that the Stalinist economic institution was absolutely essential during the period of war, but not necessary in times of peace, 97. Wu Kequan, a researcher at the Shanghai Academy of Social Sciences, dismissed the historical inevitability of the Stalinist model and concluded that such a highly militarized but inefficient system was by no means a measure of building socialism under any circumstances. 98. Both Wen Yi and Li Zhongjie challenged China's long-time assumption that industrialization is equal to modernization. They argued that the Soviet economy under Stalin was actually not modernization but a strange form of industrialization, which was extremely wasteful and at the expense of people's livelihoods. In their opinion, the Soviet Union was a paradox of industrial plenty in the midst of consumer poverty. They criticized that China, since Mao had followed such a wrong path in constructing socialism, and made it clear that the USSR had never realized modernization up to the day of its demise. 99. Unlike Khrushchev's criticism of Stalin at the 20th CPSU Congress, which detailed and gave examples of how Stalin engaged in physically torturing his enemies, most of the time, Chinese scholars in both decades did not delve into Stalin's crimes against humanity. This was because such an action would open the door to denouncing his Chinese analog of Mao, which was a forbidden zone in China at all times. On the other hand, both Khrushchev and Chinese scholars criticized Stalin as a person, and some flaws of his policies. However, they only made efforts to condemn the man but not the system, and did not display an undercurrent of heterodox thought. They rarely touched upon the fundamentality of the institution established by Stalin, and were concerned about not socialism itself but its problems. 100. While the 1980s Chinese writings manifested their distaste for the tyranny of Stalin and the problems of the Stalinist political system up to a point, the 1990s articles mainly focused on the imperfection of Stalin's economic apparatus. In a nutshell, Chinese scholars were more direct and bolder in criticizing some negative elements of Stalinism prior to Tiananmen, although this was by no means an attempt to question the dynamic of socialism that had produced such a leader. The post-1991 Chinese re-evaluation and criticisms of Stalin should be analyzed in a broad spectrum after Deng's Southern Tour in 1992. In a book on Stalin's political life published in 1997, the authors, Zhang Changbin and Zhou Fengrong, wrote in the epilogue that the project was inspired by Deng's 1992 talk. It was Deng's remarks on the nature of socialism and the Soviet model that had made the authors become enlightened. They decided to use Deng's theory as the guiding principle for conducting research on Stalin. 101 According to them, the Soviet model, which had consigned the country to the ash heap of history, was, in fact, the Stalinist model, and this model should hold the responsibility for the downfall. They contrasted the lethargic and inflexible Stalinist model with the pragmatic Deng model, which focused on combining Marxism with China's peculiar conditions. 102 Many Chinese writings after Deng's Southern Tour also pointed out that the rightist tendencies practiced by Gorbachev in the late 1980s were, in fact, an outcome of Stalin's leftism. Gorbachev's restoration of capitalism was a bounce back to the long history of stagnation and self-seclusion caused by Stalin. At the time, the last Soviet leader had no choice but to apply extreme methods to save the falling USSR. 103 Such a conclusion accorded with the ancient Chinese proverb, "Wuji bifan," which means when things are forced to become worse they begin to go to another extreme for retaliation. While some 1980s Chinese writings targeting Stalin might in fact indirectly blame Mao's political repression in China, 104 The 1990s criticisms on the ossification of the Soviet model created by Stalin could also be considered as a foil to attack Mao's past leftist economic policy. This policy was similar to that of Stalin, as both leaders favored heavy industrialization and an exploitative economy as their repertoires. 105 Post-1991 Chinese Sovietology put the Stalinist economic model and the discredited leftism in 1990s China on an equal footing. By arguing that Stalinism was the root of the Soviet demise and retracing its damage to China under Mao, scholars justified Deng's 1992 statement that leftism has done more harm than good to China, and like rightism, it could also destroy socialism. 106 Therefore, they used their writings to defend China's post-Tiananmen policy of accelerating economic reform and open-door policy, and to assist the CCP reformers' efforts to thwart the comeback of the leftist offensive. The revival of research on Brezhnev and the reassessment of Stalin's model in 1990s Chinese Sovietology are two sides of the same coin. They are the two components of the principle that argues that the decline of Soviet socialism had originated from Stalin and had been exacerbated by Brezhnev's stagnation. The final demise of the country was due to the post-Lenin leadership's deviation from Lenin's principle of building socialism. Chinese scholars tended to highlight the intrinsic relations between the two leaders. While Su Kui defined the Brezhnev administration as neo-Stalinism, 107 Gao Fang described the USSR under Stalin as already being a patient with early symptoms of cancer, and Brezhnev later aggravated the situation by leading the country into the terminal stage of cancer. As a result, when Gorbachev came to power, the Soviet Union had no hope of recovery at all and it became a totally spent force. 108 Both research trends not only served to checkmate the resurgent leftist thinking after Tiananmen, but their rationales could also be explained in the following ways. First, the research outcomes justified Deng's consistent understanding that the problem was not socialism but the outdated Soviet model. 109 The underlying concept of Chinese writings is that there was nothing wrong with socialism itself, and that Soviet leaders had ill intentions to destroy this good system. Second, after the demise of the USSR, Deng re-emphasized during his southern tour that China is still in the primary stage of socialism and it should make use of any means necessary to build socialism. Therefore, he announced that the more that elements of capitalism are introduced, the more capitalism will expand in China. 110 The writings of Chinese Soviet watchers were also pertinent to Deng's call. Through analysis of the rules of Brezhnev and Stalin, a common judgment appeared that argued that self-complacency, sheer immobilism, and rigid economic planning are fatal to socialism. By observing the lessons of Moscow, China should not be constrained by the orthodox mode of development. It should be more open to innovative experiments. It should learn something new from a market economy and replace the problematic Soviet model, developing the so-called Chinese-style socialism underscored by Deng. 111 Third, according to James Etheridge, before 1989, the Chinese leadership attempted to push the price reform, in order to accelerate the process of dismantling the planned economy and establish market mechanisms. Unfortunately, the experiment failed and resulted in skyrocketing inflation, rampant corruption, and an extraordinary sense of uncertainty concerning what the reforms would lead to, which created widespread frustration and fear among the people. Moreover, the economic crisis led to a deep division within the party leadership. The reform-minded leaders led by Zhao Ziyang were facing fierce challenges from the party's old guard, who believed that the price reform had damaged the CCP's control of China's political power and undermined the legitimacy of the party. These setbacks resulting from the price reform brought all the accumulated societal problems to the surface and the people's resentments piled up. Most seriously, the situation greatly increased the faith crisis among everyday Chinese by directing it toward the CCP's qualification and capacity to rule the country. After witnessing the rapid rise of pro-democracy tides in Eastern Europe and Gorbachev's promotion of glasnost in the Soviet Union, many Chinese, particularly intellectuals and university students, became increasingly convinced that it was time to shift the emphasis of China's reform project to the political sphere, exploring the prospect of transforming the party-state structure and creating new political institutions with checks and balances. They believed that doing so could ensure the better management of the state economy and a cheerful prospect of Chinese people's livelihood. 112 In sum, the economic situation in the late 1980s was also a factor in touching off the Tiananmen crisis. As such, by holding out the negative example of the Soviet economies under Stalin and Brezhnev and using the discussion to their advantage, Chinese scholars created a rallying point for urging and supporting the CCP's post-Tiananmen efforts, in order to normalize the distressed economy and revive its reform process in the shortest possible time. As we have seen in their discussion above, it was not just an economic issue for the Chinese leadership, but it was also a major political issue concerning the legitimacy of the party, especially given its unwillingness to implement political reform and its decision to brutally crack down on the pro-democratic Tiananmen demonstrations. Thus, the CCP would desperately seek to regain its weakened legitimacy in China by fixing the past economic disorder and catalyzing a new round of economic launches, after the wholesale collapse of world communism. Last, while stressing reform and open-door directions, Deng in his 1992 talk did not forget to defend the dictatorship of the proletariat and the four cardinal principles. 113 In the 1990s, Chinese Sovietology concentrated on the economic aspects of Brezhnev and Stalin while ignoring their political policies, and such a tendency was in tune with Deng's 1992 guidelines. That the research focused on economic problems suggests that scholars seem to have believed that the breaking apart of the Soviet Union was mainly due to economic illness but not the deficiency of political institutions. Having observed the economic troubles in the times of Stalin and Brezhnev, the writings appear to suggest that state legitimacy comes from economic results and consumer satisfaction, and socialism would be going down the wrong road if it could not deliver economic benefits to the people. The findings gave credibility to Deng's faith that only strong one-party rule could ensure the effective implementation of rapid economic development. They justified post-1991 China's state agenda of economic modernization taking precedence while downplaying the importance of political restructuring. Their conclusions conveyed a message that it is economic affluence, not political reform, that matters the most for the survival of Chinese socialism after the fall of the USSR. 4 Concluding remarks. To conclude this discussion of the 1990s Chinese writings on Soviet leaders and politics, a few points are worth noting. First, in contrast to the secondary sources that suggest that Chinese criticisms of Gorbachev after Tiananmen were to do with his role in embracing democratization and the disruptive repercussions this brought to China. This chapter has shown that the negative attitude of Chinese intellectuals toward the last Soviet leader after 1989 was more the result of Gorbachev's failure to use tough measures to prevent socialism in Europe from collapsing than anything else. Their criticisms of Gorbachev served to justify the Chinese government's brutal crackdown on civilian protests and to glorify the party's role as a bastion of state unity and stability. Many Chinese scholars were seemingly mounting efforts in defense of Deng's iron fist policies, which had successfully preserved socialist rule and propelled China down the road to prosperity since the 1990s. They compared this with the faltering Soviet state that would eventually lurch into disorder and break down under Gorbachev's liberalization and hands-off approach. The conclusion was that strong authoritarian rule that ensured political stability was far more preferable. Second, the 1990s Chinese debate about Brezhnev and Stalin revolved around the backgrounds of the aftermath of Tiananmen and the collapse of world communism. The discussion confirmed that Deng Xiaoping's 1992 agenda involved renouncing the past Soviet model of economic development, opposing leftism, and saving Chinese socialism by speeding up the pace of reform and open-door policies. While ostensibly examining the policies of the two Soviet leaders, in reality Chinese scholars were making pointed references to Chinese reality against the Soviet precedent. They not only learned from the negative experience of the Soviet past, but also attempted to sum up lessons for China's future direction and the prospects for its communist regime. By depicting Brezhnev's stagnation and Stalin's rigid centralization as the primary causes of the collapse, their writings suggested that state legitimacy comes more from economic results and consumer satisfaction than democratic politics, and socialism would not be attractive to the people if it could not deliver economic benefits to them. As can be seen from the second part of the dissertation, including the Chinese use of Lenin in the early 1980s, their changing views of Gorbachev in both decades, and the reassessments of Brezhnev and Stalin in the 1990s, the major conclusion of Chinese Soviet watchers also reiterated a thesis, namely the survival of Chinese socialism lies in good economic performance and political stability, but not dynamic transformation of the communist ruling institutions. Part 3 of the book will examine the Chinese debate about Soviet nationality policy in both the 1980s and 1990s. The next chapter will discuss the 1980s Chinese views of Vladimir Lenin's ethnic policies, and how the Chinese Soviet watchers used his thought and writings as the guidance of China's new accommodational ethnic politics after the disastrous Cultural Revolution. In addition, the chapter will analyze the impact of Mikhail Gorbachev's liberal nationality policy on 1980s China, and how the Chinese scholars assessed his ethnic administration in the late 1980s. Part 3. Analyses of Soviet nationality policy. Chapter 6. Chinese perceptions of the nationality politics of Lenin and Gorbachev. 1. Lenin and post-Mao China's nationality administration. In the wake of the Cultural Revolution and the death of Mao, China was in complete disarray. Many Chinese people could feel the scars in almost every aspect of the country, and ethnic minorities were also hard hit by Mao's oppressive rule. The results were Chinese minorities being discriminated socially and politically, the widespread Han chauvinism, and the nationality equality promised by the CCP in the 1950s could not be delivered. Many minority cadres, religious practitioners, and ethnic Chinese citizens had been purged by political campaigns launched by the party under Mao. Many of them were now living in extreme poverty. The economic and social gaps between minorities and Han Chinese were huge. The resentment of minorities was targeted at not only the socialist regime, but also the majority of Han Chinese. The volatile situation posed a threat to the party rule as well as the solidarity of the state. 2. In 1979, in a party official article written by Yang Jinggren, chairman of the State Ethnic Affairs Commission, revealed the overriding concern of the PRC to cope with the nationality trauma left after Mao. We are now facing an important task, that we should exert our utmost efforts to heal the bleeding wound produced by Lin Biao and the Gang of Four, through effectively carrying out the party policy on nationality, strengthening unity among different peoples, and recovering and developing the economy and culture in minority regions. The most crucial thing is to strive for realization of the four modernizations in the regions in which minority peoples live. 3. In the early 1980s, under Deng Xiaoping's new leadership, China worked hard to reverse the repressive Maoist policies and redress the past wrong treatment of minorities, to repair national unity as well as re-legitimize the party's authority. At first, the CCP attempted to theoretically sweep away the influence of the ultra-left line and adopt a less rigid agenda. Some official articles openly demanded the entire renunciation of class struggle as the guideline for handling nationality work. For although the articles did not mention Mao and his writings by name, they obviously targeted Mao's assertion that a national struggle is a question of class struggle. 5. It seemed that China in the early 1980s was determined to disregard the Maoist stand of invoking class struggle as a measure to resolve nationality conflicts and problems. Moreover, the CCP indeed felt regretful regarding its past wrongdoings done to minorities and was prepared to give those peoples a variety of better treatments and preferential policies. 6. To improve their material and cultural well-being, and eliminating existing political, economic, and cultural inequalities. 7. Last, the post-Mao CCP leadership agreed to safeguard the political rights of minorities and augment their power in the management of their own affairs. 8. Unlike the 1949 Provisional Constitution of the Common Program, the 1982 post-Mao Constitution stipulated clearly that chairman and vice-chairman of the standing committees of the People's Congresses of minority areas, and heads of the autonomous regions, prefectures, and counties must be citizens of the nationalities concerned. 9. The importance of setting things to rights in nationality affairs after the calamitous Mao era could be found in the CCP Secretary-General, Hu Yaobang's two speeches in the early 1980s. Who remarked that if there are any problems damaging China's nationality equality and state unity, they would have a negative effect on the unification of Taiwan. 10. And commit a grave political mistake to the party. 11. In short, in a multi-ethnic country like China, without equality and unity among various nationalities, Beijing's motive to persuade Taiwan that it, like China's other minorities, could expect favorable treatment from the central government if the island were to be absorbed into the PRC, would not be convincing. It would also constitute a threat to the legitimacy of the CCP regime, which always fosters itself an external image as a model state struggling for the hearts and minds of the oppressed people in the world. 12. As we will see, the teachings of the first Soviet leader, Lenin, would overwhelm Maoism after the Cultural Revolution, and play a key role in the reversal of the PRC's past mistaken nationality policy and envisioning China's future as a harmonious multi-ethnic socialist state. In 1981, Ulan Hu, an ethnic Mongol and vice-chairman of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, featured an article in the Beijing Review. He commented that post-Mao China should act according to Leninism to help various nationalities at different stages of social development embark on the common socialist road. 13. During a party meeting on minority affairs in 1988, Qiao Shi, secretary of the CCP Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, described Lenin as the symbol of national harmony and cooperation, and his writings should be the guidance of China's nationality policy making. 14. Why were Lenin and his nationality policy attractive to China after Mao? First, Lenin's views on opposing Great Russian chauvinism and helping minorities develop economy and common prosperity, are integral to post-Mao China's direction in demolishing Han nationalism and leveling of inequalities among different nationalities. 15. His position is in direct opposition to that of the Gang of Four perceived by the Chinese. Chinese officials and scholars in the early 1980s tended to identify the post-Lenin nationality policies and that of Stalin in particular with the radical line that prevailed during the Cultural Revolution. They remarked that those vestiges were anti-Leninism in nature. 16. Some of them even used the symbol of Lenin and his writings as a veiled attack criticizing Mao's failure to manage nationality affairs. 17. Second, in post-Mao China, Lenin represents the human side and conciliatory policy towards minorities, which stands in contrast to the oppressive and brutal measures pursued by the Gang of Four and Mao. In the early 1980s, Chinese official publications rarely used Mao's text. Instead, they tended to cite and champion the writings of former Premier, Jie Li, as China's future guidance on nationality administration. In the mind of some Chinese, Zhou is a benevolent figure different from the autocratic Mao. 18 To give an example, the Beijing Review reprinted Zhou's 1957 speech entitled Some Questions on Policy Towards Nationalities in 1980. The speech was once blocked for publication by the leftists during the Cultural Revolution, due to its moderate stand towards China's nationalities, which contrasted with the radical line pursued by the Gang of Four. 19 The editor remarked, "It expounds the national policy of the Chinese Communist Party and it is a Marxist work of immediate significance." 20 Gleaned from the article, Zhou's views on China's nationality work, such as anti-Han chauvinism, reducing discrimination and prejudices, quenching national separatism, and promoting warm relations between different nationalities, are exactly the direction of post-Mao China when managing its nationality affairs. 21 The speech was hailed as a powerful weapon to resolve nationality problems by the peoples daily. 22 Ngopoy Ngawang Jigme, chairman of the People's Committee of the Tibet Autonomous Region, praised Zhou's talk that would greatly assist our nationality work in clearing up the pernicious influence of ultra-leftism. 23 Most importantly, Zhou in his speech pointed out that his assertion was along the line of Lenin in opposing forced assimilation and safeguarding minority rights, 24 both of which are the urgent tasks of China after the Cultural Revolution. There were two major features of Lenin that had taken center stage in the 1980s Chinese writings on nationality issues: national regional autonomy and national self-determination. In the first case, after the death of Mao, China revived the discussion of NRA and associated the topic with Lenin's nationality policy. Since the founding of the PRC, China has long employed regional autonomy as a basic system to manage its national minorities. The practice of regional autonomy is to set up organs of self-government under the unified leadership of the state in areas where people of minority nationalities live in compact communities, thereby enabling the members of such groups to exercise the right to be masters of their own fate and independently handle their internal affairs. 25 The Cultural Revolution gravely damaged the socialist relationship between nationalities based on equality, unity, self-autonomy and mutual assistance. In the 1950s the policy of NRA was included in the Common Program that functioned as a provisional constitution of the PRC then, and the policy was formally written into the post-Mao PRC constitution and adopted in 1984. 26 It was argued that such move of the CCP was to regain the trust and support from minorities after Mao, and develop socialist democracy and rule of law lost during the Cultural Revolution, thus creating a new stage in the implementation of NRA. 27 The first paragraph of the 1984 NRA law stipulated, NRA is implemented according to the basic principle of applying Marxism-Leninism to resolve our country's nationality questions. 28 Mao Gongning, Vice President of the Center for Ethnic Studies in the PRC State Ethnic Affairs Commission, spelled out in 1986 that although China practices regional autonomy rather than establishing a federation composed of many national republics like the USSR, NRA is based on China's reality and it follows Lenin's proposition of exercising socialist nationality policies in line with the local conditions. 29 It is known that since 1949, the PRC has acutely realized the unsuitability of the Soviet model of federation in China. 30 Seen from Zhou Enlai's 1957 speech, the former premier pointed out that the PRC situation differs fundamentally from that of the Soviet state and it is not wise to adopt Moscow's federal system to manage China's nationality affairs. From his point of view, unlike the USSR, China has been a unified country under a centralized leadership since ancient times. Its many nationalities live interlocked with each other. Moreover, the Hans in China are far greater in number and percentage than Russians in the Soviet Union. 31 Since the early 1980s, many Chinese scholarly Writings have commented that Lenin had become so concerned about the implications of Great Russian chauvinism that he engaged in a major polemic with Joseph Stalin about the forms of a future multinational Soviet state in the evening of his life. Stalin's aim, which symbolized ultra-leftism of the Gang of Four in Chinese writings, was to adopt oppressive methods towards different Soviet nationalities and to argue forcefully for the assimilation of non-Russian nations by establishing a highly centralized communist country. On the other hand, the articles argued that Lenin always recognized that Stalin's plan was reactionary as it meant one nation destroying another by force, and the first Soviet leader wanted to achieve common progress and prosperity through national cooperation and mutual assistance, a goal of post-Mao China as well. Those Chinese writings considered that Lenin actually wanted to create a loose centralized national union, a kind of equivalent to NRA in China. However, in their opinion, after the October Revolution, due to domestic difficulties and foreign hostilities to the newborn Soviet state, Lenin held the conviction that only a federal solution could prevent the dismemberment of the Soviet state and maintain the political allegiance of different nationalities to socialism. The authors all remarked that such federal plan promoted by Lenin was only a temporary transition to a unified and strong republic. His premature death resulted in Stalin's altering the vision to an oppressive and highly centralized system, which prevented the Soviet state from adopting the similar Chinese model of NRA. 32 Some articles published in the mid-1980s also commended that the successful implementation of NRA in China since Mao's death had validated the truthfulness of Lenin's conciliatory principle in ruling a multi-ethnic socialist country. They argued that NRA in fact not only inherits but also develops Lenin's theory on nationality affairs. 33 In the wake of the Soviet demise, some Chinese scholars asserted that all the subsequent Soviet leaders after Lenin had not fully comprehended Lenin's nationality theory and implemented his compromising policy. From Stalin's intensification of class struggle, Brezhnev's forced assimilation, to Gorbachev's liberalization, all contributed to national splitism and the final collapse of the state. In their conclusion, the reason for the disintegration was simply that the post-Lenin Soviet leaders had fundamentally deviated from Lenin's teachings on nationality administration. 34 Yang Jingchu and Wang Jialiu, researchers from the Institute of Ethnology and Anthropology at CAS, wrote in their 1994 article that thanks to China's adoption of NRA, the PRC did not fall like the USSR. Against the background of the failure of Soviet federalism, they even argued that NRA would offer a positive model to any multinational third world country, as an ideal solution for their nationality questions. 35 By reinterpreting that NRA is the embodiment of Lenin's concept in ruling a multinational socialism, Chinese scholars seem to reassure that NRA pursued by the post-Mao government is the right direction for administering nationality affairs in China. By making a claim that Lenin's true preference regarding the administration of minorities epitomizes China's current agenda of NRA, those scholars also attempted to boast the credentials of the PRC that is still the bona fide disciple of Lenin and a legitimate Leninist state even after having extirpated the Maoist vestiges. 2. Lenin's attraction for China. In the 1980s, Chinese scholars also measured Lenin's notion of national self-determination highly in their writings. National self-determination is defined by Lenin as the equality and sovereignty of the peoples, and the right to freely determine their own fates, even to the point of separating and forming independent states. 36 Fang Ming, a researcher in the Institute of Modern History at CAS, described in 1980 that Lenin's encouragement to the oppressed peoples' struggle for national liberation and fighting with imperialism has won the respect from all over the world. 37 Wu Chuang'an, an editor of Sulian Wenti Yanji Oziliao, wrote in 1983 that Lenin's policy in wholeheartedly supporting nations to regain independence under colonial rule has left an undying mark on the heart of Chinese people. 38 In 1989, Eureka scholar, Chen Lianbai, remarked that Lenin's thought of national self-determination is the important principle of handling national relations under socialism. And it still bears the universal significance up to the present and provides guidance to China to tackle its nationality affairs. 39 According to Zhou Enlai's 1957 speech, unlike the Soviet state founded in 1917, which staged uprisings in the cities to seize political power, then extended it to the countryside and regions inhabited by the national minorities, and felt a need to integrate the struggle of the various nationalities against Tsarist, imperialist oppression with the struggle of the proletariat and the peasantry against the bourgeoisie and the landlord. On the other hand, China as a whole has long been a nation suffering external imperialist oppression, and various nationalities have shared will and woe and cemented a militant friendship in the revolutionary wars, culminating in the liberation of this big family of nationalities. Therefore, it would not be necessary for the PRC to follow Lenin's self-determination policy. 40. Moreover, some Western scholars previously either questioned the sincerity of Lenin in implementing national self-determination or challenged the feasibility of such concept in an undemocratic socialist state. Renio Lukács and Alan Lynch point out that Lenin's embrace of the principle of national self-determination for the nations of Russia reflected at first consideration of a purely tactical character, when the new Soviet state was facing the fight for the secession of various nationalities, pressure to maximize the coalition support, and the rise of the great Russian chauvinistic policy represented by Stalin and his followers. 41. In the opinion of Roman Smolstocky, it is an absurd and illogical idea to discuss seriously national self-determination granted by the communist dictatorship, since self-determination is an act of freedom and has as a basic prerequisite for this act the very existence of freedom, which means the abolishment of the dictatorship, whose existence is a negation of true self-determination. 42. In view of this, Chinese scholars' espousal of Lenin's national self-determination in the early 1980s was by no means showing China's intention to grant the right of minority groups to establish their own independent states. Instead, it should be considered in the context of the aftermath of the Cultural Revolution, which was similar to the situation in the early Soviet state, when the country was facing internal division, political uncertainty, and economic backwardness. China was in need of redressing the past wrongdoings done to minorities and win the support of different nationalities to re-legitimize the rule of the party, although such notion of Lenin's had long been deemed by Zhou Enlai, as mentioned above, to not chime with the historical conditions and interests of China. Moreover, Chinese scholars' display of great interest in Lenin's national self-determination was also related to China's foreign policy orientation towards Moscow in the early 1980s, when Sino-Soviet relations were in deep trouble. Both Chen Jiming and Du Gan made it clear that the oppressive domestic nationality situation in the USSR was the origin of contemporary Soviet social imperialism and hegemony in the world, manifested by its invasion of and plunder in different countries and particularly in the case of Afghanistan. 43. These scholars remarked that at the present day what they saw as the Soviet global chauvinistic policy was due to Moscow having deviated from Lenin's accommodational nationality policy and adopted an oppressive approach towards ethnic minorities at home since Stalin took power. The external conquest could be found in the root of internal repression. 44. Moreover, as we have seen in Chapter 3, Chinese writings in the early 1980s also strongly condemned Soviet hegemony abroad as a grave violation of Lenin's principle of internationalism. 45. And as we will see in the evidence below, in the eyes of some Chinese, Lenin's notion of internationalism was an expression of national self-determination at the level of international relations, which means that a stronger country like the USSR should assist other oppressed nations in the Third World and the socialist camp wholeheartedly and selflessly. Given the traditional Chinese all-under-heaven psyche of cultural universalism, one should keep in mind that internationalism does not sound as negative in China. In 1980, the CCP-sponsored Journal of Hunky wrote that Soviet hegemony is anti-Lenin and the country has become the arch-enemy of the world, while China has always been with people in the world in the struggle against Soviet hegemony, which demonstrates that China has faithfully honored Lenin's teachings of internationalism. 46. Another CCP mouthpiece, the People's Daily, remarked in 1983 that as a third world country, China always stands by Lenin's principle of supporting the oppressed nations in opposing imperialism and hegemonism, which is China's international responsibility. The article further claimed, after the founding of the country more than 30 years before, China has consistently treated other nationalities with equality and respect both at home and abroad, and such proletarian internationalist policy will certainly stand the test of time and history. 47 In his 1985 article, Penyajan, a researcher at Jishao University in Hunan Province, wrote that China's socialist nationality concept is the combination of upholding both patriotism and internationalism. The PRC would make endeavors to establish new nationality relations based on equality and achieve common prosperity at home, while advocating every liberation struggle of any oppressed nation in the world. In his opinion, such nationality concept pursued by China of mixing both patriotism and internationalism is the basic principle of its foreign policy. The PRC is committed to building the national economy and strengthening unity under the party leadership, while always showing sympathy to weaker nations and siding with them for national independence and opposing Soviet hegemony. 48 Seen from these descriptions, by accusing both Soviet internal oppressive nationality policy and external hegemony of being in violation of Lenin's self-determination and internationalism, Chinese writings attempted to position the post-Mao PRC as the true inheritor of Leninism and socialism, while the USSR was not. In addition, Chinese writings were trying to translate its post-Mao nationality model into a new international image for China, demonstrating that the PRC always cares about underdeveloped nations and lends support to their liberation and prosperity, vis-a-vis what they thought of the aggressive and negative Soviet example. In their opinion, the post-Mao accommodational nationality policy, like China's foreign principle of anti-hegemony, should be the shining example for the whole world. The legacy of Lenin's advocacy of the Chinese struggle for national liberation after World War I provides another explanation as to why his national self-determination has such huge attraction for post-Mao China. When Beijing and Moscow started to tackle the Sino-Soviet unsettled boundary disputes in the early 1980s, amid the strained relations between the two countries, there were two articles published by the People's Daily and Beijing Review discussing the border talks in 1981. Both articles targeted the unequal nature of the previous Sino-Russian treaties relating to the present Sino-Soviet boundary, and vehemently criticized the Kremlin's ignorance of the historical fact and its refusal to return the occupied lands. Both articles resorted to Lenin's statements announced soon after the founding of the Soviet state in 1917, which condemned the unequal Sino-Russian border treaties imposed by the Tsarist government, and the crimes committed by Russians in forcibly occupying Chinese territory during the Qing dynasty. They claimed that Lenin had agreed to forfeit the annexed territory and abrogate the treaties, without any compensation and forever. The first Soviet leader would also like to replace them with new agreements on the basis of equality and justice, and the spirit of national self-determination of the Chinese people. 49 In their conclusion, the present Soviet government did not honor Lenin's promise. It attempted to obstruct the boundary settlement and revise the treaty in its own favor, and so doing would have only itself to blame. 50 Unlike the previous PRC official publications, which tended to churn out historical materials and statistics from Chinese history as evidence to declare the unequal nature of those treaties and the illegality of the Russian seizure of Chinese lands. 51 The two articles above mainly referred to and quoted Lenin's writings to justify the Chinese territorial claims and the restoration of PRC sovereignty. Lenin's national self-determination had been put forward immediately after World War I. The emergence of the principle was in the context of decolonization in the early 20th century, and in accord with the 14 points propounded by American President Woodrow Wilson, which called for the peaceful resolution of post-Great War settlement and national liberation in the Third World. Back then, Lenin publicly announced that the new Soviet government would have liked to abrogate all the unequal treaties concluded with China by the Tsarist government before and return all the territories annexed by Russia to the Chinese. 52 Lenin's announcement coincided with one of the most miserable moments for Chinese nationals in the modern history of the state. Chinese people were greatly disappointed by the outcome of the 1919 Treaty of Versailles dictated by the Western powers, which decided to transfer the German concession of Chinese territory of Shandong to Japan. Since China was one of the member states of the League of Nations, and it expected to recover the German-owned territory in China after the war. Its right to be a victorious nation had been neglected and denied by the treaty. As a result, the Chinese delegation to the Paris Conference finally refused to sign the treaty, and it aroused a nationwide protest across China that resulted in the later Chinese cultural and social renaissance known as the May 4th movement. 53 Many Chinese people interpreted Lenin's gesture as being out of selflessness, purely friendship and international brotherhood. In the minds of Chinese, it made a harsh comparison between the olive branch of the Soviet government and the betrayal China had received from the West. Moreover, while the Versailles Treaty provisions causing widespread distrust and resentment of the West among Chinese, Lenin's sympathetic statements and promise promoted the attractiveness of communism to China. Upon hearing from Lenin, common Chinese and intellectuals, in particular, were all fed with a favorable impression of the Soviet state. It became the major formative incident of modern Chinese history, which prompted the dissemination of Marxism and the formation of the Chinese Communist Party, partially funded by the Bolsheviks in the 1920s. Such promise by Lenin helped to fuel Chinese expectations regarding communism. His words were like sending a present to China in a time of distress, when the country was facing the humiliation of the West and being reduced to a semi-colony. 54 The positive image of Lenin and his proposition on national self-determination still run deep in the minds of contemporary Chinese Soviet watchers. From the 1980s to 1990s, many Chinese writings were obsessive concerning Lenin's post-Great War policies on supporting oppressed people to fight against imperial invasion and strive for national independence and the integrity of their state sovereignties. Scholars extravagantly praised Lenin's thesis for helping to bring about the awakening of the enslaved people in the East and the perdition of world imperialism. 55 Zhang Pihang, a researcher at the Central Party School, wrote that Lenin's thought on national self-determination will never be outdated and its vitality should last forever. 56 Xue Xiantian, a researcher in the Institute of Modern History at CAS, argued that Lenin's statement is the testimony of proletarian fraternity towards the oppressed people, and it makes Chinese people become receptive to socialism and march towards the path of the October Revolution unswervingly. 57 As such, putting Lenin's references on national self-determination on the map of post-Mao Chinese writings is by no means for its symbolic effects only. Apart from NRA and national self-determination, Lenin's following views were also attractive to China in the 1980s. Back then, many party publications and scholarly works were busy quoting and acknowledging Lenin's theories such as every backward nation will eventually reach socialism but the way of advancing could be different. 58 Nationality problems will remain until communism materializes. 59 And only one party rule by a socialist nation could ensure national liberation and state unity. 60 The conclusions of these articles were almost identical. They argued that only socialism could save China from ethnic chaos and achieve national prosperity, equality, and harmony. They remarked that it is wise and crucial for a multinational country like China to uphold reform and open-door policies, NRA, 4 cardinal principles, a proletarian dictatorship, and the leadership of the CCP. 61 No doubt, Lenin's creeds above could provide the CCP regime much-needed convenience and legitimacy after the 10-year orgy of the Cultural Revolution that had rocked the confidence of China's various nationalities. Why Lenin and his nationality policy could exert such a huge impact on post-Mao China's nationality agenda, and particularly in the 1980s. First, as mentioned above, against the historical context at the onset of the 20th century, Lenin's call for national self-determination and liberation let the Chinese understand that only national unity could ensure that they could abolish the humiliating imperialist rule that China had endured in the past. Moreover, Mao Zedong once commented that it was the October Revolution led by Lenin that had brought China socialism. 62 The socialist state founded in 1949 was primarily due to the efforts of Mao and his followers in combining their own fighting strategy with Lenin's guidance to seize power. And unlike Eastern Europe, communism in China is not an imposed regime, instead, it is the father of national liberation and unity. Since the establishment of the PRC, The CCP propaganda machine has always instilled in the minds of Chinese people that only socialism is able to save China and prevent the nation from being smashed, and to unify all the nationalities to build a mighty and thriving country. 63 Second, Lenin's reversal of the verdict of the pre-1917 Tsarist repressive nationality policy parallels China's endeavors to reform the past Maoist disarrayed ethnic administration. In many aspects, the early Soviet state under Lenin resembled early 1980s China that had just come out of the shadow of Maoist radicalism. Both states were beleaguered by internal conflicts, international isolations, economic underdevelopment, moral crisis, and rampant ethnic nationalism that were pro-secessionism and anti-socialist. 64 Lenin's nationality policy of recovering ethnic unity from 1917 to 1923 is a relevant and convincing example for China after Mao's death. Such example could give the CCP regime a historical lesson to study from, for stabilizing the situation in China's minority areas and re-establishing the party's ongoing legitimacy to rule. Third, according to the Chinese writings presented above, scholars claimed that Lenin embraced the restriction of nationalism and valued the conciliatory measures in relation to minorities. In their opinion, the first Soviet leader downplayed the infamous notion of class struggle in resolving the nationality issues and acknowledged the long-term existence of ethnic problems under socialism. He also argued that only a unified and strong state with equal treatment of minorities could achieve prosperity. Such theses by Lenin are helpful to the post-Mao Chinese regime that is eager to reverse Maoism and heal the wounds in the ethnic relationship, while making an attempt to maintain control over minorities. On the other hand, seen from the remarks of those scholars, Lenin also favored the decentralization of party rule and the enlargement of ethnic autonomy, respected the traditions, customs, and cultures of minorities, and was inclined to deliver preferential favors to such peoples. These policies are no doubt tuneful to Chinese minorities who were traumatized by the brutal experiences under Mao. As such, Chinese scholars attempted to forge an ideal image of Lenin as an all-powerful panacea that was ready to cure China's nationality problems. His theories seemed to look good for both the rule and the ruled in China. Fourth, many Chinese writers in the 1980s tended to distinguish the nationality policy of Lenin with those of Tsarist Russia and the post-Lenin Soviet leadership. The most notable examples are the articles written by Li Zhuonan and Chen Lianbai. Both authors identified the ethnic repressions of Tsars and the post-Lenin Soviet state with the bitter sufferings of the Chinese minorities under the Gang of Four. 65 While on the surface such arguments were intent on criticizing and undermining the Maoist vicissitudes, their real goal was to emphasize that the 1980s ethnic policy of the CCP had returned to the compromising and conciliatory approach that was the hallmark of Deng's reform orientation. The writings implied that Deng's new vision in administering the nationality affairs strongly bore the characteristics of Lenin's humanism and accommodationism, which were what they saw as the nature of true socialism. Their arguments seemed to use Lenin to commend and boost the post-Mao new leadership. Fifth, China during Mao's later periods was one of the most fearful states in the world, due to its radicalism and aggressive foreign policy of exporting communism abroad. After Deng took power, the PRC felt that it urgently needed to drop the Maoist legacy and become a normal state in the world community. Since the 1980s, domestic politics has been inevitably linked to the PRC's concern regarding its relations with the outside world. As mentioned before, China in the 1980s also repeatedly raised Lenin's thesis of internationalism as a way to demonstrate its willingness to build good relations with weaker nations and helping them achieve common prosperity. Li Jingyan, a scholar in the School of International Studies at Beijing University, wrote in 1989. The characteristics of proletarian nationalism are to take good care of its own nationality's interests as part of the mission of internationalism in the world. Once our own national emancipation achieved, we should assist the international proletarians and oppressed nations in the world, for eliminating exploitation and achieving communism. 66. Therefore, the use of Lenin's patronizing language of internationalism in the 1980s was not only conducive to China's implementation of accommodational ethnic policy at home, but also aligned with its endeavor of cultivating an exemplary global image as a national liberator in helping the oppressed people of the world. CAS scholar, Wang Ping, commented in 1985, that Lenin's internationalism means undertaking the domestic revolution while wholeheartedly supporting the same revolution occurred in other countries, and the international significance of Soviet economic success under Lenin was to set a model for the oppressed people and urge them to choose socialism. 67 Such effort was in accordance with Deng Xiaoping's 1984 speech that China will always belong to the Third World, so China will never seek hegemony or bully others, but will always side with the Third World. 68 As such, hoisting the banner of Lenin's internationalism for resolving the domestic nationality issues would, in turn, facilitate Beijing's improvement of its relations with the Third World and rebuilding of the image of Chinese socialism abroad, both of which had been seriously undermined during the Cultural Revolution. 69 Last, Lenin's national self-determination originally encouraged national liberation and independence from oppressive rule. After the Tiananmen incident and the disunion of the Soviet state in 1991 in particular, such statement was by no means a positive strategy for the PRC to aim at maintaining the unity of the socialist state, no matter how attractive Lenin's thesis was for post-Mao China's accommodational nationality policy. Since then, many Chinese writings have attempted to renew the application of national self-determination and exploited the theory for strengthening the cohesion of all Chinese nationalities, and withstanding what they perceived as Western interference after the fall of world communism. They were keen to argue that according to Lenin, self-determination under socialism was for national unity but not for separation, since the socialist states were no longer imperialist and oppressive in nature. 70 Against the background of severe ethnic conflicts in the former Soviet state and Yugoslavia since the end of the Cold War, those articles tended to put blame on the West for stirring up disturbance in those former socialist multinational states, and felt uneasy about such potential repercussions in China, another socialist multi-ethnic country. The writings tried to use the example of the PRC, which claimed to uphold Lenin's principle of administering its ethnic affairs, in order to demonstrate the superiority of Chinese socialism, which had successfully enhanced solidarity among different nationalities in the face of ethnic turbulence which happened in many former socialist countries in Eastern Europe, therefore saving the face of the CCP regime in the world after its notorious Tiananmen crackdown on the civilian demonstrations in 1989. To summarize, dropping references to Lenin into speeches and writings in post-Mao China is used for both its symbolic effects as well as genuine guidance. Lenin is an authoritative and convincing brand to save China from the discredited Mao era and gives a new lease on life to the CCP. He is perceived as the symbol of the PRC's humanistic and diversity-oriented ethnic politics after Mao's death, as well as a powerful weapon to safeguard the unity of Chinese nationalities under the communist one-party rule. 3. Chinese perceptions of Gorbachev's nationality policy. As mentioned in the last two parts of the book, since Mikhail Gorbachev took charge in 1985, Chinese scholars' good impressions of the Soviet leader gradually increased and lasted even after the Tiananmen incident in 1989. However, in the case of nationality policy, since the mid-1980s, Chinese writings have not manifested many optimistic views on Gorbachev as they did for his foreign and political policies. Since in the late 1986 ethnic riots occurred in Alma-Ata, the capital city of the Soviet Republic of Kazakhstan, many Chinese scholars expressed their concerns about the prospect of the Soviet ethnic situation and cast doubt on how Gorbachev's liberalization would lead the USSR out of such brewing crisis. They strongly criticized the Western intervention in Soviet nationality affairs and particularly in the case of the Baltic independent movements. 71 The relatively sober appraisal of Gorbachev's nationality policy by Chinese scholars should be understood against the background of China's own nationality situation since the mid-1980s. In both 1987 and 1988, a series of demonstrations happened in Lhasa and other cities within the Tibet Autonomous Region. Most of the participants were ethnic Tibetans. They were shouting the slogan of independence for Tibet and their intention was to oppose the Chinese communist rule. Afterwards, the CCP mainly blamed that the incidents had been instigated by a handful of separatists and some religious people. 72 However, in the wake of the largest scale of ethnic riots in Tibet in March 1989 since Deng Xiaoping had been in charge, Chinese officials started to acknowledge that the work of nationality affairs had become more difficult than before. They condemned the Western meddling in Tibetan affairs, and blamed the adverse influence of recent ethnic conflicts in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. 73 On the other hand, although the bleak atmosphere in Tibet may have affected Chinese writings on Gorbachev's nationality policy, generally speaking, the scholarly articles above did not put much blame for the present Soviet ethnic conflicts on Gorbachev himself. Rather, those Chinese scholars traced problems back to Gorbachev's predecessors, criticizing the rigid central control and showing sympathy for Soviet minorities, albeit by no means supporting their demands for independence. They all remarked that Gorbachev's nationality agenda was a return to Leninism, which brought economic betterment and democratic power to minorities and republics, while never showing tolerance of the separatist and anti-socialist tendencies. All of these traits echoed the line of China's nationality politics in the 1980s. Although Chinese scholars had noted some bad omens in the Soviet ethnic situation, most of them expressed the hope that Gorbachev's glasnost might have a chance of maintaining the stability of the country. Even in terms of the Western intrigue, such writings did not think that Gorbachev's liberalization should be responsible for this. As Zhao Yuliang commented, it is largely the Western governments have taken advantage of glasnost to stir ethnic agitation in the USSR. 74 Things changed after March 1990, when Gorbachev started to relinquish the power monopoly of the CPSU. In analyzing the problems of Soviet ethnic situation, many articles talk less and less about the historical reasons but put blame more and more on Gorbachev's policies and the Western role. 75 First, such articles criticized Gorbachev glasnost that had fostered political pluralism and freedom of speech, which approved the media to reveal the dark sides of the Soviet past, thus creating confused thoughts among the people. They lamented that, encouraged by Gorbachev's liberalization, many Soviet republics demanded the right to be independent, which had been unthinkable in the past. Unlike the writings in the 1980s, this time the authors considered that tight and centralized control from the top would be the best approach to maintain ethnic stability. Second, such scholars also commented that another reason for separatism and Soviet republics running amok was the low living standard of minorities. Because Moscow was unable to provide them better economic prospects, they did not have a sense of belonging to the Soviet nationality family, thus, they had an excuse to rebel. Although the writings did not delve into this issue, one may understand that such scholars targeted Gorbachev's giving priority to political reform while neglecting economic reconstruction, which, in the eyes of Chinese scholars, should be the key in cementing the ties among different nationalities and strengthening the unity and stability of the socialist state. 76. In the wake of the Soviet demise in 1991, new criticisms appeared in Chinese writings. Mu Lili, a researcher in the Institute of Ethnology and Anthropology at CAS, reproved Gorbachev's bowing to the West in exchange for economic aid, and such compromise had ultimately led to what he thought was the Western instigation and support for independent movements in many Soviet republics. Moreover, he criticized Gorbachev's soft approach towards ethnic uprisings. He wrote that it is not universal human value but class struggle which is the right way to resolve the tense ethnic situation. 77 Eureka scholar, Chen Lianbai, in his article said that the true reason for the Soviet disunion was that Gorbachev just focused on opposing Great Russian chauvinism. In his opinion, the real target for a multi-ethnic socialist state is the local nationalism. 78 In late 1992, Lei Zhenyang, a professor at the South Central University for Nationalities, presented an article praising Stalin's nationality policy. According to his point of view, Stalin should be the positive model while Gorbachev was the negative example for nationality administration. The former had made endeavors to oppose different nationalism, maintain national equality and promote economic development for minorities, while respecting the cultures and rights of ethnic peoples. In short, Stalin was adhering to Lenin's principle. 79 Lay's analysis was very different from the writings in the 1980s presented above, which tended to blame Stalin's oppressive policy while commending that Gorbachev's conciliatory methods were a return to Leninism. The author finally argued that the national disaster of the Soviet Union was the state had turned a blind eye to the achievement of Stalin's nationality policy, and the final downfall of the Soviet multinational state was an outcome of humanistic and democratic socialism asserted by Gorbachev. 80 Why did Gorbachev's nationality policy become increasingly unwelcome in China since 1990? The reasons for this are manifold. First, during a colloquium on the Soviet federal system and ethnic relations organized by Irikas in late 1990, many participants pointed out that since Lenin, the Soviet nationality policies all aimed to strengthen the Union, but Gorbachev's New Union Treaty, which intended to turn the USSR from a federal country to confederation, seemed to go in the opposite direction by weakening the state. They criticized that Gorbachev's proposal would be unable to resolve nationality problems and would unintentionally inflame more independent tendencies and make the Soviet state no longer a unified country. Moreover, the participants remarked that Gorbachev's liberalization had opened the floodgate to the Baltic nations to question the legitimacy of the Soviet annexation of these republics after World War II, and to become the forerunner to break with the Union eventually. They also argued that Gorbachev's political reform had weakened the leadership of the CPSU and conceded power to the republics. The changes allowed nationalist forces to have a real say in local politics, leading to their declarations of secession. 81 Seen from these, it was Gorbachev's glasnost, which was the father of his relaxed nationality policy, that showed the Chinese the danger of political diversity and liberalization and its crucial role in creating the disruptive nationality situation. Gorbachev's political reform made the CCP regime realize that excessive political freedom might contribute to not only the awakening of national identities among minorities and the rise of local nationalism, but also the political decentralization and the loss of control from the top. It took pain to understand that Gorbachev's program in the USSR had led to the disintegration of political centers which were strong enough to be able to hold their diverse peoples together. Moreover, Gorbachev's principle was also against China's long-time tradition of state supremacy and grand unification, which is a key concept in China's civilization and mentality that articulates the unification of the country as the norm and division of it as an aberration. 82 Initially, Chinese scholars did not have a problem with Gorbachev's accommodational nationality policy, since it was also the direction of post-Mao China. However, once such move threatened the power monopoly of the Communist Party, it immediately compelled Chinese scholars to attack Gorbachev's nationality policy and the root of it, political reform and glasnost. Second, since the late 1980s, China had also faced its own festering nationality problems. Aside from the Tibetan uprisings mentioned above, the PRC needed to deal with resentment and demonstrations in the Muslim regions that bordered the USSR. 83 Unlike Gorbachev, China is eager to grapple with ethnic problems in a more assertive if not oppressive way. Beijing set the limit and did not allow minorities to threaten the party rule and the unity of the state. 84 Moreover, in his opening speech at the CCP 12th National Congress in 1982, Deng Xiaoping stated unequivocally that among the three major tasks of China in the future, one of them is to strive for China's reunification and particularly for the return of Taiwan to the motherland. 85 Although China had settled disputes over Hong Kong and Macau in the 1980s through the compromise of one country, two systems forged by Deng, in reality, as M. Taylor Fravel reveals, Deng was determined to use force to regain Hong Kong and Macau should the British and Portuguese fail to agree on the Chinese terms. China in the subsequent 1990s even launched a series of provocative military exercises attacking Taiwan and demonstrated its ruthless resolve to achieve the goal of unification. 86 Unlike Gorbachev, Deng was a gallimaufry of avowed communism as well as nationalism. He regarded the unification of China as an urgent task and the integrity of state sovereignty as the priority of the regime, at the expense of the rights of minorities and peripheral regions. Compared to Gorbachev, Deng was more willing to take tough measures to wrestle with problems should he deem that they might threaten the survival of his communist state, and the Tiananmen incident in 1989 was an illustrative example. This background can explain why Chinese scholars detested Gorbachev's exercising of restraint and tolerance in tackling the nationality troubles. Third, as we saw in Chapter 4, Chinese scholars tended to criticize Gorbachev's glasnost that had become hostage to the Western interference in Soviet internal affairs, thus triggering the downfall of the Union through the so-called peaceful evolution. The Chinese strong reaction to the role of the West in the Soviet demise coincided with the time when China was also beleaguered by the Western accusation of its mismanagement and human rights abuses in Tibet and Xinjiang, from the late 1980s onwards. 87 In 1989, the Chinese government felt angry about the award of the Nobel Peace Prize to the Dalai Lama, leader of the Tibetan government in exile. The Beijing Review described the decision as wanton interference in China's internal affairs and open support for secessionists. 88 Zhang Zhirong, a professor at Beijing University, wrote in his 1992 article that the Western condemnation of China's human rights records in Tibet and Xinjiang was part of their grand peaceful evolution strategy. He presented the examples of how the West funded and trained ethnic secessionists to dent China's sovereignty, just like what they had done in the Baltic republics before. 89 After the Soviet demise, the CCP-sponsored journal, Minzutuanja, indicated that stopping infiltrative activities of the international hostile forces in China's minority regions has become an important task of our nationality work. 90 Ming Langzhou once revealed that the CCP had been facing anti-socialist resistance from Chinese minorities long before 1949. Many ethnic peoples had collaborated with the Japanese and Kuomintang to prevent the communists from seizing power, leaving the shadow of conspiracy between Chinese ethnic and international reactionary forces in the mind of the party up to present. 91 Furthermore, in the 1990s, when the handovers of Hong Kong and Macau to China were looming, many Chinese felt delighted as the events indicated that the last trace of national humiliation and imperialist influence would forever be effaced from their history. Under this context, it was not surprising that after the end of the Cold War Chinese became extremely sensitive about any foreign interference. Such collective sentiment also contributed to Chinese scholars being averse to Gorbachev's soft attitude towards the West, and to what they deemed as his tolerance in allowing the West to have a hand in Soviet nationality politics. Fourth, a number of the 1990s Chinese articles commented that the Soviet nationality source from Stalin to the late 1980s could be traced back to the oppressive Tsarist rule in pre-1917 times. In their opinion, the contemporary Great Russian chauvinism, local nationalism, demands for independence, and ethnic infightings in the Soviet state were the direct result of Tsarist exploitative and discriminatory nationality policy, and imperial Russia's territorial expansion, invasion, and colonization. 92 In Chinese minds, by contrast, the Chinese Empire was not as covetous and aggressive as Imperial Russia. 93 Historically, the Middle Kingdom's external expansion was largely the result of territorial acquisitions made by powers that had actually conquered the Chinese themselves, primarily the Mongols and Manchus. And the motive power of blending different nations by Han Chinese was through assimilation rather than conquest. 94 Unlike Tsarist Russia, China had been the victim of foreign invasion and humiliation for more than a century. It actually shared the same fates of many oppressed nations in the world. Moreover, in the eyes of Chinese, while never having a colonial empire in the classical sense of the term, the Soviet state since Stalin had acquired an external empire in Eastern Europe, Cuba, and the Mongolian People's Republic. The Kremlin leaders twisted the tenet of Marxism in order to justify laying their hands on foreign soil on the pretext of liberation and common prosperity under socialism, thus fulfilling the dream of Russian Tsars. 95 On the other hand, China is considered to be free of a colonial past and an expansionist ambition, as did the Soviets. It has enjoyed a favorable reputation in the international community compared to Moscow. From the 1980s, as mentioned above, While the Soviet global image was tainted by its invasion of Afghanistan, post-Mao China's foreign agenda began to foster the image of the PRC as a third world advocate standing against exploitation and supporting national emancipation. Moreover, contrasted distinctly with the worsening domestic situation in the USSR since the late 1980s, China, because of its economic spurt, emerged as an alternative model of socialism worth emulating, especially for many underdeveloped nations which disdain the great power politics. And China was portrayed by official propaganda as being happy to provide economic aid to poor nations without attaching political strings and meddling in others' affairs as did the Soviets. 96 Therefore, Chinese scholars may consider that it was unnecessary for China to adopt Gorbachev's excessive liberal approach, which even went to the extreme of amending the Union Treaty for accommodating the republics and finally permitted the independence of the Baltic republics. In their mind, since Russia is traditionally an oppressor state while China is an oppressed nation, unlike Russians, Chinese do not have a history of colonization and external satellite states. Chinese share the misery with other minorities within the PRC and show their sympathy and care for weaker nations. Therefore, unlike Moscow, China did not need to implement excessive tolerance for minorities to compensate for its past wrongdoings done to ethnic groups. Last, many Chinese scholars also considered that only socialism could solve the nationality problems and maintain state unity. In a book published by the PRC State Ethnic Affairs Commission in 2000, it stated clearly that all nationalities should closely unite under the rule of the CCP and brace for the common goal of socialist modernization, and the CCP is the sole representative of the interests of all nationalities and the core of the nation. 97 When seeking the reasons for the Soviet collapse, Eureka scholar, Chang Qing, found that the biggest factor was Gorbachev's efforts to nullify the CPSU power monopoly and introduce the multi-party system in March 1990. According to his article in 1992, the union that had been established and survived was due to two conditions, the existence of the CPSU and the common goal of marching towards communism. Once those conditions were nibbled away from the Soviet constitution, the union would naturally lose its legitimacy. 98 In another article by Chang Qing published in 1998, the author refused to acknowledge that the external factor of peaceful evolution was the root of the demise. Rather, he reiterated that it was Gorbachev's sabotage of the bond of the union, the CPSU, which was decisive for the breakup. 99 Other scholars also shared similar points of view with Chang Qing. Eureka's researcher, Pandeli, argued that the demise of the CPSU had already put the union's survival in jeopardy, since the CPSU was the cohesion between the state and all the nationalities. 100 Guoji Unping, a professor of politics at Shaanxi University, put it bluntly in his 1993 article, that the biggest lesson of the Soviet collapse was we must forever preserve the one-party dictatorship, which possesses the ability to maintain the unity of the state. 101 As mentioned above, under the PRC regime, Chinese are taught to believe that after more than 100 years of foreign humiliation, under which China was carved up like a melon by Western powers since the late Qing dynasty, it was the Chinese Communist Party that had saved China and unified all the nationalities within one country. As such, against the collapse of the Soviet Empire, Chinese might feel it justifiable that the significance of the CCP dictatorship should not be lost in order to keep the state intact, otherwise, the result would be the nationality conflicts and instability like its northern neighbor. Moreover, the PRC has been a typical party state since 1949, which means that its territorial integrity is equivalent to the inviolability of socialism, a matter of principle for the CCP regime noted for its l'état, c'est-moi mindset. As mentioned previously, Chinese scholars tended to regard national oppressiveness as a relic of the past in imperial times, and such things should no longer exist under socialism. Therefore, there is no need for minorities to opt for independence under socialist rule, which is committed to common national prosperity and equality. Any demand for national independence under the PRC would be ipso facto anti-socialist in nature. Unlike Gorbachev, the CCP has zero tolerance on this and would quell those demands severely. Therefore, it was Gorbachev's wrong and heretical approach to coping with nationality problems by dismantling the CPSU, the foundation of the socialist state, which stoked the fear of Chinese scholars and invited their fiercest criticisms. For concluding remarks, Lenin's nationality policy and writings became a direct reference to early 1980s China, which had just come out of the Maoist madness and shared the similar chaotic and tragic traits of the early Soviet state. Lenin's moderate, accommodational and humanistic approach towards ethnic minorities parallels the direction of post-Mao China's ethnic administration, which is determined to reverse the Maoist path that inflicted a catastrophe on minorities and incapacitated the socialist system. Chinese officials and scholars were keen to employ and disseminate Lenin's theories and speeches on nationality, in a need for co-opting and inducing Chinese minorities to be unified, making them work to consolidate the new political order. They claimed that NRA tallies with Lenin's original concept of ruling a multi-ethnic socialist country and praised his national self-determination for being particularly useful in pacifying the minorities, and increasing their power, autonomy and loyalty to the state, all of which were urgently needed for China after the disastrous Mao era. Moreover, Chinese writings indicated that Lenin had stressed the importance of one-party rule to administer a multi-ethnic socialist country and had argued that only socialism could maintain national unity and ensure prosperity, equality, and harmony among different peoples. Lenin's teachings were instrumental in propagandizing the new ethnic orientation of the state, projecting an external image of the country as a benevolent model of a multinational socialism, and rebuilding the ongoing legitimacy of the CCP regime after Mao's death. The motives to quote and use Lenin by Chinese officials and scholars did not solely stem from political reasons. Chinese scholars tended to believe that Lenin was not only the true friend of oppressed nations, he also showed profound sympathy for the Chinese people in the abyss of their suffering and followed the process of Chinese national liberation closely. The first Soviet leader firmly opposed the Tsarist policy of aggression and expansion against China, and declared, after the October Revolution, the abolition of the unequal treaties imposed on China by Tsarist Russia. It was Lenin's warm-hearted advocacy of the Chinese national self-determination after World War I that left an unforgettable mark in the mind of Chinese intellectuals. The same argument could also explain Chinese views of Gorbachev's nationality policy since the mid-1980s. The reasons for Chinese turning hostile towards the last Soviet leader after March 1990 were not only his nullification of the CPSU's one-party rule and his political liberalization, which the Chinese perceived as devolving too much power to local republics and thus fostering the separatist tendencies. What they saw as Gorbachev's disintegrative effects on the Soviet federal state were fundamentally incompatible with China's long-time tradition and faith of state supremacy and grand unification. Such perceptions appeared and coincided with the time when China was scheduled to retake Hong Kong and Macau and was determined to regain Taiwan in the 1990s, which in turn exacerbated Chinese scorn of Gorbachev's indecisive nationality administration. In both cases, Chinese perceptions of Lenin and Gorbachev were determined by the Soviet ethnic situation, China's domestic politics, as well as the tradition of Chinese mentality and the reading of their own history. The next chapter will examine how post-1991 Chinese scholars learned from the disintegration of the Soviet Empire, involving issues of economic factors, religious revival, and the implications of the Soviet federal state-building system for China. In the 1990s, Chinese scholars learned the lesson of Gorbachev's failure in economic mismanagement and recommended that the party should lift the minorities' living standards in order to maintain state unity. Besides, the Chinese concern about Islamic religious affairs in Xinjiang could also explain China's increasingly repressive religious policy from the 1990s onward, owing to the impact of the Soviet collapse. This shows that China has increasingly viewed religious activities through the prism of not only national unity and state sovereignty, but also the survival of the socialist regime, as they may have the ability to threaten the party dictatorship. Last, Chinese Soviet watchers in the 1990s also indicated that federalism might be the root of the Soviet demise. They argued that all Chinese nationals should unify under the banner of the Communist Party, to strengthen the common national identity of being Chinese and maintaining state unity, against the negative influence of the collapse of the Soviet multinational empire. Chapter 7. The Post-1991 Learning. 1. The issue of the economy. The economic factor of the failed Soviet nationality policy under Gorbachev became the center of attention in Chinese Sovietology in the 1990s. Before the Soviet demise in 1991, some Chinese scholars noted that economic inequality had deteriorated Soviet ethnic relations and predicted that the situation might cause the breakup of the Union. 1. After 1991, both Vice Director of the CAS Nationality Research Institute, Hao Shiwen, and Party Secretary General of Yunnan Province, Li Zongqiao, claimed that the nationality chaos and final crumbling of the USSR and Yugoslavia were mainly due to their economic problems, which vandalized the very fabric of ethnic unity. 2. As discussed before, Chinese scholars generally tended to blame Gorbachev's reforms as having given priority to political restructuring over economic modernization. 3. However, in terms of the nationality issue, some Soviet watchers after 1991, in fact, put the blame more on the economic factors that had triggered the outburst of ethnic disturbance in the USSR. They indicated that such factor was an entrenched structural problem inherited from the communist system, and perhaps not the byproduct of Gorbachev's policy mistakes. 4. This argument should be viewed in the larger context of China's own nationality situation from the late 1980s onwards. After the Tibetan uprising in 1987, Ismail Ahmad, chairman of the PRC State Ethnic Affairs Commission, stated in March 1988 that the best measures to resolve ethnic conflicts are developing productive force and commodity economy, in order to extricate minorities from poverty and achieve common prosperity and equality. 5. After the Tiananmen incident and the turbulence in Eastern Europe in 1989, Deng Xiaoping remarked that it was the past rapid economic development that made people support the CCP, and China thus avoided the fate of the communist regimes in the Soviet bloc. 6. In the wake of the fall of the USSR, Deng furthered his thesis in accelerating economic reform and marketization to keep socialism vital during his southern tour in 1992. 7. Deng's call was not only a countermeasure against the party conservatives in attacking and stalling his reform ambitions after Tiananmen, it was also a lesson observed from the failure of world communism. Deng sincerely realized that economic prosperity and material abundance are the best methods to keep the CCP in power and the country stabilized. As the editorial board in the party mouthpiece of Kiyoshi commented in late 1992, emphasizing economic construction is not only an issue of the economy but more about political considerations. 8. Like the late Soviet Union under Gorbachev, since the late 1980s, China also had its own economic sores in minority regions. Seen from a series of Tibetan demonstrations and articles presented in the preceding chapter, apart from the issues of political autonomy and local cultures, Chinese were inclined to think that it was largely the economic backwardness and the yawning gap between the Han community and indigenous people that fed the discontent of ethnic Tibetans against Beijing. Indeed, although after more than 10 years of reform and open-door policies, in the 1990s Chinese minorities did not benefit much from Deng Xiaoping's policies. It was reported that the gap of GDP per capita between Tibet and China's coastal region in 1992 was 6 times larger than that in 1978. 9. In 1996, more than 60% of Chinese populations living under the poverty line were ethnic minorities, and there was a sharp cleavage between the metropolitan center and the minority regions. 10. It was only in the late 1990s that the PRC government started to launch the project of Great Western Development, to soothe the minorities through financial means and eliminate potentially disruptive economic inequalities. 11. As such, the reason for Chinese scholars not solely putting the blame on Gorbachev's neglect of economic development in favor of political reform, was that they might probably understand that China, while claiming to be different with Gorbachev's approach, was still riven with the same economic doldrums in its minority regions. Instead, the main target of many Chinese writings after the collapse was the longtime Soviet rigid centralized management, which had also influenced China for decades, that caused the economic disparities that separated the republics rather than united them. They also argued that since Gorbachev was in power, the last Soviet leader still failed to find a way out of the predicament, which hastened the inner decay of the Union. Their conclusion was that all the Kremlin leaders had forgotten that the key to national cohesion is economic prosperity. 12 As Lu Nanquan and Zhang Changbin remarked in 1999, the reason of Soviet republics seeking independence was the country's lack of bread and butter. 13 Moreover, CCP Secretary-General, Jiang Zemin, had declared in 1998, that the challenge of China's nationality security in the 1990s was the collaboration of ethnic separatists with the West and international hostile forces in sabotaging China's unity. 14 In the case of Soviet Baltic republics, a number of scholarly commentaries since 1990 argued that Gorbachev's glasnost, in fact, had contributed little to those republics' separation movements. The real cause of their decision to leave the Union was due to nothing other than the economic factor. According to those articles, republics with more advanced economies were especially prone to demanding independence. The Baltic nations used to be economically well off before their forcible incorporation into the USSR after World War II. However, after more than 70 years under Soviet rule, the Baltics complained that their homelands had been squeezed by Moscow, which made their economies lag behind the West more and more. The writings perceived that those republics were pro-Western and willing to collaborate with the West in seeking independence, and they were driven away from Moscow by the attraction of capitalist advanced economies and peaceful evolution. Against the Baltic precedent, those scholars argued that China should develop a better economy than that of the capitalist West, in order to demonstrate the superiority of socialism and make minorities feel content to remain a part of the PRC. 15 Considering that the 1990s context of the approaching return of Hong Kong and Macau, which were in comparable situations to that of the Baltics, since both city-states had been ruled by British and Portuguese respectively for more than a century and prospered under the European colonial powers, in the eyes of Beijing, these two regions, while the majority of the populations were ethnic Chinese, would be highly susceptible to Western influence. They might show contempt for economically backward mainland China and feel alien to the People's Republic ruled by communists. 16 Therefore, the concern of Chinese scholars was not without reason. On the other hand, after the collapse, a number of scholars also noticed the problems of Soviet Central Asian republics. Scholars were aware that these Muslim republics, having been bound up with the long-time Soviet centralized planning and low development level, tended to become more reliant on Moscow's blood transfusion to sustain their poverty-stricken economies. They argued, under Gorbachev's reforms, that the republics still did not prosper. Instead, the Muslim nations struggled to accustom themselves to a commodity economy. As a result, they even lagged far more behind other republics in terms of economic development and living standards. 17 As Chen Xiaofan, a professor of law at the Guangxi University of Finance and Economics, remarked in 1996. The tragedy of Soviet nationality affairs was some less advanced ethnic groups had felt abandoned under economic reform. They, therefore, would generate a sense of grievance against the center and decide to rebel. 18. Indeed, after the Soviet demise, Chinese Premier, Li Peng, said in early 1992, that the state may reduce its support provided to minority regions and demanded them to be more self-reliant. 19 One month later, the People's Daily published a long article written by Zhang Dejiang, Party Secretary-General of the Yanbian Korean Autonomous Prefecture in Jilin Province. It urged all China's autonomous regions to do the following: develop a sense of urgency to reanimate their old economies, no longer be parochial and be willing to embrace the world economic system, not rely on the state but develop their own potentials to achieve modernization. 20 Moreover, since China's Xinjiang abuts Soviet Central Asia, both Uyghurs and many Central Asian nations are Muslim and Turkic-speaking peoples. After these states became independent in 1991, the CCP regime had to compete with the economic influence from the Central Asian republics in Xinjiang. China was aware that if the economy in Xinjiang was worse than its former Soviet neighbor, the Uyghurs would gravitate towards the independent tendencies influenced by their kinsfolks from another part of the border. One of the purposes of the Great Western Development Project mentioned above, as described by Wu Tingfu, is to propagandize China's Western economic strength to the former Soviet Muslim nations and to maintain the domestic stability in the region. 21 Moreover, drawing on the lessons from Moscow and particularly those from Gorbachev's administration, in the 1990s, the Chinese government gave more economic power to autonomous regions in order to eliminate poverty and reduce financial burdens on the state, while retaining tighter political control over minorities. 1 month after the Soviet demise, CCP Secretary-General, Jiang Zemin, in a speech on nationality work stated, for the needs of domestic and international situations, as well as the better solutions to our nationality problems, we must strengthen our party leadership presiding over nationality work. 22 He seriously criticized the lax working style of those local cadres, and demanded more central interventions in nationality affairs. He also asked for more patriotic education and grooming more minority cadres with loyalty to the party and socialism in autonomous regions. 23 In late 1991, in an article criticizing Gorbachev's decentralization efforts, CAS scholar Mu Lili wrote that because of Gorbachev's nationality policy, many Soviet republics only fought for their own interests while ignoring those of the Union. From there, they started to demand economic as well as political power, which in turn challenged the central government's authority and generated independence tendencies. 24 At the same time, Liu Guangbin, a scholar at the Central University of Nationalities, warned in another article that China should avoid the mistakes of both the USSR and Yugoslavia. The former used to stifle the role of republics with too much centralization, but the latter had sacrificed too much central power to allow the republics to have too much say on their own affairs. The correct way for China in the future, as he recommended, was to assign more power to minorities to have more economic control in a socialist market economy. However, in the political realm, the CCP should scrutinize more closely its autonomous regions. Above all, Beijing must ensure that the interests of all the nationalities should subordinate to state interest. 25. As such, China's practice in nationality administration after 1991 strayed significantly from its direction in the early 1980s, when the CCP was committed to implementing accommodational policies and relinquishing some political power to deepen the autonomy of minority regions, to safeguard the ruling mandate of the communist regime after the disastrous Mao era. However, after the Soviet collapse, the PRC took note of the danger of Gorbachev's liberalization that had facilitated ethnic separation movements. But the Chinese also learned the lesson of Gorbachev's failure in economic mismanagement and attempted to lift the minorities' living standards for the purpose of maintaining state unity. 2. The issue of religion. Since the founding of the PRC, the Chinese Communist Party has made it clear that religious bodies are to be stripped of their political and economic power. The CCP intended to control religion as far as it could for its own purposes and to support its own rule. 26. In the 1980s, the Chinese government still believed that strengthening economic development, in combination with respecting the rights of minorities and granting them a certain degree of autonomy, would strengthen party rule. In doing this, they believed that the results would help them to win the sincere support of national minorities and regain ruling legitimacy that was damaged by the disastrous Cultural Revolution. 27. However, since the collapse of world socialism in the late 1980s, religious revival in China and especially that of Islam in Xinjiang has posed new difficulties for the Chinese government, which discovered that material goods alone could not easily stifle the awakening of national identities, separate from the Han-dominated PRC and demands for independence. In 1992, a state document made the following warning on religious issues. All party comrades should be psychologically prepared for the long-term nature of religion existing under socialism. The thought that used to regard religion would perish soon under socialism is unrealistic. 28. The religious issue in the Chinese context is often interwoven with problems of ethnic groups and nationalities. Religious revival and its threat to China's sovereignty were a central topic in 1990s Chinese Soviet watchers' writings. First, Marxism-Leninism is avowedly and extremely anti-religious. Interestingly, this topic of discussion in China coincided with the faltering of some multinational socialist countries with diverse religious beliefs such as the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia. Thus, the CCP regime came to see religion as a major political threat to communism. Second, the discussions of religious revival in 1990s China focused on Xinjiang's Muslim populations, suggesting that the issue has less to do with filling the faith vacuum because of the death of Marxism. In this case, religious revival is associated with national consciousness and the awakening of ethnic identities in China's minority regions. In the minds of the Chinese leadership, religious revival was the reason for the Chinese minorities' demands for independence, and the direct result of the Soviet and Yugoslavian collapses. It might constitute a major threat, not only to state unity and social stability, but also to the fate of socialism. As Ismail Amat stated in 1994, we can draw a profusion of lessons from the evolution of Eastern Europe and the Soviet collapse, and the present social disturbances in the world due to ethnic and religious conflicts. China's religious issue has its own characteristics, and correctly handling the religious issue will have great implication for the future of socialism. 29. After the Tiananmen incident and the fall of socialism in Eastern Europe, Chen Yun, chairman of the CCP Central Advisory Commission, sounded a klaxon of alarm in a letter that he wrote to Party Secretary General, Jiang Zemin, in 1990, expressing his concern about the new phenomenon of using religion to engage in reactionary activities and stating that it was a bitter lesson of some communist countries losing their powers. He asked the CCP to rigorously deal with this matter. 30. After the Soviet collapse, both Jiang Zemin and Li Ruwen, member of the CCP Politburo Standing Committee, warned that the party must remain vigilant against the collaboration between dissidents and international malevolent forces using religion to incite political disturbances and divide the country. 31. China's official publications have long been aware of the disintegrative impact of religion on socialism. A reporter in the party-sponsored journal, Liao Wang, remarked in 1983 that the anti-communist uprising of Solidarity in Poland was inspired by Christianity, which has a long tradition in Polish society. 32. After the Soviet collapse, both Party Secretary General Jiang Zemin and Li Ruwen, member of the CCP Politburo Standing Committee, warned that the party must remain vigilant against collaboration between dissidents and international malevolent forces using religion to incite political disturbance and divide the country. 33. From the 1990s onward, several scholars and officials commented that the West was using religious institutions to destabilize the communist systems for peaceful evolution. They criticized the Vatican and the Roman Catholic Church for intervening in the internal affairs of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. They assured readers that the next target of the West in its use of religion for subversion would be China, the last major communist power. 34. In the CCP's mindset, religion should not interfere in politics or state institutions, and above all, it should not be used to split the country. 35. This proscription applies not only to a religion such as Catholicism, with its tradition of political involvement, but to any faith where the leaders try to split a particular part of China off from the rest of the country. This has become a serious problem among those nationalities that have made religion a strong component of politics, particularly Islamic minorities. 36. The Chinese government is generally prepared to accept the role of religion, but with one major proviso: it becomes unacceptable when it spills over into a demand for secession or independence from China. As mentioned above, in the 1980s the Chinese government was still willing to adopt a relaxed approach towards religion with regard to its minorities. However, as both the international and the domestic contexts changed, the Chinese authorities moved to restrict religious freedom. For the Chinese party state, religious diversity and ethnic harmony are window dressing, while the survival of the regime is fundamental. As we will see below, this was the context in which the 1990s debates were set and the narrative that dominated those debates. In the 1990s, it was not the religion of Christianity but that of Islam that provoked a heated debate in Chinese Soviet watchers' writings, and the reasons for this are varied. First, China is not a Christian state and it has a strong atheist tradition even in pre-communist times, therefore, domestic collaboration with Western Christianity for imposing the peaceful evolution in China might seem to be less possible and evident than in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. Second, unlike the Soviet Union, China virtually does not have any nationality that claims Christianity as its official religion. On the other hand, China has numerous indigenous Islamic minorities which are powerful both demographically and socially, with the largest proportion being in Xinjiang. 1 month before the Tiananmen incident in 1989, a large group of Muslim minorities, including Uyghurs, Kyrgyz, and Kazakhs, gathered in Tiananmen Square to protest against a Han Chinese writer's book, the content of which was extremely offensive to Muslim customs. 38 In the wake of the unrest, the CCP regime did not arrest or kill the demonstrators like they did to the Tiananmen protesters. Instead, the Chinese government tried to placate the Muslims, by sentencing the Chinese author to a period of imprisonment and ordering the close down of the publishing house that had printed the book. 39 Third, to this day, China has not established diplomatic relations with the Vatican. Relations have been tense since 1989, because the CCP, as mentioned above, is aware of the potential role of religion in overthrowing communist regimes in Europe. On the other hand, China has strengthened its relations with the Third World, including many Islamic states, since the end of the Cold War, as the PRC intended to make allies of developing nations to contain the capitalist West after the fall of world communism. 40 Moreover, very few of the countries bordering China are Christian states, but a number are Muslim nations, especially after the demise of the USSR. Lastly and most importantly, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the impact of the newly independent Central Asian republics on China's own Islamic populations in Xinjiang has caught the attention of the CCP. Sean Roberts reveals the influx of ideas of Western liberalism and democracy into Xinjiang since 1991, through the region's increased interaction with Central Asia, which also brought renewed hopes to the Uyghurs that they may realize their long-time ambition of establishing their own sovereign state. 41 Historically, Xinjiang has been the hotbed of national secessionism in China, and this tendency was triggered by Tsarist Russia and the Soviet Union. 42 Several scholars once disclosed that there had been fierce competition between both countries over the creation of favorable ethnic treatments to inspire and influence each other's border minorities since the late Qing dynasty. 43 Zhang discovered that the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979 also stirred a resurgence of Islamist movement in China. Influenced by the Afghan resistance to the Soviet occupation, Islamic populations in Xinjiang publicly called for liberation of Muslims from Han Chinese in the 1980s. 44 The situation became worse in the 1990s. Numerous suicide bombings, violent protests, and public sabotages have occurred in Xinjiang since then, which made the Chinese government tremble. 45 In the 1990s, the CCP leadership perceived the issue as a result of the influence of the Central Asian states from the former USSR. Jiang Zemin, in his two speeches delivered before and after the Soviet collapse, remarked that the Xinjiang unrests were due to the changes of international climate and the influence of pan-Islamism and pan-Turkism. 46 He condemned the Uyghur anti-government force for attempting to establish the Eastern Turkestan Republic or the Great Kazakhstan Republic for splitting China. 47 This official guidance inevitably passed into academic research and writings. In 1993, Li Taiying, president of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences in Beijing, hosted a statewide meeting for the academic staff in international studies. He expressed his great concern about the political, social, and religious repercussions of the newly independent Central Asian states for China's Xinjiang minorities after the collapse of the USSR, Owing to the similar historical and cultural backgrounds of the two regions, the so-called problems of the cross-border nations. 48 According to the analyses of many Chinese Soviet watchers throughout the 1990s, due to the Islamic revival and the Soviet collapse in the late 20th century, waves of pan-Islamism and pan-Turkism spread across Central Asia. The principle of these religious ideologies was to unify the Muslims across the world or establish a grand republic consisting of all the Turkish-speaking peoples, including those in Xinjiang. In their opinion, such a call might trigger Islamic fundamentalism and terrorism in Xinjiang, which would threaten China's sovereignty and security. 49 Some arguments of Chinese scholars were quite interesting. Against the rampant Islamic revival in Xinjiang due to the influence of Central Asia, Guo Jingli, vice president of the Ningxia Academy of Social Sciences, in his 1996 article suggested that the Chinese government should reconsider its long-time policy of respecting the freedom of religion, which has been officially implemented since 1949, and treat religious practices with big sticks rather than kid gloves in the future. In his observation, the menace of pan-Islamism in Xinjiang has provided a breeding ground for ideas of Uyghur independence and produced a new generation of secessionists. 50 On the contrary, Yu Zhengliang, a professor of international relations at Fudan University in Shanghai, in another 1996 article wrote that the Chinese government should introduce more favorable policies for its Muslim populations, while stemming religious politicization and Islamic radicalism. He remarked, though being antagonistic to both the West and communism, that the main target of Islam is the former. Therefore, China may take advantage of this to side with the Islamic force for containing the West in the power balance of the world. 51 In the opinion of Wang Jiyan, a scholar at Beijing University, the root of Islamic revival in Central Asia and the rampant Turkish nationalism in Xinjiang is the economic destitution in these regions. He asked the Chinese government to cultivate a close economic link between Xinjiang and Central Asia for future modernization development, which is the best measure to tackle the scale of the problem. 52 Several Chinese scholars concluded that it was the last Soviet leader, Mikhail Gorbachev's glasnost and political pluralism that had encouraged both atheism and the Islamic revival and which finally pulled down the 70-year pillar of Marxist ideology in the Soviet Union. 53 On the other hand, another group of scholars argued that the outside influence on the Islamic revival in Central Asia was not necessary from the West or democratization. They wrote that many Middle East countries, such as Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Turkey, had made their strong imprints in the region even before 1991 and continued to do so after the collapse, by funding thousands of mosques and competing for the influence there with each other. They referred to the example of Turkey, whose President Turgut Özal once secretly received the exiled leader of the Eastern Turkestan Republic and warned that the spillover effects had slipped into China. They all strongly recommended that the party should respond heavy-handedly in preventing such thing to repeat in Xinjiang in the future. 54 Control of religious affairs in China is not a recent innovation by the CCP. As demonstrated by Tony Lambert, in Imperial China, different dynasties used a variety of methods to regulate and subjugate the religions and make them serve the interests of the central state. 55 According to Thomas Heberer, the Confucian orthodoxy also criticized other religions as being heterodox and practiced by barbarians. 56 He points out that Confucianism, the traditional ideology of the Chinese state, was especially good at helping the state to assimilate other religions, through the imposition of Han Chinese values rather than a policy of extermination. The acceptance of other religions signified their subjugation to the Chinese state. The aim was not to conquer them, but rather to have them manage themselves. 57 After 1949, when Confucianism had been replaced by communism, any minority figures who wanted to safeguard their traditional way of life and religious faith by opposing the party's many disastrous political campaigns were dubbed as reactionary and were harshly prosecuted. 58 As such, there is a strong link between the past and 1990s Chinese debates on how to overcome Islamic resurgence and maintain national unity. Many Chinese scholars wrote that Xinjiang ethnic minorities might collaborate with foreign or Western hostile forces to use religion to facilitate national separation movements and threaten China's security. This was able to generate support amongst the Han Chinese for the CCP regime in the wake of the collapse of world socialism. First, while many scholars quoted above have expressed their concerns about the repercussions of Islamic revival in the newly Central Asian states for China, but as a whole, they did not favor using tough measures to grapple with the Muslim populations and their religion in China, as long as those people advocated socialism and reform, and did not ally with overseas hostile forces to split China through religious activities. Such attitude jibed with the Chinese official orientation in the 1990s. Indeed, after 1991 the CCP adopted a more protective policy towards Islam and attempted to seek closer relations with its Muslim community. The party even agreed to sponsor the founding of mosques in Xinjiang '59 and banned any publication that was offensive to Muslims in China. 60 Although China after the collapse did try some efforts to dilute the influence of Central Asia on its Muslim minorities, such as the reversal of the language writing system in Xinjiang, which would become Latin-based scripts modeled after Pinyin and thus subsequently made communications between Turkic minorities who live on opposite sides of the border more difficult. 61 However, the PRC was quite eager to establish good neighborly relations with Central Asia and to win their cooperation in cracking down on religious extremism and ethnic separatism in Xinjiang, and ensuring regional security. 62 It is reported that China was even willing to offer territorial concessions to its bordering Central Asian republics, which Beijing would by no means do for the Soviet government before 1991. In order to exchange for frontier stability and the guaranteed Central Asian cooperation to prevent the potential unrests in Xinjiang and contain separatist activities. 63 As such, Beijing's post-1991 making of concessions to its Muslim population seemed prompted by a perceived need for the stability and unity of Chinese minorities against the Soviet collapse, rather than by a change in attitudes towards ethnic groups. Second, as discussed above, many Chinese scholars wrote that Xinjiang ethnic minorities might have collaborated with foreign or Western hostile forces to use religion to foment national separation movements and threaten China's security. Such statement was able to drum up the support of the Chinese people for the CCP regime in the wake of the collapse of world socialism. Firstly, historical memories of the Opium Wars, the unequal treaties, and the Boxer Rebellion seem to have left a negative impression in the minds of some Chinese regarding the role of foreign religion in China. 64 Secondly, the Chinese government has consistently adhered to its long-time tradition of grand unification, which is a key concept in China's civilization and mentality that articulates the unification of the country as the norm and the division of it as an aberration. 65 Under this mindset, the Chinese government regards state sovereignty and unity as its foremost priority. It will tolerate no attempt by foreign forces to divide the country. As Xinjiang ethnic minorities were not considered Han Chinese, they were suspected of conspiring with foreign forces to secede from the PRC. It was thought that this might stir the Han Chinese to demand the government to take tougher measures against Xinjiang ethnic minorities. Thirdly, the discourse of Islamic revival and its potential threat to split China went hand in hand with the prevalent peaceful revolution doctrine in early 1990s China. This theory was created by the CCP regime in the late 1980s to use the imagined fear of foreign subversion to safeguard and justify its rule, after the international collapse of communism. 66 As a result, the discussions of Islamic religion and its subversive potential in 1990s Chinese Soviet watchers' writings also played a role in reinforcing the weakened legitimacy of the CCP. 67 Lastly, the Chinese concern about Islamic religious affairs in Xinjiang could also explain China's increasingly repressive religious policy from the 1990s onward, owing to the impact of the Soviet collapse. 68 While being firmly under the control of the party, religion in 1980s China was treated by the CCP leadership with appreciation and interest. It was a target of cooperation but not repression, since the Chinese government did not want to repeat the oppressive religious policy seen during the Cultural Revolution. 69 However, Since the 1990s, owing to the alleged role of religion in toppling communism in Europe, China's perception of religion has become more hostile. Gleaned from the Chinese writings above, since the 1990s, religious affairs in China have become a highly politicalized issue. The maintenance of stability and national unity always came at the expense of religious freedom. 70 ethnic minorities from Tibet, Xinjiang, and Inner Mongolian regions who were pleading for religious freedom and national autonomy or independence were defined as political dissidents opposing socialism. 71 This shows that China has increasingly viewed religious activities through the prism of not only national unity and state sovereignty, but also the survival of the socialist regime, as they may have the ability to threaten the party dictatorship. An illuminating example is the Falun Gong religious movement, whose members once staged a sit-in outside the CCP leadership compound in Beijing, in protest against China's repressive religious treatment. 72 Although the CCP leadership is aware of Falun Gong's organizational power, financial success, and ideological authority that might constitute a challenge to its rule, many of Falun Gong's demands were for no more than the freedom of religious practice and the right to form associations, guaranteed by the Chinese constitution. 73 The subsequent statewide crackdown on Falun Gong and the mounting Chinese scholarly denunciation of the movement as Shijiao, reflected that China has learned from the collapse of European communism that the rampancy of any organized religion might pose a risk to its communist power base. Such understanding is consistent with the above-mentioned Chinese criticism of what they interpreted as Gorbachev's excessive tolerance of religious freedom. The Chinese perceived Gorbachev's liberalization and hands-off approach to religious policy as having cultivated many anti-government forces and led to the ultimate demise of the USSR. On the religious issue, the most important aspect of the 1990s Chinese debates was what they saw as the role of foreign forces in using religious elements to subvert Eastern European regimes and the former Soviet Union. Chinese Soviet watchers perceived that, after the Soviet collapse, international forces might gang up against China, and the Xinjiang Uyghur region was the most vulnerable to such contagion, due to the Islamic resurgence in Central Asia across the border. 74 Their opinions highlighted or exaggerated the role of the foreign forces in bringing down the Soviet Union and their potential to overthrow the Chinese communist regime through what they saw as religious subversive activities. Such arguments appear to serve and legitimize the CCP agenda after the Cold War, when the regime thought that the country might become the next target of the West for peaceful evolution. 75 Since the 1990s, China has launched many projects to impose assimilation and Sinicization of minority populations and to suppress the formation of an ethnic identity among minorities, such as official sanctioning of a large influx of Han population, compulsory Mandarin language education in schools in minority areas, and the recent establishment of re-education camps located in Xinjiang. 76 All of these efforts aim to integrate Xinjiang and other minority regions with the rest of China and leave them dependent on the central government. Their ethnic and cultural identities, as well as their national existence, have been under direct threat, and these ethnic groups may functionally disappear as a distinct ethnic group within a few generations. No one can deny that China has never been as dominant in its minority regions as it is presently. Such a situation will not see a fundamental change until the political conditions in China themselves undergo massive changes. 3. The issue of the federal system and national cohesiveness. As mentioned in the last chapter, China is quite proud of its nationality administration system of national regional autonomy, which is hailed as a correct combination of Marxism-Leninism and the Chinese condition. On the other hand, while acknowledging that China is fundamentally different from the Soviet Union, since 1949 China has nonetheless praised the Soviet model of federation founded by Lenin, like NRA, as adhering to socialist principles as well as the actual condition of the country. Evidenced by former Premier Zhou Enlai's 1957 speech and the 1987 article written by Guo Zhengli, both persons commended that NRA and the Soviet Federation had reached the common objective of socialism through different means. In their opinion, under these two systems, both countries enjoyed ethnic harmony and were relatively free of racial discriminations. The two models were hitherto unknown in history and the hope of the oppressed nations in the world. 77. Their optimistic views reflect that some Chinese are reluctant to admit that, like the Soviet Union, historically China was actually an ethnically diverse empire, with more times of disunification than unification, because of civil wars and foreign invasions. 78. China has vast geographic areas and a diverse range of ethnic peoples with different lifestyles and cultural characteristics. While purportedly homogeneous, the country is in reality a massive melting pot. 79. The image of a strong political, social, and national unity of China enforced by the CCP since 1949 is more a historical myth than a historical reality. Moreover, the reform and open-door policies since 1978 have hastened the paces of regional diversification and political decentralization. And China is not able to escape from the international influence since the late 1980s, when sovereignty was being tested and amended around the globe. In short, China might face the ethnic challenges no less severely than did the USSR, and it is liable to the sort of disintegration that has doomed the Soviet Union. The danger is real. Indeed, the confidence that viewed China as being a highly cohesive state and an exemplary model of a multinational society in the world was almost shattered after the disintegrations of the USSR and Yugoslavia. How to maintain China's national unity and manage such an ethnically diverse country became a core topic in PRC scholarly circles in the 1990s. Many Chinese scholars were deeply anxious about the intensification of national consciousness and the rise of local nationalism among Chinese minorities after the end of the Cold War, due to the influence of the collapses of some multinational socialist states in Europe. In 1990, Sun Yi, a researcher in the Institute of Ethnology and Anthropology at Cass, remarked that the recent formation of a strong sense of unique ethnic identity among Chinese minorities was exclusive and anti-Han Chinese in nature. Such trend was by all means detrimental to China's prosperity, stability, and unity. 80. Hu Yan, a professor of the history of Chinese nationalities at the Central Party School, wrote in 1992 that the identity awareness spreading at an accelerating rate in China's minority regions was easy prey to foreign manipulation, and will find fertile ground for secessionism. In order to resolve the problem, he recommended that the party cultivate a strong sense of Chinese identity and national pride through mass education and policy making. 81. In 1995, Fang Huaping, a professor of international politics at Beijing University, added that the rise of national consciousness of minorities in the world and its byproduct of national secessionism were mostly due to the global democratization since the late 1980s. He used the example of the Soviet Union under the influence of Gorbachev's glasnost, which reaped the whirlwind of the ramshackle central control mechanism and the swelling of the republic's power. He argued that democracy is the midwife of rampant local nationalism in the world. 82. As mentioned before, while in the 1980s China still had a favorable view of the Soviet federal system, which was deemed as being equally socialist in nature to China's NRA, 83. From the 1990s, due to the specter of the Soviet and Yugoslavian demises haunting the minds of the Chinese scholars presented above, the issue of federation came under fire from 1990s Chinese scholarly writings. By researching the topic of federation, their articles attempted to seek solutions for China to avoid the Soviet and Yugoslavian scenarios. In the view of Olenhu, China in the past was a semi-feudal, semi-colonial country subjected to aggression by several imperial countries. Therefore, national union was a prerequisite for national liberation and unification of the state was the prerequisite for national freedom. He said, if the various nationalities in China each had gone its own way and remained unconcerned for each other, China would have been carved up and annexed by the imperialists. 84. According to Zhou Honghao, a scholar at the Qinghai University for Nationalities, the CCP had proposed to follow Moscow by building a federal republic in China in the 1920s. The determination was abandoned in the 1930s, when Japan started the large-scale invasion of China, through an effort of collaborating with China's Muslim community. Since then, the CCP began to downplay the Soviet-style federalism and question its suitability in China, lest what they saw as minority reactionaries be exploited by the Japanese to sabotage the unification of China. 85 Once again, China reignited its assessment of the Soviet model of federation after 1991, when the CCP leadership was devastated by the Soviet disunion and Yugoslavian catastrophe. As such, both in the 1930s and 1990s, China's serious concerns about the issue of Soviet-like federation tended to surface in times of crisis, when China perceived that its sovereignty and unity were being threatened by domestic and foreign hostile forces. Starting in 1989, Du Yudai, a scholar at the Central University of Nationalities in Beijing, attacked the federal system that had cultivated fanatical nationalism and racism, and attributed the sporadic ethnic disturbances which happened in the USSR and Yugoslavia since the late 1980s to the fundamental deficiencies of federation in those countries. 86 In 1997, Wei Guangming, a scholar at the Northwestern University for Nationalities, put blame squarely on federalism that had rung the death knell of the USSR. He said that federalism posed a threat of secession not only to the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, but also some advanced capitalist countries like the United Kingdom and Canada. 87 In 1998, Wang Zhijuan, a professor of history at Xinjiang Normal University, argued that there was actually no nationhood in Central Asia, and the founding of the 5 republics there after 1917 was an artificial creation under the appearance of the Soviet federal system. She concluded that it was the Soviet Federation that had cultivated the Central Asian ethnic identities and national awareness, which ultimately gave rise to many ethnic conflicts in those republics and their demands for secession from Moscow. 88 Moreover, the 1990s Chinese turning negative towards the Soviet model of federalism was also reflected in many articles that reassessed Lenin's theories of self-determination and federalism. Unlike in the 1980s, as discussed in the preceding chapter, that Chinese scholars had vehemently embraced Lenin's notions as the spirit on which NRA was based, many articles in the 1990s started to harbor critical thoughts on Lenin's theories, which were perceived as having a negative influence on some Chinese minorities who were seeking independence. In 1991, Chen Kuiwen, who would succeed Hu Jintao as Tibetan Party Secretary General in 1992, accused Tibetan separatists of abusing Lenin's concepts of self-determination and federalism to ask for more autonomy and even independence from China. 89 In another 1991 article written by Meng Xianfan, president of the Chinese Society of World Ethno-National Studies, the author singled out some Western scholars for their venomously distorting Lenin's thought of self-determination to preach Tibetan independence. 90 In 1996, after analyzing the relations between Lenin's thesis and Soviet national separatism, Lu Zide, a scholar at Nanjing Normal University, regretted to say that Chinese scholars should not attempt to seek answers for the contemporary time from Lenin's works, which are not able to give solutions. 91 In 1997, Pan Zhaiping, a Central Asian specialist at the Xinjiang Academy of Social Sciences, even admittedly wrote that self-determination is the theory contributing to the founding as well as the collapse of the Soviet Union. 92 There are several reasons explaining the increase of Chinese criticisms of the Soviet-style federalism in the 1990s. First, Ismail Amat wrote in 1998 that China has a long-standing tradition of grand unification, and centralized state power constitutes the historical basis of the country. Many nationalities have lived together in compact communities, coexisted and depended on each other. As a result, only a unitary strong state could provide a favorable condition, and it is inappropriate to establish separate national states. The author also thought that by following the principle of democratic centralism and NRA, all nationalities had become masters of their own regions in managing their affairs. As he said, the practice of NRA helps combine the centralization and unification of the country with the independence and equality of nationalities, so there would be no need to establish Soviet-style federalism. 93 Second, as Zhou Tianzhong, a professor at Inner Mongolia University, wrote in 1980 that unlike the USSR, whose Russian majority was historically an aggressive nation that annexed other nations and integrated them into its empire, Both the Han Chinese and other minorities in the PRC belonged to the category of oppressed people, and they were traditionally victims of foreign invasion and imperialism. Therefore, it is necessary for China to become a strong unitary state to resist foreign oppression. 94 Since the late 1980s, against the backgrounds of the socialist demise in Europe and the prevalent CCP thesis of peaceful evolution, a number of Chinese scholars expressed their concerns about some Soviet republics that had taken advantage of certain freedoms given by Moscow to collaborate with the West for the pursuit of independence. In their articles, those scholars compared the foreign support of the Dalai Lama and Eastern Turkestan Republic to the Baltic collaboration with the West, arguing that the federal system is potentially vulnerable to foreign exploitation and national secessionism. 95 Third, the CCP regime tends to treat federalism as a product of Western democracy, which is antagonistic to a socialist proletarian dictatorship. Zhang Ping, a professor at the Chinese University of Political Science and Law, in his 1999 article criticized some of Gorbachev's grave mistakes regarding nationality policy that had been under the bad influence of Western federalism, including concessions to local nationalism and delegating too much autonomy to republics. 96 After the Soviet collapse in 1995, the CCP regime turned down the request of the Dalai Lama to allow Tibetan people to have universal suffrage to decide their own fate. According to the reporter, such demand was inspired by the Soviet referendum on the new federal treaty proposed by Gorbachev. 97 The CCP seemed to realize that any soft and moderate nationality policy, like those of Gorbachev and Western federal states, would ignite the domino effect on many ethnic independence claims, which were not only a major factor jeopardizing the PRC's nationalistic ambition to regain Taiwan in the future, but also a danger to the survival of the regime. Fourth, as put forward by a commentator in the People's Daily in 1990, history has proved that it is no other political parties but the CCP which shouldered the task of leading the various nationalities in China to liberation. According to his point of view, only under the leadership of the CCP could China become a unified state and could minorities enjoy prosperity and great future. 98 As described before, Chinese scholars tended to perceive that the Communist Party, not an effective federal system, was sine qua non in maintaining the cohesion of a multi-ethnic socialist country. Many of them had criticized Gorbachev's efforts to terminate the monopoly of the CPSU and proposal of a new federal treaty that further decentralized the country. In their understanding, without a Communist Party dictatorship the existence of the Union would prove well nigh impossible. So it is not surprising to see that Chinese Soviet watchers started to turn hostile to Gorbachev once he had ended the exclusive rule of the CPSU in March 1990. After analyzing the lessons of the Soviet failure in nationality affairs, Ho Shangzi, a scholar at the Northwestern University for Nationalities, suggested that the autonomy of minority areas in China be curtailed in the future. Party leadership in autonomous regions should be in the hands of those loyal to Marxism and should bring themselves into line with the center. 99 As Aldan, an ethnic Mongolian scholar at Inner Mongolia University, remarked in 1991, the goal of socialism is not letting different nationalities have their own self-rule territories, but the fusion of them. 100 Here, the term Ronghe is employed, which means a melting together or amalgamation, which certainly differs from the principle of federalism that embraces national autonomy but not heteronomy. 101 Lastly, according to Ming Langzhou, there has been one more effort of China to strengthen the unity of different nationalities and resist the influence of Soviet-style federalism since the late 1980s. Zhou points out that the best-known Chinese anthropologist, Fei Xiaotong, who held a PhD from London School of Economics in the 1930s and was the director of the Institute of Sociology at Cass, had broached a concept of a Chinese nation with diversity in 1988. 102 According to Fei's original speech delivered at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, the Chinese includes 56 nationalities as their basis, but it is not just a collection of 56 nationalities. It is a national entity that has developed from common history and memory. The Han Chinese in reality consists of different ethnic minority groups. Different Chinese people have integrated through intermarriages, coexistence, and co-developments in Chinese history, and they cannot do without each other. 103. To put it simply, all Chinese people belong to one nation, and that is the Chinese nation. Zhou remarks that phase terminology of the Chinese nation has drawn the attention of the CCP since the early 1990s, when the PRC government was deeply concerned about the negative ramifications of the Soviet model of multinational state building for China. Since then, the notion of the Chinese nation has been exploited by the CCP regime as a philosophical as well as a practical tool to cement the unity of the state and increase the minorities' loyalty to the country. 104. However, Minglang Zhou has neglected the fact that the concept of the Chinese nation is not the invention of Fei Xiaotong. In his inaugural speech as the President of the Republic of China in January 1912, Sun Yat-sen spoke of combining the lands of the Han, Manchu, Mongol, Hui, and Tibetans as one country and as one people. He described the five peoples as one family, and he urged them to work together as lips and teeth for building a strong China. 105. In 1958, Mao Zedong declared that the Han was not a big race, but a mixture of a great number of races. 106. In 1982, an article in Guangming Daily stated that the word of China is not only a name to describe the state, but also an inclusive term to define a family of nation that encompasses all nationalities which have existed in Chinese history. 107. In 1985, Yang Shenji, a scholar at the Hunan Provincial Party School, formally used the term Chinese nation in his article, arguing that all Chinese nationalities share the same history as well as the same mentality, psychology, and customs, even though he did not elaborate on the definition of the term in detail as Fei Xiaotong did in 1988. 108. 1 year after, Li Lin, director of the Institute of Law at Cass, wrote that unlike the multinational states of the USSR and Yugoslavia, China is a unique country. And the Chinese are in fact a compound nation, which means a multinational community on which the state of China is based. 109. The 1980s use of the Chinese nation by Chinese scholars was mainly for strengthening national unity sabotaged by the Cultural Revolution and for justifying the CCP's demand to reunify with Taiwan. On the other hand, in the 1990s, Chinese official publications always cited Fei Xiaotong's term to counter the potential threat of national secessionism posed by domestic and international hostile forces in the wake of the Soviet demise. 110. Following the official line, a popular trend of researching the cohesiveness of the Chinese nation under the influence of Fei Xiaotong became prevalent in 1990s Chinese academic writings. 111. In 1992, He Weiguang, a professor at the Northwestern University for Nationalities, argued that Fei's concept of a Chinese nation with diversity should focus on unity, not Tuyuan. He demonstrated that the Soviet Union under Gorbachev had committed the mistake of overemphasizing Tuyuan, which triggered the downfall. 112. In his 1997 article, Pan's Hyping fully examined the use of the term Minzu in the Chinese language. He found that none of the English words, such as nation, nationality, ethnos, and ethnic group, could accurately capture the meaning of Minzu in the Chinese context. 113. In his opinion, Fei Xiaotong's Zonghua Minzu should be translated as Chinese people but not Chinese nation. He explained that because China is not a multinational country like the USSR or Yugoslavia, but a unitary state under a central government since the ancient time, all nationalities have become inseparable parts of an entity and jointly created the shared history of the Chinese nation. 114. In another 1997 article by Lu Hong, a researcher at the Cass Institute of Ethnology and Anthropology, compared the Western concept of nation-state with Fei's term, and concluded that the former is not suitable for defining China. He argued that nation-state indicates that every dominant ethnic group could have the right to administer its own affairs, and even every nation in the world could be entitled to found a state of its own, through the measure of self-determination. In his opinion, the theory is the origin of the federal system, and the USSR and Yugoslavia were all influenced by such concept to administer their countries. The outcomes were state collapse, rampant nationalism, and ethnic cleansing. 115 In 1999, Ma Rong, a professor of sociology at Beijing University, developed his own theory based on Fei Xiaotong's notion. He said that compared to the Soviet Union, China would not crumble along ethnic lines. This is because Chinese minorities have greater centripetal force towards the central government. 116 At the end of the article, against the background of the reversion of Hong Kong and Macau to Chinese rule in the late 1990s, Ma Rong was proud to state that one country, two systems guaranteed by Deng Xiaoping is a far better model than the Soviet-style federalism to govern a diverse socialist country like China. 117 As a result, since the late 1980s, China has spent a great amount of unremitting efforts to strengthen national cohesiveness and the unity of different nationalities. Such endeavors were out of a concern that not only about the conflicts that tore up many former socialist and multi-ethnic countries after the end of the Cold War would probably happen in China, but also the rampant bourgeois liberalization and national nihilism that had allegedly triggered the Tiananmen pro-democratic demonstrations. 118 It was reported that the Chinese government had sponsored a Zhongguoren propaganda project in the mass media in the 1990s, to instill a sense of pride and belonging of the common motherland of China into all national groups and facilitate the policy of integration. 119 In 1998, Yang Yanli, a researcher at the Cass Institute of Ethnology and Anthropology, described that Gorbachev's liberalization, which encouraged the republics to issue their own laws for the promotion of their national languages along with the status of Russian, as one of the causes inciting the separation movements and hastening the downfall. 120 Almost at the same time, an article in the People's Daily appeared to criticize the languages used in minority areas as being not standardized. The reporter asked the government to show its ruthless determination to push the popularization of Putonghua in China by 2010. 121 The tune of the article is very different from the trend in the 1980s presented in the last chapter, which emphasized the accommodational approach and respect of local cultures and languages. Indeed, by observing the lesson of the Soviet failure in managing its multinational state, China started a nationwide movement to downplay the role of minority languages while promoting Mandarin as the super language to dominate China since the late 1990s. 122 As Ariane Dwyer points out, learning Chinese is no longer optional as in the 1980s, and mastery of the language has been a requirement in the schools of minority areas from the 1990s onwards. 123 Thomas Heberer also worries that Chinese minorities in the future will no longer know their own ethnic language, and has concerns about an increased assimilation and sinification of the minority populations, and a decreased level of identity for these people. 124 Moreover, in the 1990s the CCP regime called on strengthening patriotic education in minority regions. 125 The goal of such statewide education movement, as Ismail Amat pointed out, was to remind ethnic groups that state is more important than nation. 126 4 months after the Soviet collapse, the CCP-sponsored journal, Minzigongzuo, published an article, indicating that Fei Xiaotong's concept of one nation means that all nationalities in China should accept not only the common motherland, but also the socialist path and leadership of the CCP. 127 After the Soviet collapse, Chinese communists attempted to reinforce party authority and legitimacy, by arguing that China needs a strong central state to maintain national unity, order, independence, and stability, which contrasts with the Soviet Union under Gorbachev that was caught in the vortex of ethnic conflicts and internal strife. As a result of the bankruptcy of the worldwide communist ideology and the ethnic fragmentation in China after the end of the Cold War, the CCP has had to drape itself in the garb of nationalism and seize on propagating the idea of the Chinese nation, as the common spiritual pillar to unify the country as well as a new legitimizing ideology to keep its grip on power. China's well-known historian, Fan Wenlin, once pointed out in 1980 that throughout Chinese history, the dynastic governments always deliberately cultivated or Sinicized non-Han peoples using state-sanctioned assimilationist strategies, such as training local officials loyal to the center and teaching Confucianism and Chinese language in minority areas. 128 Ironically, from the 1990s onwards the CCP regime has fallen back on resorting to the imperialist methods to strengthen state unity and survive amidst the worldwide crisis of communism. While in the 1980s Chinese scholars tended to criticize the post-Lenin leadership's rushing into the fusion of nations in the USSR, 129 after 1991, China started its own process of forcing the fusion of nationalities to avert the Soviet precedent and strengthen the role of the state. Communist China is a typical party state, therefore, such endeavor was obviously for justification of the rule of the party after the demise of world socialism. Such effort of the CCP from the 1990s onward, as Minglang Zhou comments, was a great irony of the Marxist view presented in the Communist Manifesto, which asserted that states would be gradually abolished as socialism progresses to communism. 130. For concluding remarks. Ethnicity is first and foremost a resource in the hands of leaders which is to mobilize and organize followers in the pursuit of other interests, such as physical security, economic gain, and political power. Since 1991, when Chinese Soviet watchers touched on the economic factor in contributing to the downfall of the USSR, what influenced their concerns were not only Gorbachev's negligence of economic reform and the rigid Soviet economic system that had also harmed China in the past. They were aware of the grim economic circumstances in China's minority regions, which would become a boiling pot should the scourge not be tackled promptly. Given the negative lessons from the Soviet Union, Chinese scholars suggested the acceleration of the economic reform in minority areas with the party imposing more political control over those regions. Such view is in accordance with post-Mao China's state policy and especially the direction taken since the 1990s, which champions statewide economic liberalization while refusing to adopt political pluralism for the sake of maintaining stability. On the religious issue, the most important aspect of 1990s Chinese writings was that they saw the role of foreign forces as using religious elements to subvert East European regimes and the former Soviet Union. Scholars perceived that after the Soviet collapse the international forces might gang up against China, and the Xinjiang Uyghur region was the most vulnerable to such contagion, due to the Islamic resurgence and Western influence in Central Asia across the border. Their opinions highlighted or exaggerated the role of the foreign forces in bringing down the Soviet Union and their potential to overthrow the Chinese Communist regime through what they thought was subversive religious activities. Such research outcomes appear to serve and legitimize the CCP agenda after the Cold War, when the regime regarded the country as perhaps becoming the biggest target of the West, believing that Western countries have a master plan of peaceful evolution to change the PRC. Therefore, the CCP is able to use the bogey of foreign intervention and Western hostilities to cling to power. As this chapter indicates, the fundamental shift in central attitudes towards religion originated in the early 1990s, immediately after the Tiananmen incident and the demise of the USSR, when the CCP realized the threat that religion posed to its survival and decided to discard its liberal religious policies implemented in the 1980s. Since then, the Chinese state has determined that respect for minorities and their religions should not go against the fundamental interests of the party. It believes that any demands for ethnic autonomy, a revival of national identities, or religious resurgence could threaten the unity of the country and undermine the rule of the CCP. Any foreign influences on those matters are deemed a conspiracy aimed at China's disintegration, inspired by the Soviet breakup. In the eyes of the CCP, to avoid the fate of the Soviet Union, harsh measures such as cultural genocide 131 and ethnic drowning 132 are necessary and unavoidable when dealing with what they see as reactionary elements. Since then, the overall practices of the Chinese state have become more repressive, not only in relation to religious policy but in other aspects as well. Last, the 1990s Chinese discussions on the Soviet federal system and its consequences can be summarized as the following points. federalism might awaken and strengthen ethnic national identities, which pose a danger to state unity. Federalism is a product of Western democracy, and it requires certain power sharing with local regions, which might weaken the central control. Federal design is not compatible with the Chinese tradition of state supremacy and grand unification. The lesson of the collapse of the Soviet federal system for China is that only a strong central authority like the CCP could have the capacity to maintain state unity and sovereignty. Moreover, the Chinese debate on the concept of the Chinese nation was not only about how to strengthen national cohesiveness against the negative precedent of the Soviet collapse. The debate was followed by some CCP-sanctioned state maneuvers in the 1990s, such as promoting and unifying the use of the Mandarin language in China and intensifying patriotic education, thus reinforcing the national identity of being Chinese among various ethnic groups. Moreover, the goal of these scholarly writings and official initiatives aimed to make Chinese people recognize that the socialist path and one-party rule are the common destinies of the country, and only these can build and ensure national cohesiveness. To conclude, since the international collapse of communist regimes in and after 1989 has resulted in the bankruptcy of the official communist ideology and the emergence of the belief crisis, the old doctrine is shattered and the CCP is not able to advance a new one. The tragic ending of the Soviet Union gave the CCP a needed opportunity to argue that China might fall right into the same disorder and mayhem if the party were toppled. Therefore, it would be necessary for authoritarianism and a strong central state represented by the Communist Party to maintain national unity, economic prosperity, order, and stability. Such arguments not only reinforce the CCP authority and legitimacy, but also become a renewed national identity that is holding the PRC together after the demise of world communism. The regime peddles its invented equation that the CCP equals China, and that if the CCP collapses, then China would go astray. This idea has penetrated the minds of many Chinese people who think that the CCP is the only organization capable of maintaining the unity of the Chinese nation. The writings on nationality issues presented in the chapter seem to forge and justify such arguments as a new basis for the regime's legitimacy. Chapter 8. Chinese Sovietology and Post-Mao State Policies. 1. Summary of the research. In this final chapter, the investigator will first present a summary of the major findings and points of analysis made in various chapters of this book. This is followed by an analysis of how the Chinese debate on the Soviet Union responded to China's ever-changing political environment in both decades. This analysis will focus on how Chinese Soviet observers propagated the three fundamental post-Mao state agendas and issues before concluding with some final thoughts. There are several findings of the book that are different from the views of previous secondary sources. First, Chinese Sovietology in the 1980s and 1990s, like other fields in the humanities and social sciences in the PRC at the time, was consistently underfunded by the Chinese government. Many institutes were unable to provide research funding for scholars specializing in Soviet studies. Many academic journals researching the USSR struggled to survive, and some even ceased to exist, because of the bleak financial conditions. Therefore, it is not true that there has been a close relationship between the government and Chinese Sovietology in the PRC. Even after the Soviet collapse, Chinese Soviet watchers did not play the role of intelligence reporters for the CCP regime, and thus the state did not spend a large amount of money on the scholarship in exchange for such service. Second, post-1991 Chinese Sovietology has been far from the sort of state-directed research project that would have a long-term effect on the development of Chinese socialism. The so-called lesson-drawing agenda in the scholarship claimed by the secondary sources seems to be in doubt. After the collapse, Soviet studies gradually lost importance in China. Chinese Soviet watchers spent more time and effort on studies of Russia and other CIS states bordering the PRC. The situation is not only indicative of the limited financial resources available for such scholarship, but also reflects the reorientation of China's state policy after the Soviet demise, and the attendant results of the shifting needs and interests of Chinese Soviet watchers from the 1990s onward. The academic trend of highlighting negative lessons from the Soviet Union might have been only a sudden upsurge and short-term fervor in the early 1990s. In other words, such studies might not comprise an adequate systematic and state-supervised research project in the long run. Third, regarding the role of Mikhail Gorbachev, first, the study found that most Chinese academic commentators on the USSR did not have positive views of Gorbachev either in 1985 or afterward. Only around 1 year after Gorbachev took the helm did Chinese scholars start to view his policies more positively, when the three obstacles discussed had started to be resolved and bilateral relations were gradually improving. Second, my findings also demonstrate that during and after the 1989 Tiananmen uprising, no major criticisms of Gorbachev appeared in Chinese academic writings. Instead, Chinese scholars seem to still admire, and produce positive evaluations of, his programs during this anti-liberal period in contemporary China. Most importantly, this investigator has found that strong criticism of Gorbachev by China did not appear until early 1990, and not immediately after Tiananmen. After Gorbachev was elected president of the USSR, and after he initiated the process of terminating the power monopoly of the CPSU on March 15, 1990, both the CCP and Chinese scholars became aware of the possible negative ramifications of such a move on the PRC, which has remained committed to one-party communist rule. After this, the last Soviet leader became a persona non grata in China. Third, the existing secondary sources seem to have exaggerated the impact of Gorbachev on 1980s China. Previous secondary sources suggest that after the mid-1980s Chinese Soviet watchers identified Gorbachev's concept of glasnost and his political reform with Western democracy, and used Gorbachev and his ideas to push the Chinese regime toward political democratization on the eve of the Tiananmen incident. This book, however, has demonstrated that 1980s Chinese scholars interpreted glasnost in a way designed to serve their own purposes, and that this interpretation was quite different from democracy in the Western sense. The Chinese definition of glasnost remains circumscribed by China's own mentality and history, reflecting the traditional Chinese understanding of human values and political culture. Fourth, few Chinese scholars used Gorbachev and his programs to put pressure on the CCP to introduce some form of political westernization. Instead, most scholars manipulated the symbol of Gorbachev to support the reformist wing led by Zhao Ziyang in their factional warfare against the party conservatives leading up to Tiananmen. In short, Chinese scholars did not regard Gorbachev and his programs as having the potential to transform the political landscape of the PRC, rather, they perceived Gorbachev and his agenda as a tool that could be used to define, create, and legitimize a reformed communist system on their own terms. Moreover, in contrast to the secondary sources suggesting that Chinese criticisms of Gorbachev after Tiananmen were to do with his role in embracing democratization and the disruptive repercussions this brought to China, this book has shown that the negative attitude of Chinese intellectuals toward the last Soviet leader after 1989 was largely the result of Gorbachev's failure to use tough measures to prevent socialism in Europe from collapsing. Their criticisms of Gorbachev served to justify the Chinese government's brutal crackdown on civilian protests in Tiananmen and to glorify the party's role as a bastion of state unity and stability. Finally, some authors of the secondary sources argue that after 1991 most Chinese scholars focused on criticizing Gorbachev and his liberalization policies as the fundamental catalysts triggering the collapse of the Soviet Union. In reality, Chinese Sovietology writings never excoriated Gorbachev in the 1990s, and the torrent of attacks had gradually subsided by the middle of the decade. Gorbachev and his liberal programs were by no means the only, or even the most significant, factor in the USSR's dissolution, as Chinese analysts claimed after 1991. Since the mid-1990s, many Chinese scholars have traced the banes of the tragedy back to the administrations of Leonid Brezhnev and Joseph Stalin, arguing that conservative forces and the rigid communist system were the decisive factors in bringing it about, rather than the figure of Gorbachev alone. Fourth, unlike the description in the secondary sources, it is not correct to say that Chinese Sovietology after 1991 only concentrated on the dark sides of the Soviet Union, studying its negative lessons for China's use in preserving its own communist regime. As we have seen, Chinese scholars since 1989 have drawn parallels between the early Soviet Union and China after Tiananmen, when both regimes were facing international sanctions and isolation. These scholars argued that China might learn from Lenin's teachings encouraging engagement in formal relations with the West, while concentrating on economic development and maintaining a proletarian dictatorship. They manipulated the symbol of Lenin and his post-1917 foreign policy, in an attempt to bolster and legitimize Chinese communist power after the Tiananmen crisis. After Tiananmen, Lenin was used as a tool to limit the scope of reform-oriented criticisms, and he was seen as a man who came to appreciate the need for substantial market forces. Chinese scholars claimed that Deng Xiaoping's reform and open-door policies after 1978 were emblematic of Lenin's theories. Their conclusions served to defend Deng's post-Tiananmen policies of accelerating reform and resisting the attacks of the party leftists, who attempted to challenge Deng's position and directions taken after 1978. Last, in the eyes of Chinese scholars after 1991, the example of the Soviet Union was not only a past lesson that should be learned from and a grave mistake that should be avoided, as claimed by most of the previous scholarship. As we have seen, the interpretation of Lenin's open policy after Tiananmen, the revival of research on Brezhnev and Stalin after the mid-1990s, and the post-1991 discussions of Soviet federalism and the Chinese national identity, all demonstrate that Chinese scholars viewed the former Soviet Union as both a warning from the past, as well as an image of a possible Chinese state in the future. After the collapse, Chinese scholars argued that continued reform was the best way to revamp socialism. In their understanding, only a strong, stable, open, and wealthy state could ensure the survival of the socialist system in the long term. By examining the Soviet past, Chinese scholars not only demonstrated concern for the survival of the CCP regime, but also attempted to envision the future direction and position of China in the post-communist world. This included analysis of how China could rise to be a powerful nation under the authoritarian one-party rule, without succumbing to Western democracy and the sort of collapse that engulfed the USSR. Gilbert Rosman once commented, "When Chinese write about the Soviet Union, its history, its recent conditions, and its prospects for reform, they are not engaged in some obscure academic controversy. They are, in fact, at the behest of China's leaders, consciously contributing to an ongoing national debate that has potentially far-reaching consequences for redirecting both the domestic and the foreign policies of the People's Republic." Chinese writings on the Soviet Union do not simply reflect the evolving realities of Soviet life. They serve many objectives and are of potential value to researchers who study Chinese domestic conditions, Soviet domestic conditions, and international relations. 1. While not a determinant in China's policy making, Chinese Sovietology has not been able to stay neutral. The party guidepost always transcends the academic norm. The scholarly writings offered a fertile source of insight into China's policy behavior in both decades. When Sino-Soviet relations were in tension in the early 1980s, apart from criticizing Moscow's social imperialism and hegemony, Chinese Soviet watchers also seriously studied the problems of Soviet socialism as a lesson for China's post-1978 reform and modernization. They commonly argued that China should wean itself off the rigid post-Lenin Soviet model, which had previously held China back and caused socialism to lose its attraction. After Gorbachev launched his glasnost and political liberalization in the mid-1980s, and under the relaxed political environment and encouragement of the liberal-minded CCP Secretary-General, Zhao Ziyang, Chinese scholars began to discover that socialism could not be reformed by economic means only. Since China had suffered a great deal under Mao, Chinese scholars seemed to understand that political initiatives should also be introduced that would make socialism more efficient, tolerant, plural, and democratic. Gorbachev's programs thus provided a relevant example for them to learn from. In the wake of the Tiananmen incident, when China was facing international sanctions as well as the more general setback to world socialism, PRC Sovietologists invoked the example of Lenin's foreign policy making during the early days of the Soviet Union. They suggested that continued reform and open-door policies could become a way to weather the crisis. Such arguments corresponded to Deng Xiaoping's post-Tiananmen agenda of self-strengthening. After the Soviet demise in 1991, Chinese scholars switched to studying negative lessons of the collapse, with the aim of preserving Chinese communist rule, maintaining social stability, and seeking China's future position in the post-communist world. The main argument of this book is that changing Chinese views on the USSR were not only shaped by the ups and downs of Sino-Soviet relations, China's domestic political climate, and the political developments in Moscow. More importantly, views changed in response to the earth-shaking events of the rise and fall of world communism in the last 2 decades of the 20th century. As we have seen in the book, the concept of socialism with Chinese characteristics became the guiding thought and teleological narrative in the treatise of Chinese Sovietology writings in both decades. As noted in Chapter 1, after 1978 the framework of socialism with Chinese characteristics was only used because the CCP was unwilling to acknowledge the extent to which its present policies were an implicit repudiation of its Maoist legacy and its own past. This formula was intended to hide the fact that socialism is being abandoned as China speeds along the capitalist road that Mao so vehemently condemned. It is a formula designed to save face and to discourage critiques of class and exploitation under modern Chinese capitalism, but most importantly, it also serves as an excuse to preserve the one-party rule permanently. As shown in the book, the principle of socialism with Chinese characteristics had 3 main functions in the discourse of Chinese Sovietology in both decades: a cause for explaining the Soviet demise, a fundamental argument for justifying the communist dictatorship in China after the collapse of international socialism, and a determining factor for propagandizing and reinforcing the CCP's reform and open-door policies, in order to keep Chinese socialism vital after the end of the Cold War. The hidden consensus of Chinese Sovietologists after 1991 is that the causes of the tragic denouement of the USSR had little to do with what they defined as true socialism, but rather the distortion of it. Since the Soviet Union had stopped practicing genuine socialism after Lenin, so the collapse of the USSR was the collapse of a state, but not of socialism. Socialism would not die and China is a bona fide socialist country, therefore, the PRC will not fall. In sum, they saw that China under the CCP had been true to Lenin's immortal legacy of advancing socialism by taking the country's own conditions into account, and such an endeavor would guarantee the future success of socialism in China even after the fall of the Soviet Union. As such, Chinese Soviet watchers working under the ideological guidance of socialism with Chinese characteristics seem to have already known the truth about the USSR and the reasons for its final demise, and therefore they only consulted the Soviet past in order to find justification for what they conceived to be the truth. Their writings were largely limited to verifying that their pre-existing theoretical commitments were correct. Their interpretations were based more on their own ideologically inspired assumptions than on objective investigation. Research on the Soviet Union in both decades, therefore, could be considered as more of a rationalization of their opinions about the legitimacy of Chinese socialism, China's domestic politics, and state agendas, than an academic attempt to reconstruct and discover the Soviet past. Scholars demonstrated the purported causal relations between the Soviet past and the political views that they upheld for China's future. They mainly used their interpretation of the events in the USSR to speak for the political agenda that was believed to represent the correct directions of Chinese socialism and modernization, and to justify ongoing reform programs. Thus, Chinese Sovietology in both decades served to render party policies and principles understandable and plausible. Sovietology has been a useful tool for the overall task of propagating Marxism-Leninism and the Chinese way of practicing socialism. As discussed in Chapter 2, this overall theoretical framework is quite similar to the tradition of history writing under Mao. This tradition emphasizes the pragmatic purposes of academic research. Chinese Sovietologists presented, used, and appropriated their subject study for explaining, legitimizing, and even changing Chinese realities, rather than reconstructing Soviet realities. Their writings and analyses were produced for political reasons at the cost of objectivity in representing the truth. The simplistic doctrine of socialism with Chinese characteristics had been applied to Chinese Sovietology, which in effect rendered the scholarship a mouthpiece for party ideologies and agendas. Chinese Sovietology research has thus failed to reveal much of the Soviet reality, but instead has resonated with party ideologies and served to legitimate the political claims of those in power in China. The goal of scholars has been to address state policies and satisfy the ever-changing needs of contending political forces in China, rather than to seek accurate knowledge of the Soviet Union. As will be demonstrated in later sections, Chinese Sovietology in both decades was not only an extension of PRC politics, the passive legitimizer of a predetermined notion of political change, or even of a short-term political policy. Many Sovietologists were also active adapters and creative developers in the political realities of China. Researching post-Mao Chinese Sovietology in both decades involves not only knowing and understanding the study of the Soviet Union by Chinese scholars, their changing perceptions of the demise of Soviet socialism, and how they measured the profound impacts of the collapse on the PRC. More than that, researching Chinese scholarly investigation reveals, directly or indirectly, such realities as the reorientation of China's foreign policy making in recent years, the background, shift, and dynamics of the reform programs, and how the CCP regime drew lessons from the collapse and accommodated its domestic policies in order to survive in the post-communist world. As discussed, these Chinese writings convey and demonstrate policy principles and future directions for the CCP regime after the downfall of communism. These include maintaining political stability as a fundamental principle, developing a fast-growing economy as a top priority, replacing Marxism-Leninism with fanatical nationalism, and promoting nationalism as a new ideology to keep the party in power. These issues have been strongly shaped and reinforced by the way in which CCP leaders have perceived the events in the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. Many of these issues converge with the arguments of Chinese Soviet watchers presented in the book. To Chinese Sovietology and the One-Party Dictatorship. After the 1989 turbulence in East Europe, there was a worldwide sense of euphoria that the Western liberal model would triumph over communism after the end of the Cold War. Such wishful thinking had been applied to anti-authoritarianism uprisings in the former Soviet bloc as well as in China. However, after the collapse of the USSR in 1991, the PRC made little progress in the sphere of political reform. It still refuses to adopt Western democratic values or to share its centrally controlled political power with the people. In short, there is no sign that political liberalization is imminent, which is very frustrating to some Western China watchers wishing to see that the PRC might follow the Soviet Union toward disintegration. 3. As a result, the post-Cold War expectation of a trend toward freedom and political democracy has not been delivered. The new era, rather than being a time of democracy and freedom, will be one of growing tensions and sometimes confrontation between the forces of democracy and the forces of autocracy. For since the early 1990s, many Chinese Soviet watchers have started to rethink the Leninist party norms. However, they did not recommend a fundamental or piecemeal transformation of Leninist party-style frameworks into CCP rule. Instead, their writings generally supported the post-collapse CCP regime in consolidating its one-party rule and maintaining the status quo and political stability. Scholars rarely doubted the crucial role of the CCP. Rather, there was a strong belief among Chinese Soviet analysts that it is in the interests of the country, as well as the people of China, to remain unified under a central, authoritarian government. Post-1991 Chinese Sovietology has actually been encouraging people to believe that the Chinese style of autocracy still has strong international appeal. Scholars argued that the renewed Chinese model of combining an increasingly open economy with a closed political system can be a successful option for development in many third-world nations. Instead of dealing with the potential death of Chinese socialism after the Soviet collapse, Chinese writings have been happy to confidently portray the PRC as a successful model of how to create wealth and stability without having to give way to political liberalization. Such scholars were quick to say that post-1991 China has actually provided a more attractive alternative to the liberal model, and a different approach to building a powerful state and new world order, without succumbing to democracy, Western power politics, and the tragedy that buried the USSR. As their arguments suggest, scholars seem to state that the death of world socialism after the late 1980s might offer an opportunity for China to refurbish its authoritarian institution. They believe that the updated model could enhance the PRC in terms of wealth and future global influence. It would make the country stronger than it was in the past and more effective in resisting Western subversion. In their opinion, the new direction would not only create a new kind of legitimacy for the regime, but also offer a hope and potential blueprint of development for many poor nations beleaguered by globalization and Western liberalization. Why do such views prevail among contemporary Chinese intellectuals, who have been strongly influenced by the liberal tradition of their May 4 predecessors in the Republican periods? According to Jie Li, modern Chinese intellectuals' strong admiration for a centralized political and economic system originated in the 1930s. This was when Republican China was facing repeated failures in its march toward modernization, owing to internal strife and external threats. The crises made many Chinese intellectuals believe that a strong and centralized power is indispensable to successful reforms in a backward country like China, and that a democratic government might weaken the state and render it incapable of competing with other countries economically. Particularly, they were impressed by the enlightened dictatorships of Germany under Adolf Hitler and the USSR under Joseph Stalin. They argued that those authoritarian models could be instrumental to China's rapid industrialization. As a result, many of them were attracted to the version of authoritarianism promoted by the Chinese Communist Party thereafter. Jie Li argues that many post-Mao Chinese intellectuals have inherited such a mentality from their predecessors in Republican China. Scholars working after Deng took power have tended to favor and justify the ongoing reform policies that aim to drive China into modernization through the combination of market economy and a benign and efficient authoritarian regime. 5. As presented in this book, we can see that this tradition of Republican China has left a strong imprint on post-Mao Chinese Sovietology writings. Unlike communist powers in Eastern Europe, which involved the non-indigenous founding of regimes, the CCP itself made a powerful appeal to many Chinese citizens who wished to see China reassert itself as a powerful nation, after a century of humiliation at the hands of foreigners. In this regard, anti-imperial sentiments and national pride were of great importance both in the foundation of the CCP regime and in its persistence. They contribute to a certain degree of guarantee of the survival of socialism in China. From 1949 onward, the CCP regime has survived the crises of the Great Leap Forward, the Cultural Revolution, the Democracy Wall movement in 1978-1979, and the 1989 Tiananmen incident. The collapse of socialism in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union should by no means be considered as the fatal test for the regime, which has endured many internal and external turbulences in the past. Therefore, the Chinese leadership can have confidence that it is capable of dealing with any potential threat to its own survival in the future. Chinese Sovietologists in both decades generally considered the current PRC authoritarian political system, despite its many flaws, to still be the optimum one for the country. As seen in Chapter 5, even when scholars in the mid-1980s demanded that China learn from Gorbachev's glasnost and undertake political and economic reforms simultaneously, they viewed Gorbachev's liberalization through the prism of their traditional Chinese mindset. In other words, they were still motivated by a desire to see China become powerful, rather than democratized. After the Soviet collapse, Chinese scholars found their faith bolstered upon seeing that Western democracy and liberalization might not bring the same kind of peace, prosperity, and stability as had been expected to Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union in the post-communist period. 6. Some scholars even demonstrated a heightened sense of skepticism toward Western institutions, viewing the promotion of democracy by the West in the Soviet bloc as an elaborate strategy designed to lead to the collapse of socialism. The fear was that such a conspiracy would next be aimed at Chinese disintegration after 1991. The Chinese leadership, upon learning lessons from the USSR, Chinese scholars in their post-1991 writings, attempted to convince the Chinese people that their nation faced the possibility of breakup, and that Western democratization would be the destructive force behind this breakup. As we have seen, Chinese scholars thus used the case of the Soviet collapse as a reason to subscribe to the virtues of a strong central government and disdain the weakness of democratic reform. They believed that large and diverse states like the PRC and the USSR need order and stability in order to prosper. They saw that the vacillations and chaos of democracy would impoverish and shatter their country, and in the case of the Soviet Union had already done so. They knew from the Soviet precedent, as well as their nation's long and turbulent history, that political disruptions and divisions at home invite foreign interference and depredation. They argued that strong rule at home is necessary if the country is to be powerful and respected in the world. After the collapse, Chinese scholars argued that the changes in the Soviet Union did not symbolize the failure of socialism, but occurred precisely because the country had given up socialism. These scholars generally denounced post-Lenin Kremlin leaders such as Stalin, Brezhnev, and Gorbachev as the main factors in the decline of Soviet Marxism-Leninism. Unsurprisingly, they suggested that the dissolution of the USSR was due to human error, rather than to flaws inherent in the institution. As Randall Peerenboom argues, the West has experienced a growing fear since the Cold War, as China has become an increasingly important and influential country in world affairs. The PRC's continuously anti-democratic model might have a significant impact on the diffusion of democracy throughout the world. The author notes that many countries in the world, such as Russia, Vietnam, Latin America, and various nations in Africa, are all looking closely at China and taking heed of its pragmatic approach to markets without democracy. 7. Indeed, as presented in the book, Chinese scholars did not feel that the Soviet collapse was a problem for China. Instead, they viewed it as a chance for socialism to be renewed, and for the rise of the new Chinese model in the world. Scholars hoped that the renewed Chinese authoritarian regime would not only replace the past Soviet model, but would inspire the world in the 21st century and provide a viable alternative to Western democracy that has failed to resolve the very pressing issues of social inequality, ethnic conflicts, and human well-being for many poor countries. Such views have firmly permeated Chinese scholarly research on the Soviet Union since 1991. Thanks to the chaos in the former Soviet bloc after the Cold War, China after 1991 has actually stuck more firmly to its socialism. As Dingxin Zhao comments, the collapse of the USSR and the so-called Western conspiracy may ironically have stabilized the Chinese regime. 8. 3. Chinese Sovietology and Chinese state-led capitalism. Chinese Sovietologists in both decades consistently put forth a strong view that pragmatism and performance-based legitimacy, not ideology or politics, should be the pillar of an authoritarian one-party regime. Specifically, only economic prosperity could keep socialism vital. Their early 1980s reflections on the backwardness of Soviet socialism that had influenced China under Mao, criticisms of Gorbachev's overemphasis on political reform and neglect of economic restructuring since the late 1980s, the use of Lenin to demonstrate the significance of continued reforms and learning from capitalism amid the international sanctions after the Tiananmen incident in the early 1990s, a reassessment of the rigid Soviet economic system through debate on Brezhnev and Stalin. Since the mid-1990s, and the argument that economic backwardness was the major reason for Soviet republics seeking independence throughout the 1990s, all demonstrate that Chinese Soviet watchers had used their subject study as a supposedly legitimate vehicle for justifying China's economy-first reform orientation. They lobbied strongly for China to renounce the socialist economic system and embrace the capitalist market economy, while still maintaining a one-party dictatorship. Why did Chinese Sovietologists advocate borrowing capitalist elements and building a market economy to sustain the CCP one-party rule? Such pragmatism not only derives from their reflections on China under Mao and the Soviet collapse, but is also a tradition of Chinese intellectuals. Chu Lindong, a professor of history at Beijing Normal University, published a book in 2007. He presents the example of Hu Sheng, a PRC historian and former CAS president from 1985 to 1998, to illustrate that historically, Chinese intellectual thinking has been an example not necessarily of swimming with the political tide, but, sometimes, has demonstrated a genuine commitment to their country. 9. According to the author, Hu Sheng in his 1981 book Kongyiapian Zanzendao Wuzi Yundong argued that socialism is absolutely inevitable in China and is the fate of the country. This is because the predominance of imperialism and feudalism in modern China made the development of capitalism impossible. Therefore, an anti-imperialist and anti-feudal socialist revolution guided by the Chinese Communist Party was the precondition for China's state building. 10. In 2000, the year of his death, Hu Sheng's new book Kongwasi Yundong Daoren Mengong Aguo Qingli changed tune. While persisting in his conviction of the inevitability of socialism in China, Hu Sheng now spoke for the progressive and beneficial elements of capitalism, and suggested that China should learn from capitalism in order to strengthen socialism. 11. Chu Lindong comments that Hu Sheng's revision could be partially explained by the wholesale change of economic and political situations in China since the 1990s. That is, Deng Xiaoping's southern tour in early 1992 triggered a new round of economic reform that made China's transition to a capitalist-oriented market economy acceptable and irreversible. The party patriarch openly criticized the leftist thinking within the CCP, in which hardliners demonstrated an inability to understand the realities of China in their stubborn adherence to outdated orthodoxy. Therefore, Hu Sheng may have felt both obligated and justified in making some theoretical changes to show his support for Deng's call for innovative thinking in ideological and theoretical fields. 12. On the other hand, Chu also thinks that Hu's reinterpretation was not necessarily a display of his conformity to the updated political line. He points out that Hu's arguments in both books, however seemingly self-contradictory, did reflect his actual thinking. Like many other modern and contemporary Chinese intellectuals, Hu Sheng was committed to offering a historical justification of the party's renewed reforms aimed at transforming the motherland. It was his commitment to making China strong and powerful, not serving the party's agenda, that contributed to Hu's boldness in reformulating his arguments. The Hu Sheng phenomenon, to quote from Chu, symbolizes the Chinese intellectuals that are willing to revise their reasoning for what they believe to be the true solution to China's plight and future, even at the expense of contradicting, disregarding, or overturning their previous statements. 13. In his 1999 article, Zhang Hanqing, a professor of international politics at Beijing University, summarized the three lessons that Chinese scholars had drawn from the demise of world communism: to renounce the Soviet model and explore new ways of building socialism, to uphold the leadership of the CCP and maintain state unity, to rethink capitalism and hold correct attitudes toward capitalist elements for constructing socialism. Zhang remarked, the lessons derive from not only the observation of the Soviet collapse, but also a wake-up call after we have witnessed how a large state with a great history, like the USSR, lurched into turbulence. 14. Like Hu Sheng's writing, the research outcomes of Chinese Sovietology were not necessary for speaking for the party. The views more or less reflect Chinese scholars' real understanding of what a large country like China needs in its future development: political stability and tangible economic results that benefit the Chinese people, contrary to the negative precedent of the Soviet Union. In fact, economic westernization in China was a reaction not to the Soviet collapse, but to the complete chaos of the Cultural Revolution in the late 1970s, when the CCP could no longer be proud of the Maoist ideological dogma. It therefore attempted to regain a kind of legitimacy by restricting its ambitions to economic objectives and presenting a commitment to a general interest that no longer ignored individual interests. The reforms introduced since 1978 are in fact demonstrative of the process of shedding the past wasteful and inefficient Soviet socialist model. The reform movement of learning from the West and capitalism had already started soon after Mao's death. It was a model that was very different from its Soviet equivalent. Indeed, it was the pre-collapse domestic experience, not the Soviet disintegration in 1991, that had taught the Chinese the lesson that there was a need for combining reform and stability, with priority being given to economic tasks over political ones. The late Soviet model presided over by Gorbachev, which aimed at a fundamental transformation of the socialist system and allegedly brought the USSR to the precipice of breakup, only made the Chinese stick firmer to their goal of pursuing material prosperity. Learning from Gorbachev's lesson, Chinese Soviet watchers argued that state legitimacy comes more from economic results and consumer satisfaction than a democratic election. In their opinion, the Soviet collapse was not due to Western economic pressure in the form of trade denial and sanctions, but to the failure of the centrally planned economic model and Gorbachev's unsuccessful attempt to integrate the Soviet command economy into the capitalist world system. The basic message is that the Soviet model was flawed but not irredeemable, and that Moscow had a chance to reform if it delivered needed benefits to the people with little delay, while solidifying the control at the top. If the Cultural Revolution had rendered the CCP regime unable to resist economic westernization, the collapse of the USSR assured many Chinese people further that it was economic capitalist revolution that offered the best method of preventing their nation from suffering a similar sort of tragedy. Economic liberalization without political freedom was embraced by contemporary Chinese Sovietologists, which is little different from the themes that many Chinese intellectuals since the self-strengthening of the 1870s have advocated: attaining wealth and power, enhancing the nation and its international dignity, and preserving unity and preventing chaos. These visions resonate deeply with Chinese Sovietology writings and lend the CCP both legitimacy and continuity with the past. While the post-1991 Chinese Sovietologists suggested using the capitalist economy to renew socialism upon the Soviet collapse, this should not be interpreted as a deviation from the orthodox communist ideology and goal. As Sujianguo indicates, the components of the communist goal set by Mao did not change under the post-Mao regime, since Marxist-Leninist communist ideology does not rise in opposition to industrialization or modernization. Rather, it mandates a strong commitment to industrialization and economic fulfillment. In his opinion, the forced industrialization under Mao and controlled marketization under Deng amounted to the same thing. They were both pursued in the name of a utopia that serves as a legitimate source of the political regime. Economic capitalism pursued after 1978 became an intermediate goal necessary for nudging China toward a utopian goal of communism. Therefore, the post-Mao regime's commitment to modernization does not contradict its commitment to the ultimate goal of the communist ideology. 15. Such a commitment was only reinforced after the Soviet collapse. It is not surprising that many Chinese Soviet watchers identified the cause of the Soviet collapse as the country's lack of a firm and clear stance on socialism, and its failure to reform its moribund economic system to keep socialism vital. They openly declared that Chinese socialism would not die and it is still the future of mankind. While disregarding the Soviet model and endorsing economic westernization, their writings in both decades are still governed by this ideological goal of marching toward communism, as described by Sujianguo. 4. Chinese Sovietology and the rise of Chinese nationalism. After the collapse of world communism, nationalism has become a logical response to the decline of socialism as a coherent and meaningful ideology in the PRC. Chinese people are now indoctrinated with nationalism as a new faith to supplant Marxism-Leninism. 16. The rise of Chinese nationalism from the 1990s onward also affects post-Mao Chinese Sovietology. Many writings of Chinese Soviet watchers examined in the book play an equal role in constructing the conceptual basis of such nationalism and using it as a tool to legitimize the political agendas of the CCP regime in the post-communist world. This involves post-Tiananmen criticism of Gorbachev's soft-line approach toward dissents, debate on Lenin's post-1917 foreign policy in the early 1990s, when the post-Tiananmen international sanctions were being imposed on China, renewed research on Brezhnev and Stalin since the mid-1990s, and the post-1991 reflection on how to strengthen the Chinese national identity through discussions on Islamic resurgence and the Soviet federal system. Instead of learning how to integrate China into the world system after the negative precedent of the USSR, Chinese writings have often seemed to argue that the West is aiming for China's disintegration after the Soviet demise, and preventing China from receiving well-deserved respect in the family of nations. They argued that only a centralized and powerful state could resist westernization, political chaos and economic breakdown, as well as bring wealth and stability to the Chinese nation. In their opinion, Chinese-style socialism will become a universal model for the future of the world, the ultimate fate of China, and the common identity of the Chinese people. As seen from the book, the language of their writings has been exceedingly nationalistic and patriotic in tone. Moreover, they have asserted that the CCP saved the country after the shockwaves of 1991 and revived its greatness on the world stage, a statement that appeals to contemporary Chinese people's patriotism and nationalistic feelings, which are also a result of the CCP's domestic mobilization efforts from the 1990s onward. To a degree, Chinese Soviet watchers succeeded in linking the challenges facing communism to the fate of China. Against the negative Soviet precedent, in the name of stability and order as the necessary preconditions for China's continuous development, they made the regime the representative of China's vital national interests. Seen from the Chinese Sovietology writings analyzed in the book, there are two themes comprising the formation of nationalism discourse in and after the 1990s. First, according to Wang Hui, the idea of saving the nation overriding enlightenment had permeated the minds of Chinese intellectuals throughout the 1980s and 1990s. Since Deng Xiaoping took power in 1978, China's reform and open-door policies were a response to the near collapse of Maoist socialism. This started after the Tiananmen incident and culminated in the Soviet collapse, which had led to an unprecedented sense of China being on the verge of a breakup. Afterward, many Chinese intellectuals concluded that the West led by the US would be consumed with identifying the next enemy of China after the Soviet demise. They interpreted many 1990s Western maneuvers, such as the 1991 invasion of Iraq, China's 1993 losing of its bid to host the 2000 Olympic Games, and the 1999 NATO bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgrade, as being deliberate imperialist expressions meant to weaken the Third World, and China in particular. 17 such post-1991 anti-West nationalist feelings in China find their origin in its modern history, when the country was facing Western partition and humiliation. To quote from Paul Cohen, it is a psychological salve to wounded feelings, something the Chinese found emotionally satisfying because of their profound sense of victimization in the 19th and 20th centuries. 18 Nationalism gained wider appeal and stronger momentum after the Soviet collapse in 1991. The Soviet demise was incompatible with the traditional Chinese mentality of détente that takes state sovereignty and unity as the foremost priority. China does not tolerate any attempt by foreign forces to divide its country. 19 Many Chinese scholars have regarded the West, led by the US, as being primarily responsible for triggering the Soviet downfall. As Joseph Fewsmith remarks, Chinese intellectuals believed after the Soviet Union had done everything that the US had asked, including getting rid of socialism, that the US had done little to help the peoples of the former Soviet Union. Rather, it was believed, America was perfectly happy to watch Russia and the other republics of the former Soviet Union fall into a position from which they would never be able to challenge the US again. 20. Ding Xinzhao also comments that Chinese intellectuals are disappointed by the post-1991 Russia's chaotic internal politics and poor economic performance, and by the fact that Western countries were actually less interested in assisting Russia in its painful democratic transition than in weakening its international positions. 21 In 1997, Eureka's researcher, Yan Switong, wrote that a new wave of anti-China sentiment has been sweeping across the US since the Soviet collapse. The reason he gave is Americans seem to suffer from an enemy deficiency syndrome, a product of the Cold War mentality. The end of the Cold War removed the Soviet Union as the arch-rival of the US. To maintain national cohesion, it is necessary to invent a hypothetical enemy. Now it's China. 22. This post-1991 concern about the country's survival involves a sense of being under siege, and a belief that the West is not against authoritarian regimes or even socialism, but against China. This has translated into a growing nationalism, or the so-called West against us mentality. 23 That calls for the Chinese people to be united under the CCP to resist what they deem as the Western conspiracy. Second, the post-collapse China threat theory seems to have pushed Chinese scholars in their support for the CCP regime and their appreciation of the country's post-Tiananmen economic achievements under the one-party authoritarian rule. 24 Since then, many Chinese people have increasingly shown their admiration for the PRC government's strong ability to maintain economic growth and political stability, avoid the fate of the Soviet Union, and resist Western intervention. 25 Historically, China is a nation with a penchant for authoritarianism, a long-held fear of anarchy, and an attitude of reliance on order and a strong leader. 26 China adopted communism as a means of shaking off imperial rule, and did so in a way that combined communism with nationalism from the start. China has been distinct since 1978, because it is attempting to transform its socialist society through reforms, rather than simply abandoning communist rule outright. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, such a tradition has been reinforced more strongly than ever before. The CCP regime, the only Marxist giant state in the world, attempts to produce an image that communism, dictatorship, and patriarchy are the avatar of Chinese civilization. The party tries to reinforce the relations between Chinese nationalism and its authoritarian tradition. As such, communism in China after 1991 has been honored as a sign of the Chinese identity, which creates a moral and ideological boundary that separates it from the democratic West. The CCP's authoritarian political model has successfully tied itself to the identity of the Chinese nation. As Lan Quanbin, a professor at the Central University of Nationalities, wrote in 1997. Today, when socialism is experiencing a setback in the world, some people in the West have predicted that socialism will disappear in the 20th century. However, China's experience of building socialism with Chinese characteristics has demonstrated that socialism in China is still strong. China and socialism are undivided. To love China means to love socialism. Patriotism and socialism are inseparable. 27. The CCP revolution has a long history and tradition of being both communist and nationalist. After the collapse, the party regime portrayed itself as the historic agency that has restored national unity and political independence, saved the country from foreign peaceful evolution, and rejuvenated its economy amid the collapse of international communism. Many Chinese people feel uncomfortable with the post-Cold War international order authorized by the West. They refuse to bend to the Western norm, and instead accept such claims from the party. 28 Gleaned from their writings presented in the book, many Chinese Sovietologists argued that the Soviet demise did not weaken the norm of communism, rather, it strengthened the CCP regime and the Chinese way of building socialism. What Soviet watchers wanted to defend was not a communist regime but the principle of a strong Chinese nation allegedly opposed to, and resisted by, the West after the demise of the USSR. 5 Final thoughts as the conclusion of the book. As stated in Chapter 1, the previous secondary sources seem to argue that post-Mao Chinese Sovietology only became relatively evident after 1991, and the scholarship was the byproduct of the CCP regime's own fear of following the USSR into disorder and disintegration. Seen from the secondary sources, Chinese Soviet analysts indeed had exerted a great deal of effort to study the Soviet collapse, in support of the preservation of the PRC's communist rule. However, the secondary sources focus mainly on how Chinese Sovietology studied and learned from the Soviet Union in the 1980s and 1990s, but largely ignore the issue of how Chinese Soviet watchers legitimized what they saw as the authenticity and correctness of Chinese-style socialism in both decades. As noted previously, Chinese-style socialism, the so-called socialism with Chinese characteristics, has been officially put forward by the new CCP leadership since Mao's death. The concept has been gradually reaffirmed as a unique Chinese development model, which involves a combination of an open market economy and a closed and repressive polity. The Chinese model of socialism is by no means an expedient resulting from the concern about the Soviet collapse, but a product and outcome of the long-time socialist crisis of its own. It originated from reflections on the disastrous Mao era in the late 1970s, which was reinforced by the 1989 Tiananmen incident and, finally, was crystallized by the rethinking of the Soviet demise from the 1990s onward. These three political crises did not shatter the confidence of Chinese Soviet watchers. Instead, as noted above, they argued that the post-Lenin Soviet Union was not socialist at all, but that on the other hand China has persisted with socialism consistently. The collapse was the outcome of Moscow's renunciation of socialism, but not indicative of a problem with socialism itself. Since then, the CCP regime has successfully stood as a testament to the resilience of communist rule. It has been able to stave off the repercussions of the collapse and consolidate its power by upholding and improving the methods that have been hailed since 1978. Since the end of the disastrous Mao era, China has been committed to building socialism by taking its own conditions into account, and not simply learning other models mechanically. After experiencing the three crises of socialism mentioned above, Chinese scholars seem to have become more optimistic about the future of socialism, and the Chinese party state has been following the socialist path more clearly than ever before. The collapse of the USSR was not a disaster, but actually the best opportunity for Chinese scholars to reassert the superiority of Chinese-style socialism, and for the CCP regime to cling to power by implementing its unique Chinese model of development in the post-communist world. As such, we can say that post-Mao Chinese Sovietology is the product of 1978, but not of 1991. It should be noted, unlike many Cold War American Sovietologists, whose research was driven by the traditional anti-communist sentiments in the U.S., began their careers against the backdrop of World War II and the McCarthyite sensibilities of the 1950s. As a result, they always had a negative view of the Soviet Union and socialism, and some of them even hated their subject of study. 29 On the other hand, many Chinese intellectuals who grew up in the PRC saw the USSR as not only having helped to found socialist China, but that it also liberated the nation from imperialism and foreign aggression after 1949. As indicated in the introduction, China under Mao had been under heavy Soviet influence, many of the first and subsequent generations of PRC intellectuals having been educated in this country, among them a number of Chinese Sovietologists who are still active in today's IRICAs and other Chinese institutions. The new generations of Chinese Sovietologists emerging since the 1980s have also been supervised and trained by those predecessors, who may pass on a similar strong Soviet attachment to their students. These scholars have been taught that the Soviets are great friends of China since 1949, and most of them are genuinely attracted to socialism. For them, the Soviet Union represented a positive force against imperialism and foreign oppression that had devastated China since its modern times. In their mind, the socialist system created by the USSR symbolizes a civilization which is superior to capitalism, and such promised land of socialism represented by Moscow is seen as the model for China in the past as well as the future. As such, the favorable impressions of the USSR and socialism displayed by many Chinese writings in both decades were somewhat based on scholars' personal sentiments, which had little to do with their political calculations. Those scholars may have heard about the repressive Stalinism and many backward aspects of Soviet socialism, as indicated in their writings. Nonetheless, owing to the post-1949 historical background, the Soviet DNA has been profoundly embedded in their mind. When the USSR exited from history in 1991, many Chinese Soviet analysts expressed regret and personal grief for a passing symbol which had given them beautiful memories and personal identities. Many of them were indeed genuinely sympathetic to the Soviet system and communism. Therefore, it could also explain why many Chinese Sovietologists still praised socialism and argued that China should uphold socialism, even after the demise of the USSR in 1991. The discussions of Chinese Sovietologists in both decades reflect the traditional Chinese Zhongyang mentality, not going to extremes but resolving problems by treading the middle way. Seen from their writings on socialism, Chinese scholars always criticized the Soviet practice as a dogmatic adherence to orthodox communist law, and instead promoted the pragmatic and flexible Chinese application of Marxist norms. They argued that China has consistently walked through the middle way symbolized by Lenin, and such a middle way is also the future path of world socialism. Dong Yuehua, then a PhD history student at Renmin University, commented in 1999 that the reason for the Soviet collapse was that the Kremlin leaders had always gone to two extremes, either rigidly sticking to Marxist doctrine or completely renouncing it. On the other hand, he argued, China always clings to socialism by improving the system but does not shake it off. So, China will exist and will never fall. 30 Research on Chinese Sovietology in both decades suggests that after the PRC had experienced several socialist crises, the attitude of Chinese scholars toward the Soviet Union was no longer one of wholesale acceptance, nor of wholesale rejection. The major conclusion of scholars in the field is that one should not learn from other socialist states in a mechanical, unthinking manner, but should follow the country's own way of keeping socialism vital and achieving modernization. It is hoped that the Chinese experience of learning from the USSR, both positive and negative, will contribute to our understanding of socialism and facilitate the reforms and developments of China and other third world countries in the future. James Miles once recalled that the Soviet Union's today is our tomorrow, the official CCP slogan of the 1950s when Beijing's relations with Moscow were at their most intimate, had become a subject of ridicule among Chinese intellectuals in the 1990s since they saw events across the border as a precursor of a similar collapse in China itself. 31 However, seen from the post-1991 Chinese Sovietology writings, while there was a sign of faith crisis, scholars did not stop learning from the USSR and did not start to renounce socialism. Instead, they advocated a reformed socialist path, in order to create a better and more powerful China in the post-communist world. They might probably agree that learning from the Soviet Union would continue in China and the process will never terminate, as long as China is still a one-party state, even though it no longer practices socialism in the classical Marxist sense.